my soul is set on fire. But oh, I'm starting to feel tired. 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. 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 Take my hand and say for sure, I can't keep on this road alone. And all this time I thought I knew, but all this time oh, it's been you. 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. 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 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org. And welcome back to the Willingness Invitational. My name is Willingness IV. We've got Shadow, and we have a Battle of the Oracles coming up here for our first match in Top 16. It is a lovely day of Overwatch coming up, and I'm really appreciative of you being here, Shadow. It's going to be a lovely afternoon.
Yeah, I'm super excited, especially because we get to start off with a match. Little tidbit about me, little history. I'm a previous console player. Was once able to boast about being Masters before I hit silver on PC. But we have Jono, who's going to be coming in on Oracle Hydrus, who's previously or currently actually a 4600 SR console player. So I'm just right off the bat giving my respects up. But yeah, Oracle Draco or Oracle Hydrus, two teams that not only are they in a situation where often when you get two teams from the same org, one's the A squad and one's the B squad.
Right.
4.4 for Draco on average as far as SR goes. 4.5 for Hydrus. Not really that much of a difference. So I expect this to be a pretty good slugfest, especially because being from the same org, these teams know what to expect from each other.
Absolutely. It's just like, and again, this was a random draw for top 16, and so I didn't plan this way, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't do this intentionally. And so Oracle Hydrus, if I recall correctly, they made it out of the winner side of the bracket, and Oracle Draco. Yeah, actually, I do remember this because Oracle Draco lost their first game in the bracket when they started the tournament, and so technically they're on the loser side. So you can also say about A and B teams there as well. I mean, if you just imagine like they do it, but again, it could be one game. Literally, it was one game that they lost that put them in this position. But either way, but then of course the ping pong ball spoke yesterday, and they said this was the fated destination. So we already have our map pull set for this. So we're now into best of 5 territory for all the rest, all the way out until we get to grand finals. And we already have our map pull set by our dear friends Ocean and Bullskunk. So we're going to start off on Oasis, and then we go to Nobani.
I'm to talk to Bullskunk, but that's okay.
Yeah, like all the stall maps, and
I know, right?
And I have it on good authority that pretty much the first two matches we've done with this map set have both gone to map 5s. Literally, the only match that didn't go to a map 5 was Choose Money Crew in the EU division. So it's just like I expect nothing less. So I'm just like, why did you pick all the maps that everybody either ties, draws, or stalls on? Come on, people. So we're gonna get to this matchup here with Hydrus and Draco. And I mean, again, one Oracle will advance and one Oracle will not be true. So that's how this is gonna go.
But I'm excited that we finally get to see the best of 5s, because best of 1s, they can be really harsh on teams that take a little bit longer to kind of get going and warm up. But here in the best of 5, you get at least 1-2 maps if it really takes it to get a good feel for how your opponent wants to play and what kind of compositions they're feeling strong on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have a game to give either way in this matchup here. The first of 2 is definitely a rough format, but here we go. Oracle Hydrus, Oracle Draco, let's see what they got. And we're going to go into this first map on Oasis.
These compositions right now, not really straying anywhere from the meta that you see in the upper echelon, except for this Winston from Panzer. Doing a good job of kind of mixing up that Panzer's going to allow him to be on that Winston and be a little bit more disruptive and allow and open things up for Zaffin there. Off of the bat, Oracle Hydrus are putting themselves up 6-5. Draco getting a little bit low and a couple of kills coming in from Brabear. That's pretty much done. Draco gonna have to go back to the drawing board.
I mean, Oracle Draco is just I mean, most of these teams, I think, is if there's their first match of the day, they're going to just kind of have to warm up here, and they get wiped off of this point here, and it's just going to just restart and regroup. Again, they get 7% in climbing for Oracle Hydrus, but don't count Draco out here. I mean, they are very similar in SR, and I think they're going to just have to regroup here, just get the jitters out. This is tournament time, ladies and gentlemen.
Top 16 no longer have the joy of just playing around and messing around. Gotta play for the beans here. Up onto the top goes Gruber, able to find the first kill on a Mayhem. Healer down. There's a second. Oracle Draco looking a bit beat up here on the point. Not going to be able to succeed on the second take. And the ults are starting to build up here, Will. Hydrus has a lot to work with.
Absolutely, and they got a lot of value out of that last fight. They didn't have to use any of their ultimates to hold this point, and so Oracle Dracos again, they can like stave off their. Well, they're also going to be the stagger pick on the Diva as well. You hate to see it, but Draco may not have their full sticks to get back in this next fight. But either way, they have their ultimates are nowhere to be found here, and so Oracle Hydras is getting a lot of value out of their team here. They have 3 ultimates online, and they don't have to use any of it. So we're going to see Oracle Draco regroup here on the other side, and they're going to try to attack again.
And you gotta pray for a dry push from Draco. If you do get any of these ultimates up mid-fight, no matter how it may look, I pray that you don't need to use them. Good wall to keep the Deadeye at bay. If the Shatter sneaks through, the shield's there to stop it. Nobody gonna get caught. Hydra's now left with no ultimates on board as they try to build up the Blizzard, but Draco, a bit of control. Yeah, control. Stuck between a rock and another rock, I guess. 2 walls there, keeping Lugia from taking to the playing field, and Hydra's kind of laughing their way back to the point after that play.
I mean, they're stuck between a rock and an ice wall, ladies and gentlemen, and like I've ever seen that. That was very unique. But Oracle Draco, yet again, they're getting wiped out the point. This is Final Fight territory, ladies and gentlemen. The Oracle Hydra said 94%. Oracle Draco's got to put it all on the table if they're going to get this first point.
They've got the ults that they need. You know, Deadeye goes out, there's the amplification matrix to keep things alive, but the high ground for Hydras is just the superior fight mechanic in this encounter. Now the Blizzard is going to be able to come online to wipe off a section of the point, draws out that sound barrier from Hydras, but Ruber is just kind of going on a tear, swinging that hammer, throwing fire strikes willy-nilly, and getting a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, look at the value that Bruber is bringing to this team. I'm sure he's got all the damage in the world. It's just lighting up the kill feed here. We're going to get to overtime here. It's 99%, and it's just a very obvious result. I mean, they're going to clear out these last players off the point here and see if they can close this out. And it's just looking away. I don't know. It's just desperation plays coming in as well. They keep dropping people on the point. That Diva's lurking on the outside, hoping they can touch at the last second, but they still getting clears. Diva's going to try to stall for the last possible second. So still overtime is starting to tick away, and yes, it does. And Oracle Hydras will go up 1-0.
You know, I felt like Draco, slowly but surely, they were starting to put the pieces of the puzzle together there. It was a rough start. Hydra looked just ready to go off the bat. Looks like they just came out of a comp match, and they're just, you know, hit requeue, let's keep it rolling. Everything seems to be working for me, especially this matchup of Tenor and Bruber.
Absolutely. I'm hoping we can get some stats. So this is the actual real NA broadcast at this point. So I'm hoping we can get some stats on Bruber here and all the value they're bringing to the Hydras team. But either way, we're going into our next map here, and it's going to be another attack. Let's see if Oracle Hydras can close this out.
No
Oh, there we go.
Oh, those are sweet. Those are nice.
Those are some stats. 19 eliminations, almost 3,000 damage, 60. Not a lot of blocking. I mean, Bruber is just playing forward here, and they're going to just make this first attack and just go all the way forward and see to take the fight to Draco on the other side of the map.
And that's the joy of the Winston. The Winston's able to get in there and not only body block, but use the bubble to do a lot of the blocking of damage as they advance onto Draco. And then once they're there, Bruber's just totally free and clear to swing away on the hammer. He's got Jono there on the Lucio to make sure that people can't get back. Looks like this McCree stats 48% weapon accuracy coming out from Zaffin playing this McCree, and that's going to be difficult for Lugia. You're on the Doomfist against a Ney and a McCree that's hitting their shots.
I mean, all the McCrees in this tournament have just been clicking heads, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go again. Oracle Hydras has come up to the point. 11% climb. We have another fight here, and it looks like that. Oh man, just like early picks are coming in from Draco as well. They're gonna get 2 down at least. At the very least, another 3. But then Texter is gonna try to play third PTS, and the hero is gonna take one down, one more kill. The Brat comes in as well, and there's 2 more down for Oracle Draco. And looks like Oracle Hydras is going to recover and just keep it going here. But meanwhile, the Diva is going to double as the details with the Diva trying to stay long, and then it's gonna get stagger picked away anyway. And we get another fight yet again. Chidel.
I mean, and that one's a little bit rough for Draco. You go for the focus fire, you're able to get that early pick onto the Reinhardt, you get into the small room with the mini, and you think you're all set and clear, but then nobody pays any attention to Tenor on the Baptiste, nor does Zaffin on the McCree, who are sitting over in the left side in the back of the point, keeping the team alive and dishing out just small amounts of pick damage. Oh, an unfortunate Maywall comes through. Jedi's gonna need to be big.
I was gonna say, is it unfortunate or was it intentional? The Deadeye comes in from ability and gets no value off of it. Oracle Hydra has pretty much has a full stack of ultimates, minus their support. The Earth Shatter comes down as well. It gets no value off of it. The Prior Rage is gonna come out as well. I'm not even sure it's necessary. Oracle Draco also just gonna decide to commit the Shatter to this fight, and it's getting nothing off. And the B comes in from Hydra. I'm not sure if they're even worried about it, but Blubber once again coming in big and getting 2 kills. It looks like the Oracle Draco is just gonna retreat again. But what about that? I'm not sure about why they need to use ultimates when Blubber is playing this well on this map. 88% climbing, and Oracle Draco's got to press the kill button and go here. They're going to commit the beat to this next fight as well. And the Duke is the Meteor Strikes that come in as well. I'm not sure they're getting any value off of that. And Devil comes up big with eating up one of the Blizzards, but it's not going to matter. The overtime is taken away, and they're nowhere near this point. Oracle Draco, though, is coming in close. They're getting 2 kills, and it looks like they might flip the point back, but it's going to have to be the hero play to stick by. The Baptiste is putting in work as the 13th DS for the side of Oracle Draco. At very least, 3 kills come in from Hydras. They're going to take this back, and then just going to stay. Brings on point. The Deadeye comes out at one side. It's off, and it gets nothing off of it, but it does not matter. At the same time, overtime is ticking away, and Draco cannot make any sense of this. Hydra stands strong, and they're going to take our first map on Oasis. Just like that, we are at 1-0.
Go ahead and take a breath, my brother. That was a heck of a final fight. Draco did not want to let go of that point. But you know, it seemed like, I think for me, the big difference here, and not to be the mean, but it's a bit of a tank difference. With the Winston on the field with Panzer, they have so much more. They have so many more options.
Yeah.
On what they can do as a team and how they can play this as a tank. They can play the Winston extremely safe to protect the healers. They can be extremely aggressive and go into the back line, which allows the Reinhardt to drop the shield and walk forward with that Lucio speed boost. And so it becomes an issue of like, how do you deal with the DPS that they're bringing to the table when the tanks are the ones that are pushing you around. So coming into the next map, I really think that for Draco, you need to be careful about that double main tank setup that they're putting on the field, because it's kind of your downfall at the moment. Gotta have something to either stun out the Winston, dish out enough damage that can babysit the back line, or punish the fact that he's diving behind you, pushing forward, and kind of just make him chase the fight and join the fight late.
I mean, but you can talk about the Winston all you want to, but I want to talk about Blubber on the Reinhardt. It's definitely not defense. It's definitely on attack, ladies and gentlemen. Like, not to use a pun for attack mode in a former team on the other side of the bracket, by the way. But the idea is that Blubber was just lighting up the kill feed. I mean, like, in some other games, it's usually the DPS is your star, is getting all the kills and stuff like that. But just for me, I'm just that Reinhardt, every single fight was getting at least 1 or 2 kills off the enemy team. And I'm just like, man, what do you do in the face of that kind of pressure? You see that hammer coming towards you, you have to duck at the very least.
Yeah, duck or run away. The Lucio came out a little bit late in the first map. Wasn't really playing with the team, so the speed boost wasn't there to get away from the Reinhardt. And on the opposite side of that coin, Hydras, that Lucio was glued to the Reinhardt, always there to make sure that you could get the speed to get in or out of an engagement as needed. And like I said, with that Winston in the back line, that opens up the Reinhardt literally just to walk forward. Focus fire isn't coming straight at your team anymore. It's split into the back line. Winston's got their own bubble plus a butt ton of health and armor. So it's a really good situation for Hydras. And for Draco, Ana could be a good situation here. You know, if the Reinhardt's going to play without a shield, one big purple into the mix, it'll stop them in their track.
Well, we're going to our next map here. Sorry. We're going to go back to next map here in Numbani. This is Oracle Hydras is up 1-0, but this is Draco's time to shine here with safe on that Baptiste to see if they can do well. We're going to get into this next game. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh,
no, you're fine. And if I'm not mistaken, you know, map pool was made last night, so these teams haven't been able to sit out and practice. They've only had all of today to kind of hammer out the strats they want to do.
Well, I mean, no, the map pick was out yesterday, and I said that like for all top 16 games is going to be a case. Well, here we go. Oracle Hydras is on an attack, and they decided to switch sides to get to this map pool. Here we go. We're going to see what Oracle Hydras could do on their attack and see if they can tie this matchup series up.
I like the Lugia on this Echo, a strong pick for the defense. They're able to really make use of the verticality of this point. Brad's going to have to be very, very vigilant on this Ashe to make sure that the Echo can't get anything done from the high ground.
And it looks like also Hydrus has brought out Bruber on the Winston to see if they can counter the plays coming out from Jaco. But either way, they're going to start this fight in the high ground here, and the ability is just going to try to see if it can get some value out of it. It's already a 5v6, so what? Actually, ability getting 2 kills as well, but just it seems that Hydrus might be able to recover here to get to this first point.
Yeah, those first 2 picks from ability are absolutely huge on the defense. I mean, you allow them to get into your back line, you're pretty much done here on the high ground. You have to drop, and your Ana gets pushed out of contention. But with the way they were able to play it, Hydrus had really no option. And a really gutsy res from Mayhem onto DYQ is kind of what saved that for Draco.
Absolutely. So another fight's going to break out here in the high ground here. Lugia on the Echo is just going to try to get some value off of it. And also like the kind of the opposite of the pharmacy combo with the Echo and the Mercy. But just fights are just breaking out everywhere. And then Blubber just yet again just getting the kills and just like lighting up the feed. Hydrus, it seems to just keeping control here. They're going to clear off from some more players and maybe just make it safe before they touch this point and try to move this card here into the streets phase. Oracle Draco have no answers. They're down by 4. And again, Blubber already has three kills and just going to clear off members of Draco, and they're going to capture this point and get to the street space on Numbani.
And a really good split push from Hydrus is what made that take possible. Up onto the high ground they go, and they send their Tracer, as well as their Ashe and their Mercy, onto the high ground to chase after the Echo, Mercy, and the Ana that are sitting up there. So now the Mercy has one decision. Either stick with the Ana and abandon your Echo, who's almost got their ultimate up and could win the fight, or stick with your Echo and allow the Ana to self-heal off of the nade, which doesn't work. The bubble comes through perfectly. The nade gets denied, Ana goes down, and now that Mercy and Echo are completely zoned out of the fight. Difficult to get back into contention from there.
Yeah, Lugia tried to copy the Winston and didn't get a lot of value off of it, naming the Primal Rage. Meanwhile, Oracle Hydrus is just continuing to push this payload as far as they possibly can, and the Bob's going to come in as well from the other side of Oracle. And Deo on Winston as well, just decides to pop the Primal Rage and gets 2 kills. So Draco putting up a fight here to try to stall this card where it stands. Meanwhile, we're going to see Blubber yet again is going to pop their own Primal Rage and just answer right back and see if they can clear the players off of this point, and they're going to move this cart forward here. It's looking pretty simple for Oracle Hydrus. Just press go, put Blubber in the field, win the game.
Yeah, and this is that tactic of punishing the dive, where you see Dio go into the back line, and the only difference here is that Rubber and the DPS that are stacked there with Brad has someone to kind of babysit the supports. Draco doesn't have anybody back there to babysit the supports. Luca's kind of dwindling in between, but not really sticking close, and it makes it much easier for the Winston to get back there and be effective.
I mean, you saw dueling Graviton Surges coming from both teams, but once again, Oracle Hydrus just has the advantage. I'm not sure if they haven't capped the point just yet, and they will, and they're going to move on. They're at 2 points already, and all they got to do is push the payload towards the end. 4 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock, and it's looking all but over for the side of Draco. They have no ultimates coming into this next fight here, and I'm not sure the value they're going to get out of it anyway, and it looks like Oracle might be able to finish this map with Numbani.
Ability definitely knows Brubber's there, but I don't think Brubber knows Ability's there just yet. All right, a little bit of tickle from the Tracer. Gonna make sure the Winston's still awake, and into the back they go. Hydrus on this attack, very, very deep into the back line. As Draco looks to stabilize, Winston goes back to the spawn. Nothing that Devil can do here. Body blocked, bubble there, nothing. No damage to be dealt. Echo going on to the Winston to get an early Primal Rage as Ability and Lugia bounce things back for Draco, and Hydrus are going to have to go back to spawn, but a lot got spent for Draco. I mean, they've got the grab that got used there, the Echo, as well as the pulse bomb from Ability.
Yeah, Oracle Draco had to kind of use all of their ultimates just to sustain here. I mean, they got to stall out, and they got a fight win, but they got to do a lot more than that if they're going to try to hold off here. They got 3 minutes in the clock just to keep that advance from Oracle Hydrus, so we have another fight.
An interesting choice with Bob in a hallway. Not a lot of options for him. A Sleeping Monkey and a Primal Ranging one are going to be met on the high ground as well. Draco going to have to completely back out Dio. A little bit low on health, but back to the top he goes just to die. Rubber are going to be able to secure that pick and put it into a 6v5 now. Draco feeling a little bit iffy as they lose another member. Ability goes down, but it'll be back quickly with a Pulse Bomb at that. Nano Boost ready for safe, but also ready for Tenor, so expect Rubber to be the shiny monkey in the spawn door. There it is. Tesla cannon on max charge at the spawn door. Nothing can be done. But now there's a monkey on payload.
Absolutely. So we're getting to the final push here for it looks like Oracle Hydras will have a very healthy time bank as they complete Numbani with 2 minutes and 19 seconds in the time bank, and we'll see what Oracle Draco can do on their attack.
And you know, for Draco, the biggest thing there is you got a good amount of time off during Streets phase. Numbani, in my opinion, is one of those forever maps where if the teams are good, it's almost a guarantee that you're gonna see them push this into overtime rounds and both achieve that 3-point go, just because the first point, attacker favorite in my opinion. Streets phase, sure. Attacker favorite in my opinion. That last one, if you get a good stop, defenders can take the advantage and suddenly it's a different game. But you get that payload past the bridge and around the corner, and it's just a matter of time. How much time can you bleed off the clock before that payload gets there? Is it going to be captured in overtime, or are you going to have a 2 minute and 19 second time bank?
Yeah. So we'll see what Oracle Draco can do in their attack. They're going to start off here with the Genji on the ability, or the ability on the Genji, I should say, and I'm not sure where this comp is coming from. This is definitely not the meta, but we've seen some efficient Genji plays from different teams. We're going to see what they're going to do on the. Going to start off on the high ground, but I'm not sure where the rest of their team is. I hope they were behind them.
Huh. I'm interested to see how well Mayhem is able to break into this composition on the Brig. They have an extremely mobile composition, but that Brig not really able to utilize any of that mobility, and with the antis coming through, it's going to be difficult at all to stay alive. A big jump. Almost able to keep themselves up. Brad gonna able to find the kill, but 2 already down. Hydras in a bit of dire straits as Lugia finds a nice jumping melee kill onto Jono, letting him know to go ahead and plug his controller back in. It's Draco's time to take the point.
This Oracle Draco is showing signs of life here. I mean, like, we was a little bit of a stall on the point in the last phase here, but it looks like Oracle Draco is going to capture this first point with plenty of time to spare, and maybe make some time up on the Streets phase as we go into the body.
Now they've got their respawns back with the Winston and Azaria, so the stall will be able to come through. The real question is going to be if the focus fire from Draco is there. They don't have anybody to execute at the moment. Its abilities is now coming back from the spawn. Zaffin getting down and dirty. Pulstorm comes out, but Devil's a hungry hippo, able to find it, need it. Brett able to find one. That's going to be just about it. Echoes goes through onto the Honest with extra healing for Hydras, and it's going to be a nano boost real quick coming out onto Rubber. Robinson just to make sure that the remaining members of Draco on point get taken down, and even though they still have a couple of respawns coming through, Hydra should be able to solidify this Kate. But 2 ticks. They got 2 ticks. You still have 2 minutes. That's a good go.
But look at all of Oracle Draco had to use to even get those first 2 ticks. They basically emptied out all of their entire ultimate economy just to get to that point. Meanwhile, Hydra just has both support ultimates in place, and they're going to keep playing forward here.
Oh, it's big that Lugia gets out here. Oh no! Lugia gets out, and that's a big play. You're 90% to your full spawn. You're going to get it the next time you empty a clip. You don't get out. Now your team's got to wait a little bit longer, and with only 1 minute and 30 seconds left, Draco's going to be hard pressed. You have to secure this tick here and now. This is practically last fight territory.
Yeah, very much practically like last territory. I mean, ability will have the blade, and unfortunately, they will not have the nano blade available. We'll get the pulse bomb as well. They're going to get this first kill off, and not a lot of value behind it.
Yeah, that first kill is going to be big from Lugia, but it's to be answered back on the Mayhem, and losing the Brig is going to be a bit of a bigger deal as the kills come through for Hydra's Panzer. Going to be a high charge Zarya in a very small space. Don't want to stay in there and fight. So Hydra's going to be able to hold this high ground as Draco goes back to spawn. But now that Draco's getting some ultimates online, that Dragon Blade is going to be... That's not just a win condition, it's a make or break situation.
And Brubber, look at this, 25 eliminations, 5,600 damage, and almost 10,000 blocked with the bubbles on the Winston. But this is Final Fight territory coming in for Draco. They got to put it all out in the line. But actually, as I said, that the Nano Blade will be available in this next fight. Safe is almost to that Nano, and let's see if the Blade comes out.
This is it. This is either they win it right here off of this Blade, or this gets shut down. But no ultimates, support ultimates online for Hydras. You pay attention for the Graviton. This is all of a sudden a winnable thing.
There it
goes
is.
The Nano Boost. The Dragon Blade is out. The Graviton as well. And able to find one. So they're able to shut down the Blade, but not the kills to follow. Dial able to find one. Devil gonna get these suited. The Echo goes out. Brad gonna have the chance to bring a Dragon Blade online as the DPS from Hydrus go to work, finding themselves a couple of kills. The rally from Mayhem is gonna meet a Dragon Blade coming out from Brad, but Brad quickly taken out of the Echo form. Brought down to 38 health in the sky, very low, but is able to get a little bit of support from the healers and a spin to win from Panzer. I think Hydrus can keep this.
Yeah, overtime we are in overtime, ladies and gentlemen, and Oracle Hydrus looks like it's all but over here. They're going to clear up this last players out the point. It's just not looking too good for Draco. They're going to have the desperation of plays to try to keep players on the point, but it's looking like very grim. And Oracle Hydrus is going to pull this out 2-0.
And you know, I called it. You're not successful on that Dragon Blade. You just don't have anything to offer for the rest of the fight. And the grab was perfect. There wasn't really anywhere else that made sense for the Genji to dash to. So he popped that Graviton up onto the top of the stairs. Genji grabs one, but it's not really that much of a deal. You've got a Brig and a Tracer, so more than likely you're going to be able to stall out if that's what you're playing for. And that's all that Hydrus had to do at the end, was stall out until they can get a couple of more respawns, and then Draco couldn't contend.
Absolutely not. Well, I'm not sure if we're going to go to a break real quick between map 2 and map 3, but either way, let's talk about Blubber once again. I mean, I think that's going to be our player of the match if all things being equal here. I mean, he also played the Winston for the majority of that map, and the value that player got out as well. So what that is a main take for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. He plays the Winston, he plays the Reinhardt. Yeah, there we go. Whereas Winston and the body, 25 eliminations. Again, it's just 6,600 damage. Like, what do you do against that? And just on the other side, I mean, definitely on Reinhardt, it was more attack than defense, but on the Winston's more defense than attack, and 12 final blows, and also 4 ultimates used in that whole entire tournament. And shout outs to Elo Hell Esports for providing us the stats for this tournament. But my goodness, Blubber is just if he's not the MVP, I would be surprised who else is going to step up here. But what do you do in the face of such dominance by this player?
I mean, right now it's almost at the point of you know, try and play a 6v5. Do everything in your power just to shut down Brubber. You take Brubber out of the mix, and then suddenly you're in a 5v6, and maybe you have a little bit better of a chance. But right now with Brubber on the field, it's been a little bit difficult to kind of get anything done. And you kind of touched on this about Brubber, but I think they have more damage blocked on the Winston over the entirety of that first map on Reinhardt. I don't think they ever got above 2,000-3,000.
No, not at all. Not at all. Well, we're gonna take a quick break real quick. We're gonna get into Junkertown next, but we'll see you right after the break for these messages. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by ELOL Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. And welcome back to the Will English Invitational. My name is Will English IV. We've got Scheidel, and we've got the Battle of the Oracles here. And Oracle Hydrus leads our matchup from our first of three matchup here, 2-0. And I wouldn't say a total dominant performance, but definitely it's very obvious who is the difference here for these players. With by the way, I have been told that it's like Flubber but Grubber, I guess, you know, or
Grubber?
I don't know how to
Okay.
pronounce that name, and I'll try to get it
Grubber.
right in the cast, but like yeah, like so like Flubber, it's like Grubber, well, whatever. But like, you know, there's some wacky names here in this tournament. What's not wacky, on the other hand, is that Oracle Hydrus is basically on match point here, and we're going to be going to Junkertown.
Junkertown's one of my favorite maps, and I think this bodes kind of bad for Draco just because I expect to see that Reinhardt Winston come back out. If not the Reinhardt Winston, then the Winston Zarya. Open map, lots of high ground. Definitely big for the jumpy monkey. But I think that for Draco, it's really going to come down to, can you do one of two things? Can you punish the dive if it comes straight at your face? Or can you subvert the dive and find a way to be effective and push through it and be kind of that anti-dive composition? If you're able to do either of those, I think you put yourself back onto an even footing. But if you let Brubber go crazy, it's not going to be a fun game for you. And
No.
also, I think I got the inside take on why Brubber's playing the way that he is.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, little birdie told me over from the bird crew that little chickadee told me that he's the
I knew that was
shortest player
coming.
on the
I
team.
saw that coming, by the way.
Shortest player on the team. So I think they're trying to kind of, step up onto the soapbox into the photograph, get themselves into the back row for once, get themselves a little more attention, if you will. I get it. I get it. My sisters are short. It's rough. But making up for it. Tall plays, big plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is the time to shine, ladies and gentlemen. If you're on the broadcast, you want to put your best foot forward. You want to be able to like kind of flex a little bit on the broadcast, and I totally get that. I mean, like some people, that's their motivation. It's just like, hey, as long as I'm being featured here, I might as well play my best. But either way, we're gonna get into this map in Junkertown. It is map point for Oracle Hydrus, and they can move on to the tournament. Now, again, we are in the knockout stage, ladies and gentlemen. So for the rest of the tournament, it is win or go home. No more losses, no more second chances, ladies and gentlemen. So we will see what Hydrus can do. Or can Oracle Draco, I mean, they showed some signs of life in the past two maps here. I mean, they know how to play Overwatch. Can they pull off the reverse sweep? I mean, the chat is a little bit differentiated behind those two, but I want to see some more Overwatch. And Junkertown is a map you could step up and stall it out for the length of time. I mean, I'm a little bit afraid of that as we go into this map because I don't see a lot of teams finishing it out. I see a lot of stalls and draws and just straight up jankiness into the map.
Yeah, this is definitely a map where you get to the third point, whether it's overtime or you got time left, you're high-fiving and GGing and all sorts of things.
Well, Oracle Hydrus has stayed on the attacking side. They're going to start off with the attack, and they're going to pull out the Widow on Zaphon. And it's just, already gets a headshot, and the Ashe is already down.
And that's the thing about Junkertown. Long sight lines throughout the entirety of the map until you get to that final point. So the Widowmaker going to be extremely useful, and it's going to make it very difficult for Lugia to kind of get in on this Tracer. And we talked a little bit on the break. You saw that card come up on your screens about the difference between Zaphon and Lugia on the Tracers last go round. But what that showed you wasn't necessarily a difference in player skill. It was the fact that Lugia just didn't have as many opportunities as Zaphon on the Tracer to be effective. And then same thing is going to happen here with Zaphon on the Widowmaker, with Lugia not able to kind of make up these really long sight lines, because once you get into close quarters, now you're contending with a McCree and a Baptiste. It makes it very, very hard as a Tracer to get your job done.
And just while we were talking about that entire segment here, Oracle Hydrus has already capped this first point. They have come to play, ladies and gentlemen. No more stalls for this first point. And Zaphon and the Widowmaker already has 3 eliminations already in the first part of this map. I mean, one of them was a headshot, which we saw on the camera. But meanwhile, Oracle Hydrus is looking to move this card forward. It's just like a blistering pace for Junkertown.
But Draco's, they're set up exactly where they need to be. They swapped the composition around. Now they have the long-range hit scan for a bit of contest. And they can take this fight here on the high ground. Beautiful accretion gonna come through from Devil, but getting mighty low. Ability able to find the opening kill. That's big. Brad now down. They only have long-range charge-up damage from the Widowmaker and can't make any quick decisions on the DPS front unless Tanner decides to toss out a couple of orbs into Lugia's face, which will get the job done. Dueling cannons in a small room. Just reminds me of those metal marbles on the desk where you kind of pull them back and you let them go and they just kunk.
I thought you were talking about Hungry Hippos. You know, that ages me a bit. But meanwhile, Oracle Hydra is going to start off with just like all the ultimates. They're going to commit 3 to this fight: the window, the Gravitic Flux, and for the Baptiste window as well. But like either way, look, there's no answer here coming from Oracle Draco. They're just going to walk out to this point. This is almost a speed run at this point here to see if they can clear Junkertown the fastest ever seen possible. 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, and Zappa is just wrecking shop on the other side. We don't even see it right now.
And that's the downside to going against one of these Widowmakers. You pop forward into these long sight lines and get a lot of kills and value prior to the fight even beginning. I mean, honestly, I'd like to see Lugia concede the Tracer battle. Go to something that can be a little bit more effective.
Well,
of course, gets a kill right as I say that.
Well, maybe not. I mean, again, Oracle Draco will not exactly down in ult economy, but like they got to do something here. Otherwise, they're going to be facing a really high time bank from Hydras. I mean, Tensor also is looking to be a 3rd DPS as well. Is going to get a kill onto the ability.
Brad waiting for the perfect moment as the Dragons on high from Draco aren't going to find any kills. Protected by the payload, able to find Lugia. That's going to be a big pick. Now there's no threat to the back line of Hydras. They're able to freely rotate around this center point. Brad able to find a pick on the Dio as well, and there goes the Hammond off to the races, able to find a couple of knocks and put the minefield into play. And that's going to stop Draco from exiting from the left side freely. Going to funnel them over to the right and make it easy for Hydras to find the kills.
So we're entering into Final Fight territory. I mean, like Oracle Draco will have an attack phase, but at the same time, this is almost a speed run. This is the largest time bank I think I've ever seen on Junkertown, and we're getting into Final Fight territory. They're just going to try to see if Oracle Draco one last stand to just stop the bleeding, as it were. And Zappa is just hunting with that Widowmaker, looking for that sniper rifles, looking for heads. It's uncontested on this high ground. It's going to take a free reign on all the points. Meanwhile, I don't know if anybody's in this cart to stop it. And Tensor and Brad are going to come up to 2 more kills. The hamster wheel of Dio is going to try to stall this out, but it looks like all but over, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to have a high time back and moving on there. But I'm not sure though. You know, they're going to clear out the rest of this point, and the hamster wheel is the last kill. If we can get them off, yes, and then get the mercy as well.
Get back, but it's just a quick little continuation in the sense. See how much time we can get off of the clock one by one. You can see them waiting in the wings, but 3 minutes and 20 seconds at the end of Junkertown is not just an impressive time bank, but it's actually a daunting one. This is not, like you said, this is not a map that people finish too frequently.
No.
So to finish it with only 40 seconds off of your initial starting time, hats off to Hydras. Draco's got a big task ahead of him.
Well, it is do or die for Oracle Draco. Like, as you mentioned, 3 minutes and 21 seconds into the time bank. If they can beat the time bank, they'll have a chance of winning it. But if they don't, then they have to hold off Hydras for another attack here as well. But then also, too, Hydras can win this if they just hold Oracle Draco maybe back at the payload stop as well. So either way, we've got 13 seconds, and like I said, it's do or die for Oracle Draco. Either they play the win, or they're going home, and we'll see what they can do in their attack.
I like the composition from Draco. They're kind of just laying into the, we need to roll them. We can't allow them to make space and keep it. If they can have any sort of space, we already saw what's going to happen with it. So shut Zaffin down, force them to take close quarters fights, and make sure that you can dish out lots of damage when Grubber comes in.
All right, so Zaffan just lurking on the outside, looking for those kills in the interim. Not a lot of action going on so far, and his cart is just moving forward. I'm not sure if this is the troll plays coming in, but they're going to come onto the high ground right behind them and see if they can get attack the back line. And the Brad is going to get a kill along with Blubber yet again, and just going to clear off Draco. It's just they saw a little bit of hope and a little bit hope to get to this next point here, but Oracle Hydra says, nah, we're going to play to win and stop them here. And Oracle Draco is just going to have to regroup one more time. 3 minutes and 8 seconds left in the time bank. They're already probably not going to make the better time bank, but they got to do something now, or else they're going to get a full hold here. And Zafa is just standing uncontested off of the high ground. He's got a free reign and a shooting gallery to take out whatever player he can, and he's just going to get started.
And you can see the blue outlines jiggle peeking that corner, nobody having any freedom to really move around. And I like the fact that Draco doesn't stick with the Bastion composition. Once you're off the payload, that's done and dusted. So good on them for that. Lugia back onto the Tracer, however, a bit of a questionable decision. There are no real soft, squishy, one-clippable targets for you to get into in the way that Hydrus is playing this game.
So here we go again. We're gonna get down to like it's 2 minutes and 23 seconds left of the clock, and it's looking all but over for Hydrus, and they're gonna have to, or for Draco, and see if they can get a little bit of value off of this. But meanwhile, the Brad is gonna be in the high ground with the McCree is trying to click heads. The Deadeye is online, so maybe they can use that to zone people out. Draco has no ultimates whatsoever, so they're trying to get at least some value off. But also the window comes out from Widowmaker as well. They get or at least the wall hacks, as I like to call it, and then now they know where the exact team are. And again, still uncontested, still out here, just picking off heads. Like, they have to know that he's standing out there. Can they do anything about it? Can they just counter it? I don't know if the Widow can stay there that long on the outside of the field.
And that's where Draco, you have to bring a long-range hit scan to the field here. Your Winston can't be committed to going out there, leaving everybody else vulnerable for the counter push from Hydrus, and without anybody to really go back there, this is the freedom. The Widowmaker stands all the way back there. Zenyatta off-center to her left, our right now, protected by those boxes in the Widowmaker, and then the rest of the team just splits this archway, this pathway, and there's no clear path for Draco to come through and focus fire or dive onto a single target without leaving some form of their composition extremely vulnerable.
Well, as we were working with all of that, Lugia is trying to will their team to win. They got 3 kills in that last fight, and I also don't want to know if there was a nano on the Mercy for some reason. But either way, Zafan is back and ready to rack shop here. 3 kills coming inside for Oracle Hydrus, and it's getting to desperation time. The Primal Rage comes out from Dio as well, trying to get something out of it, and gets no value off of it as well. 42 seconds left on the clock. It's all it's desperation time at this point. We are in final fight territory, and if they don't do something now, it's going to be over for their tournament run here at the Invitational.
You got the motivation you need. The question is, can you push the buttons and get the stuff done? Can you clip the heads and get the kills? There's the high noon from ability to start things off, everybody finding a box or a fence to hide behind. Draco pushes on to their last push, 17 seconds left on the clock, opening up the kill onto Brad. It's gonna be a good thing for Draco. Dio getting mighty low, but gonna hit the nano boost just to stay alive. The immortality field and the transcendence both spin at the same time as the window, so no support ultimates are gonna be online for Hydrus here in the final fight. Jono getting mighty low, but able to squeak out for just a couple of seconds as the inevitable comes down. Lugia, ability, and safe. All able to find themselves a piece of the kill feed for Draco. They've got the bodies, they've got the payload, and they will get the point.
My goodness, and like they waited until the last second to flare for the dramatic here. There was like their backs were against the wall, and they're going to capture this first point, move on. Ability as McCree though, 6 eliminations, almost 2,700 damage done, and 4 final blows, and just trying to will their team to win here. Oracle Draco's going to be moving on, but they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to try to attack this other time bank.
Yeah, pacing is going to be important here, and the issue is you no longer control the pace, the payload does. That minefield going to make it difficult for anybody to stay on point, as well as the payload. Not going to be moving anywhere, just going to be softly contested. The kills coming through for Hydrus. The big gravitic flux from Panzer being the tank, aptly named. Hydrus are going to get a good defense here.
Absolutely. 3 kills came on the side for Oracle Hydra. So Panzer as Sigma already has 29 limbs. But Rivals were saying that Lugia is going to get 3 kills and goes down by the Brad. But either way, the payload is stopped moving. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to move the cart. There is a payload in this game type here, but it's going to be moving forward here. Let's see if they can at least get to second point here. They got 1:26 left to go. And not a lot of ultimates on the other side. The Valkyrie comes out as well. I'm not sure if it's just the same member of their team, but we got one more fight coming up.
Yeah, and since you don't have a dedicated shield like Panzer, it is very important that you keep yourself in a position on the environment where you're not be subjected to long distance damage. Brad on the soldier is going to be a difficult thing to deal with. Lugia as well going to fall for Draco now. 6v5 in favor of Hydrus, make that 6v4. Attack Visor comes out to finish the last remaining members of Draco onto the flanks and into the back line. So Hydra's going to keep this pretty strong. Oh, Lugia into a bit of a mix-up. A Helix Rocket barely missing.
Oh my goodness. And so 46 seconds left of the clock here. Oracle Draco has nothing to work with. They have the Graviton Surge and along with the Nano, but that is about it. And I'm not sure if you want to see a Nano with high-powered Zarya. I sure don't. But they like this cart is not moving. It is moving backwards, not forwards, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to go. You have to do something here, Oracle Draco, or your tournament is going to come to an end. And Lugia is going to start a hero plays yet again. It gets taken down by Tinker, and it's just going to start all over again. Panzer is also going to get killed. Well, Surge. Oh no, he ate the Graviton Surge. How does that work? Panzer, the kills are coming in for the side of Hydrogen. It looks like all but over 10 seconds left on the clock, and there is no one here on this card. It is all over for Oracle Jacob. They can touch. Lugia's going to try to make the hero play if he can. Panzer 33 kills, and that's going to be it. Overtime is going to take away. There's no one here. Bloomer is going to make sure that that's going to be it, and that is going to be the game. Oracle Hydras is going to take this 3-0 and move on into the bracket.
That kinetic grasp was huge from Panzer. I mean, you're over here making the fight for Brubber as MVP, but Panzer's been there in support this whole time, and on the Sigma this go around has just been nutty. I mean, absolutely insane. The triple with the Groot Flux, and then eating the Graviton with that kinetic grasp. Beautiful play and pick up on Sigma.
Oh my gosh. So congratulations to Oracle Hydras for moving on to the bracket. And unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to Oracle Draco. Once again, thank you both for coming into the Invitational and making it this far. But, you know, Oracle Hydras is the bitter Oracle today. And I wish I could make an Oracle pun, but I don't know how to set it up. So I'm just going to say the Battle of the Oracles. Maybe one Oracle didn't come true today.
Yeah. We found out who the true Oracle is.
Ha!
There we go.
I like that. I like that. And before we continue, Shadow, I want to give you the honor of giving the player of the match for here. And I know we had a couple of different candidates here, but I want you to pick this because I have a bias.
Tenor.
Okay.
You know, I don't think that anything that happened today for Hydras was possible without the support lane that they brought to the table. We did a lot of talking about how important these tanks have been, how much space they've been able to do, but a tank can't do that if they're dead. So the support's doing a fantastic job of keeping their tanks up, and specifically on Numbani, the anti-nades that came through while Draco was trying to push through that high ground were so perfectly timed between the Winston bubbles and the Zarya bubbles that they consistently were getting 3 or 4 people at a time and staying alive as well. Even when it came down to having to fend for themselves against a Winston, hit the sleep dart, was able to survive, find a health pack, get a nade in, and then find their team to stay alive. So I think for me, it's going to go to Tenor.
Absolutely. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Tenor is going to be your player of the match for this matchup here in the top 16. So now they're going to move on into top 8. So before we go, this is going to be our last showing for me and Shiloh. So thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Let's do a little bit of a bracket update. Our top 8. Well, I was going to say our top 8 is almost set here, but Solstice Pyro has qualified into top 8. Cryogenic, and they'll be playing in our first match over there. Avidity and Oracle Hydras, as you just saw in the broadcast, they're in the next match as well. We're still waiting for the result. The Weird Squad has moved forward, so FA Void is out, and I'm getting to it. See, I saved the best for last. Bird Society Chickadees is going to be playing against Initial Drift, and that match will be on the stream later. Will be on next. I believe that Dry and Sir Waltham is going to be carrying us into this next match here, but that's going to do it for us this afternoon. You'll see me later on to the broadcast, but Shido, thank you for joining us, and a lovely having you on the broadcast. It's an honor and a pleasure.
That was a blast.
Absolutely. We'll be right back with our next matchup, which is going to be Bird Society Chickadees versus Initiative Drift. Don't go anywhere. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org.
pretty place. We'll get this soon. We'll get this soon.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org. And welcome back to the Will English Invitational. My name is Will English IV, and we've got two new casters and another match on the deck. But first, I want to say hi to both Sir Waltham and Dryad for their first time on the cast this afternoon. How are you doing, Sir Waltham? Lovely background, by the way. Oh.
As I was saying, now
Oh.
now that my mic is all repaired, fixed,
okay.
hopefully a little bit better. Absolutely looking good, feeling good. Bringing out the suit, the tie. This is an invitational after all. You got to roll out the red carpet. Folks at home can't see it, but there is literally a red carpet beneath my feet.
Well, I really appreciate that. And Dryad, I mean, also coming in clutch as well with the Diva drip. I see you over there.
Yeah, that's right. I really like this jacket. I got it recently, and I'm just happy. I was like, when I wore it the first time, I was like, that's a really nice jacket. And I was like, you know what? This is the perfect opportunity to wear it again, for this invitational. So here we are. It's a little bit of a different styles, right? But I think it works out.
Well, you can see me. I mean, people are taking this event seriously and they're dressing up. I mean, I was asked the question, but I was like, look, guys, this is my outfit. I'm a logo now. I can't go without it. So I just like on Sunday I wear the USA World Cup jersey. That's just how it's gonna work. But either way, I'm very happy that both of you are being here to carry us into this next match. Which, I mean, you lucked out. This is gonna be the barn burner here. It's gonna be Initial Drift versus Bird Society, and the chat is already heating up on this one. I mean, like Initial Drift being our grand finalist last time under the attack mode banner. So we're gonna see if they can march to victory. And then of course Bird Society. I mean, like I said, who doesn't like birds?
True. That's pretty much everything, right? All about birds. This is a really good team as well. I think it's gonna be a fun match. And it always gets more and more interesting as we get closer to those finals. I think this match is going to be very very important for that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I mean, I can speak for myself and Dryad if she doesn't mind. We've definitely seen, the Initial Drift team come out in that attack mode form. But to see this new branding, same team, same familiar faces, it's going to be a good performance, I anticipate.
Well, absolutely. Well, I'm going to get out of the way and let the professionals do the work. Sir Waltham, Dryad, why don't you take us away to this next match?
Fantastic. Always a love doing it. Thank you very much, Will English. And it's going to be Chickadees versus Initial Drift, as you mentioned. And we are in the round of 8. That means the maps are going to change up just a little bit here, Dryad.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing those differences coming through, and I think this is where we're gonna be seeing a little bit more of the teams and how adaptable they are when it comes to maps and compositions as well. Because at this point, everyone has already seen a little bit of what everyone has brought, but this is when you bring those surprises. And for those both of these two teams, they already brought them from the beginning. I believe for the San Chickadees, they made a change right on the first day where the tank was playing support and they won the match. So we already saw some surprises, but I know there's more to come.
Yeah, certainly a lot of surprises as we do look towards that first map, which I'm now getting word is going to be Busan here, Dryad. And we're seeing a lot of different options come out for a lot of different maps. It doesn't feel like there's anything that's extremely dominant in the meta right now, like where, there was definitely a dive era. There was definitely that GOATS era where it was the 3-3. But right now, it still feels like people are trying to figure it out, whether it's double bubble, whether it's some sort of dive hybrid. A lot of different options people are trying to play and run around with.
Yeah, there's a lot of options, especially in tournaments like this, where You can win if you have a really good, if your team is really good at specific composition that the enemy is not prepared. We might see some differences here and there. We've seen a lot of the Ryan Diva coming through recently, and it's one of my favorite compositions. I love seeing it. But it doesn't mean that we're going to only see the brawl until the end. They can always play other compositions, maybe dive, depending on some maps. Busan being a really good map, maybe for downtown they want to run a little bit more of that dive and see if it works out. And we're going to start out with this map, so we're going to figure it out.
Yeah, we are going to that downtown map. One I'm particularly fond of. We're going to be getting to see a little bit of sniper action, a little bit of long range hit scan maybe coming through, but of course we do have a few seconds before we actually see these gates open up with the actual character selections.
Yeah, that's right. So making those decisions at the beginning, but I believe at the level that these two teams have, they're already pretty sure of the compositions that they want to run from the beginning. It's going to be a lot of discussions that they have with their coaches and their team itself, and we already see. A very similar composition is going to be the Oriza and Diva. Not so standard, but like we said, that is definitely what we were expecting here.
And as we can see, Initial Drift going to be starting off on that red team with that composition that you were talking about. Both teams running out with the Torbjorn May. Interestingly enough, a nice halt coming in from the Orisa, really trying to pull everybody together, make it so much more deadly for Initial Drift to get in there and pry that damage. And already we can see the kills coming through. Baptiste, the Orisa falling, but then Initial Drift losing their Torbjorn, still managing to stabilize just a little bit here. It looks like they're going to be good for this first point capture.
Yeah, just like that is going to be a lot of control from the side of Initial Drip. That initial fight always being so important. Now is going to allow them to take that position to scout for when Bird Society come back. And with those ultimates as well, is going to be very good. That supercharger, the sooner the Initial Drift is able to build it, the better it's going to be for them to win the next fight. We know how strong this ultimate can be. And just like that, Bird Society Chickadee is slowly approaching, just taking the longer route to get there.
Taking just a little bit of time, but the cautious approach might prove to be a little bit more prudent for them. They're going to take down that turret from Rocket early on, but now they're going to have to fight into an amplification matrix. Going to make things a little bit more difficult. They're trying to take cover within this theater. Might find them a little bit of value, at least until they can wait out that amplification matrix. But Rocket going in, has that molten core, going to be ready to throw it into the theater, ready to burn everybody alive. The Diva trying to eat up as much of that magma as possible, but Rocket's still able to get one for their efforts, even forcing out the sound barrier as Initial Drifts is dropped as well. Now it's going to be the Blizzard coming in from Initial Drift, able to just clean up everybody except Chaotic. Still gets taken down by a couple shots from Lucio.
And like you said, that sound barrier of spores that is huge from the start of Initial Drift, already passing almost at 60%, and not having this ultimate is going to be so important. Didn't get any value, and they had to use it a little bit more reactive to what Initial Drift was doing. Ideally, you want to initiate with those ultimates, but now you're in a little bit of a disadvantage. And versus Chickadees, they don't have as much time.
Ooh, and early on, Skirt going to be taken down. Bird Society Chickadee in a rather rough spot. The Diva Bomb just adding on top of that Initial Drift, able to get a 3K with it.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing else they could do. 3 kills right at the end, going to pass on 90%. So Chickadees, they're going to be delayed for what it could be potentially the last fight. Supercharger is going to be ready for Initial Drift, and in many cases, that's pretty much all that you need.
And that's going to be a hard engagement that Bird Society Chickadee now has to take, but the Diva Bomb goes in, takes down one. Can't quite turn it around fast enough, though, as Bird Society continuing to lose their members. Chaotic, however, able to get 2 kills with the Icicles. Some nice headshots coming clean there. It is going to be point progress being gained for Chickadee, but they are struggling to keep this hold. Neptune trying to duel out with Hawk Waffle. Hawk Waffle almost taking a ride on the train, but that last train to Busan's not going to be connecting this time.
13% the Chickadees was able to get, but it doesn't seem like they will be getting any more. They can try to touch, but the number advantage as well going for Initial Drift, and it's just a matter of the cleanup before they take the point.
Certainly is, as Chickadee continues to lose their members. That Baptiste might have been the final nail in the coffin. It's all up to cleaning the Orisa. That's going to be no problem for Initial Drift. The Blizzard going high into the sky as a celebration, and downtown goes to Initial Drift.
Good initiation from this team. I love seeing the aggression every time, and versus Chickadees this time around, it seems like they were never able to catch up to that speed that is going to be so important now, especially that we're going to Mecha Base, a map that is known a little bit more for the Rhine play style that comes through. It has to be aggressive. You have to get those initial kills and take control of the point. So initial drift looking very strong, always building that ultimate economy first, and versus Kitty is there a little bit behind, but I know they can catch up now.
They certainly have the opportunity here. Nothing out of the question for either of these two teams. Once again, we're seeing very similar compositions coming through with the Rhine and D.Va. The McCree coming up, not exactly an unfamiliar pick.
Yeah, this is something that we know, and I really want to see this maze going against each other. We saw very good performances from them before, and there you go, the May walls coming through at the same time.
And neither Maywall really sectioning off vital members of those teams, so no kills immediately able to be capitalized upon. But Chickadee lose a lifeline. That Baptiste loss means a lot of healing gonna be out of the way for the blue team on Bird Society. And now initial drift just on this cleanup.
Yeah, they lose the Baptiste at the beginning, and that is a crucial pick for initial drift to take control of the point. They're going to also maintain the high ground here. They're going to play aggressive, not let versus Chickadees take any sort of space or percentage. And once again, initial drift taking the advantage versus Chickadees, they have to build those ultimates. That amplification might be the opening for them.
Certainly might. We'll see exactly how these teams go and cope with one another. Maywall going to be coming up from initial drift, splitting the team of Chickadee right in half as now Chickadee tries to swing heavy. The Earth Shatter goes out, but Crimson not able to land too much. Immortality Field able to save quite a few members from the Bird Society squad. Tempt able to get the Baptiste down as well, ensuring that no more Immortality Field, no amplification dangerous progress going to be on the field. D.Va Bomb goes out. Maywall to block, however, Ship not going to be finding too much with that. Tempt trying to just funnel damage to that D.Va. Eventually will get the D-Mech, but they lose sight of the Lucio, and that's where their loss comes in.
Yeah, there's a couple kills coming through for Bird Society, but it's a little bit too late. Now they're going to be staggered for next fight, and in the meantime, Initial Drift with a very, very good ultimate economy, they can initiate with the Blizzard here, along with the Sound Bear if they want to play aggressive in him. Even though I don't think that's going to be the case, he definitely looked very confident to win the next couple fights.
A lot of ultimates in the pockets for both these teams. 4 by my count here, Dryad. We're going to be seeing the high noon drop first. The Maywall coming out, Rocket not able to find too much, does find Chaotic though. Chaotic walking right into the line of sight for that McCree. Unfortunate spot, and now Initial Drift in a very good position to continue with their momentum. Crimson taking a little bit of a wailing though, eventually brought to their knees, as now Maxwell trying to lay down these beams of frost, trying to just deal a little bit of damage to the D.Va as well. Does get the freeze, locking that D.Va in place, but it's not going to stop the D.Va from dropping that D.Va bomb. Rocket, however, nobody told them that they need to stop killing, because they have not.
Tempt has gotten a couple kills, but it doesn't seem like it's enough for Chickadees to take control of the point. The Shatter is going to be ready.
Oh no!
Oh wait! No!
Oh, that is a backbreaker for Skirt, actually
Oh.
getting the Earth Shatter canceled by Rocket's flashbang. Great read on that one, and now Chickadees have to try to lean in without a Rhyme, without a Doofus, and without a Lucio. It's gonna be tough, but they get somebody on the point just to be able to touch. We do see Zetsubo just trying to spin around, dropping right on top of the D.Va bomb. Not gonna be long for this world. Sent back to spawn as Temp now trying to take some high ground, but immediately contested by the May, by the D.Va. Brought so low, eventually put into the ground. Chaotic diving right onto point to try to get some sort of action happening here. Not gonna happen as Skyward continues to put the bullets down and getting Initial Drift their second point.
Just like that, they take control of the first map. Really good job from this team so far. Initial Drift taking the initiation of every single fight, and just like that, taking the advantage. That Shatter that we saw getting canceled, that was so unfortunate. I don't think they were expecting that. Immediately got taken down, and at the end, all you can do is try to touch with your team, seeing if you can get a couple kills. But it's going to be really hard to get that recontest, especially getting to that 100% when you didn't get it at the beginning. So already Chickadee is in a little bit of a disadvantage, but we always talk about the differences that are control maps and that first map that can affect a team so much, and then you see them winning every single map that we see right after.
Yeah, you're certainly right about that, Dryad. Control plays a little bit different than the rest of the maps, a little bit less objective focused, so maybe we'll see these teams kind of have a little bit of a mindset swap as we do look towards our next map, which I'm understood to be King's Row, and one I'm very excited about.
King's Row is going to be the perfect map to define the level between these two teams and how close they are. Busan is a very unique map where you can play different things, just like we saw the Orisa and D.Va that have very different styles. The D.Va being able to move a little bit better, and Arisa being more of that standing in that position, being very good at holding that position. So, uh, as we go into King's Row, you have the opportunity to play that Reinhardt again, and potentially the Diva or Saria if teams want to bring it. I love seeing the Saria, and I love when teams bring the Saria. Even when the enemy Diva is getting a lot of peeling, you can still play very aggressive. You can get a lot of energy, a couple kills as well for anyone who's in a bad position. So for any of these two teams to bring it, then I would love to see it.
Yeah, and you mentioned teams that aren't quite as sharp can get absolutely capitalized upon. That's something Bird Society might have to just be a little bit more aware of. Initial Drift seem really good at catching out any of those weak interactions, those weak moments, and really picking them apart. And that might be very crucial, as you mentioned, as we go on to King's Row.
Absolutely, and we already see what the defense of Chickadees is going to be bringing, and it will be the Rhine Diva. Just like the meta is right now, it seems like it hasn't changed in the last couple months, but there's a lot of variety as well to bring. So I really like this start. The main concern for me is to see them playing more aggressive, taking those initial kills, and always using those ultimates first, kind of controlling every single fight, and that way they can make that comeback.
We'll see if the comeback is real as Initial Drift starts off on initial attack. We see them going to head here with this Mei, with the McCree. Once again, nothing too out of the box from what we saw on Busan in that mecha base. And now both these teams just trying to struggle to get or defend that choke point. The Mei wall comes up, buying Initial Drift a little bit of space and cutting off Tempt. A rough spot to be in, that McCree falling early on with no immortality field now for the side of Chickadee. Leaves them in a little bit more of a vulnerable spot than you might prefer. Ship trying to dive onto the high ground does take down Zetsuo. Eventually going to be getting that Diva advantage over as well. Now, it's the freeze coming in big from the Maze on both these sides, but it looks like it favors Initial Drift just a little bit more.
Oh yeah, it's going to definitely benefit them here, and Chickadees are not going to have time to recontest or just have to give up the point. Initial Drift is going to have a lot of time to go into streak phase, and with a very, very good ultimate economy, we do see the Reinhardt already having that shatter, while the Reinhardt from Chickadees doesn't have it yet, almost, but not yet. So there's when you start seeing the differences between the aggression coming through and Initial Drift, they have to do a really good job here taking that space.
Yeah, and you talk about ult difference. I'm looking at those Divas almost, well, more than double on the Initial Drift side, but either way, it's going to be Rocket who starts off this fight, taking down the Chaotix, and that's so fascinating because Chickadee had the amplification matrix to go in a little bit more aggressively. It's going to be Skirt now, goes in for an aggressive charge, can't quite find it off the back end of that shatter, and now they're getting picked apart by Initial Drift, the Diva Bomb only amplifying to the pain. It's a McCree versus McCree fight, Rocket fighting the hammer, having no shame there, throwing the damage in, but you get the cart progress move and you're not going to complain.
Yeah, one by one, they got taken down from the side of Chickadees, and just like that, they have to go again. They still have another opportunity to hold the defense into street phase, but it's not going to be really easy, especially when Initial Drift still with the ultimate economy, and they're going to try to control the space. They're doing it perfectly with that Reinhardt. They don't want to let Chickadees take a single kill, and they've done it so far.
It's going to be the high noon zoning everybody out. The Maywall has to come up, but Chaotic then cuts off their own team from being able to test the cart as efficiently. Flashbang from Rocket stunning out that aggression just a little bit longer. Tempt able to take down one with that May dropping. That might be the turnaround here, especially now as Chickadee going to be dropping their own Blizzard. Reinhardt goes down. That means a lot of the staying power gone for the attacking Initial Drift, and this is suddenly a very tough spot for them to have to try to hold, as now Rocket trying to fight the Baby Diva can't quite find it.
Oh, it seems like the defense is able to take control. There you go with the Maywall as well, isolating a few members, and the spawn advantage is not really going to be for the side of Initial Drift yet, as they didn't get that second point. So perfect situation for Chickadees to hold the point for a little bit longer, but look at the ultimate economy. They don't really have much to use. The amplification has to be effective. They don't have any other option. They are going to either push the side of Initial Drift away, waiting for that ultimate to go, or they're going to have to get a couple kills to guarantee the victory.
Initial Drift much closer on that high noon than their opponents, but as you mentioned, Chickadee does have that amplification matrix. Initial Drift doing a quick wraparound, and that amplification matrix is going to be prompted rather immediately. Initial Drift just backing off, not wanting to get too heady into that fight, knowing that a lot of damage could be going their way, and they're going to lean in to Rocket's high noon, and a lot of space being given up by the Bird Society right now might come back to bite them, but so far the only thing they've lost is Zetsubo on that D.Va, and the hammers are going all over the place for both these McCrees. Eventually, Skirt does fall, and with the defense losing their Reinhardt, it's going to be a lot harder to maintain this space and contest that cart.
And one by one, once again, they get taken down, and just like that, Initial Drift, they get all the members, and they will be taking that second point with quite a lot of time remaining. For that last part, we see Maxwell, a few of those stats, has been doing insane on that Mei, isolating the members, getting a couple kills. A Blizzard gets it's ready so fast, and that is one of the biggest differences, especially in this map.
The D.Va Bomb goes high, Ship able to take down one. The Earth Shatter, however, from Skirt reigns true onto a large member of the Initial Drift, but that Reinhardt goes down after the animation, meaning that not a lot of follow-up able to be had. Initial Drift so close.
And it's going to be potentially a one more fight for ultimates, almost 5 ultimates to use for Initial Drift on the attacking side. Versus Society, they still have the sound barrier to defend themselves, they still have the Blizzard, they have to be effective this time around. Oh,
that's a tough spot to be in. Hawkwaffle does get one nice boot coming in from the Lucio. You got to see one every once in a while, but Rocket just dropping that high noon all around cart, funneling everybody to be forced to take cover behind the cart or behind boxes, not contesting. That's able to claim back one tempt. Not going to be able to do it all on their McCree lonesome. That cart will make its way to third with just under 3 minutes.
it seems like it would have been possible if we didn't see Chaotic getting taken down so early with the Blizzard as well. But that was also a very good target focus from this side of Initial Drift. Got the kill onto the Mei, and with that they guaranteed the space that they needed. Versus side Chickadee is the only time that we saw them winning that fight was on second point. And then it was a really good rotation from Initial Drift that it seems like they weren't really expecting, as the amplification matrix didn't really get any value, and then again they didn't have any ultimate. So Chickadees, they have to play a little bit more aggressive this time around. The composition I think is working perfectly fine, but there's a few picks that shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, I definitely tend to agree. I would edit that statement a little bit. They need to play as aggressively as Chaotic, because we see Chaotic leaning in a lot of times, but just not quite being met up with their tanks. Otherwise, right on the money with that one, Dryad. As now we look ahead, Bird Society on their opportunity to attack here. They're at that initial choke, just waiting to go through. Maywall's coming in, but Maxwell taking down Chaotic. That aggression tending to pay off every once in a while. Gets the Mei kill early on, and that seems like the go signal for the Bird Society. Setsubo gonna be taken down out of Mecha. Ship pretty much having free reign around the back end of Bird Society before they eventually regroup with their team, but Bird Society getting some positioning on the point. It's gonna be the McCree flashbangs meeting one another. Initial Drift hobbled up in this hotel. That's a very uncomfortable spot as 2 points have already been given over.
Oh, but already 2 takes. It seems like it's going to be harder for Initial Drift to take it back, but there they are. They're going to give it a try, and so far, no kill so far.
Oh, and the Earth Shatter from Skirt had a huge opportunity to change things around. Couldn't quite find it, but neither could Crimson. You're looking at advantages for this now attacking team. Big brawl going in onto point that seems to favor Initial Drift. Once they get their team back together in full force, they're able to restabilize.
But yeah, that was a really good fight I saw from Initial Drift. They had their rotations. They seem like a very patient team, even when they play aggressive. They know that they had to make their rotation into hotel, wait a little bit, even when they lost 2 ticks, and then play aggressive when all members were ready. That's exactly what they did. They wasted a couple of seconds for Chickadees, and if they keep doing this, they might just take the victory of this second map as well.
Will certainly be draining a lot of time off the bank for Chickadee. Chickadee not able to get it on that first push already puts them in a slightly worse spot than their opponents. As now we can see, though, Chickadees do have quite a few ultimates on their board to match their opponents in Initial Drift. That Maywall gonna be coming through. Rocket able to get Hawkwaffle on the transition outside of the window. With that, the McCree, the Lucio, all out. This is already not looking great for the Chickadee squad.
they definitely need all members to be able to win that fight, because initial drift, they're not getting taken down, and all that is happening for them is that they're building ultimates over and over again, already having that sound barrier as well to defend themselves a little bit better, even if they don't want to play with it aggressively. Chickadees, they still have a lot of time remaining, but they need one effective ultimate to guarantee that fight.
We'll see if they can land it. The Blizzard goes out. Maxwell able to connect, not eaten up by the D.Va. Neither is the Blizzard from Chaotic, but it's the D.Va bomb from Ship that really comes in hot and heavy, as now Ship continues to just deal that damage into the back end of Bird Society. Not really being dealt with is this D.Va, able to just be that absolute brawler of a tank.
2 kills with the self-destruct, and this is pretty much all that you need, especially because Chickadees, they lost their Lucio. They lost that speed and that healing that they needed so bad, and after that there's nothing you can do. You pretty much just have to reset and go again. About a minute remaining, so 2 fights, a lot of ultimates, but this time if they have to use 3 at the same time in order to win, then they have to commit it.
Earth Shatter goes in. Crimson able to get down 2. That's both the tanks, but Aquawaffle very preemptive on that sound barrier. As the High Noon from Temps now coming in. A lot of zoning getting utilized from these ultimates. The self-destruct, the Deadeye coming in. Temps able to take down the Lucio. A little bit of help from Aquawaffle once again. As now we can see Chickadees continue to build up that point progress, and somebody from Initial Drift has to be on point. That's going to be Ship, but not for long. Now the May quick to be cleaned up next, and with that, first point goes to Bird Society.
There you go, Bird Society now looking better on that fight. They knew what ultimates to use. They started and they were able to stay alive thanks to that sound barrier. Just like that, they were able to play a little bit more aggressive, get the kills. And Initial Drift, it seems like their positioning wasn't really expecting the aggression from Chickadees. If they can keep this momentum going, they can get second point as well. I already like seeing how much phase they're taking.
Yeah, very crucial here that Bird Society does not let Initial Drift get that major archway. That's going to be the first choke point of Street Space, basically given up for free. I knew trying to come in from Rocket, trying to find something, but Chaotic throwing in a Blizzard of their own, forcing that cancel from Rocket. Chaotic able to take down Neptune, and now with that, Bird Society Chickadee can really get aggressive. They have the Lucio, their opponent doesn't. They can just speed in if they really want to, but nobody told Skirt. Skirt going to be dropping it down skyward, dropping the Amplification Matrix, putting a lot of hurt into that Reinhardt.
Just a matter of that cleanup and creating that space once again for the side of the defense. Maxwell is going to be having that Blizzard for next fight. Oh, that's a really good kill, but this doesn't seem like it's going to affect Initial Drift too much coming through for the next fight. Like I said, that Blizzard is going to be ready. That self-destruct that has proved to be effective over and over again as well. And Chickadees, they have to take the advantage at least with the number differential that they have.
You see the Blizzard come out once again, this time from Initial Drift. Maxwell able to get it off clean and free, no interruption from Zetsubo. But however, not a lot of kills despite a lot of the Bird Society being hammered into a tight alleyway. But Ship, once again, dropping the bomb. They feel so consistent coming in from this D.Va. And with that Initial Drift, going to be taking Zetsubo on a little bit of a drift ride there with the charge, taking them away, putting them in baby D.Va form, and a little bit of a stack.
And it's not very often that we see kills with the self-destruct guaranteeing a fight. Maybe you can get one and still manage to stay alive, but from the side of Initial Drift, those self-destructs have been so effective over and over again that is all that they needed along with the Blizzard. And Initial Drift, they still have a really good ultimate economy versus that Chickadees. They have to recover soon, but they don't have a lot of time remaining, less than a minute.
Oh, and Initial Drift coming in from behind with the Earth Shatter, able to take down the Reinhardt early on, but that is traded at the life of Crimson. Self-destruct from Zetsubo going online, not really finding too much in that capacity. Rocket, however, turning the corner, taking the headshot onto Temp. Body shot, I should say, and with 30 seconds, this is looking like the last push for Bird Society.
Yeah, one last opportunity for this team. For the attackers, they're going to be having the Blizzard from Chaotic, and we've talked about the aggression that is so good for May in certain situations. But this is a time where they have no chance. It has to be effective, and Maxwell doesn't have it yet, so that is a really good opportunity for them to take space.
We're going to be seeing the High Noon come through. Temps just trying to clear the lane, get any sort of progress they can. Somebody has to stay on this cart, make sure that it is continuing to be contested. Rocket getting a lot of speed and going in, trying to push in with the High Noon. Once again gets Hawk Waffle those last minute hits with that Deadeye. so crucial there and start taken down. This is not looking great for Chickadee team, but Chip taken out of mech and eventually put into the ground is going to be changing things in their favor just a little bit. Rocket stunned out, eventually brought down. Things suddenly might have just started changing for Chickadee as now Maxwell continues to throw down beams of ice as much as they can, lock down anybody who decides to look their way wrong. And Initial Drift now standing on scant numbers, just trying to find some sort of advantage here, Dryad, but they have the Blizzard.
Oh, and it seems like that is going to be it. The space is going to be created. We do see Chaotic trying to see Live does get the kill though, but the members, they still have to come back.
Maxwell receives the sound barrier just in time too. They did get frozen out. Both the DPS, a 4-man Diva bomb coming in from Chip. What did I say, Dryad? The bombs don't miss.
They never miss. I don't know how that happens. It's usually a Divas, they decide to play a little bit more defensive, but this Diva is so aggressive for Initial Drift, taking that second point and taking us to match point against Chickadees.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm sure we're gonna see it on that play of the game happening.
Yeah, how?
Right
I don't
there.
understand.
But I mean, at that point, what do you do, right? How do you counterplay? Like, you know, if your team needs to play close, clustered together, other than just trying to break line of sight as a team, you're gonna take those rough losses at some point.
It's really hard because of that, and every time that I see an aggressive diva, it really catches my attention for that reason, because it's not something that any team is really expecting, and you can sort of prepare depending on who you are. Maybe the supports know that they have to hide if you're the Lucio, you have to speed if you're trying to run away. There's a few things like that, but often we see divas using that self-destruct to come back to mech. For Initial Drift, they don't really feel the necessity to do that. They can play aggressive and win those fights, just getting a couple members. I love seeing this, especially for King's Row. Definitely the best map for the diva to be able to pop off like that.
Yeah, I certainly have to agree. And Dryad, unfortunately, well, depending on how you look at it, there are no breaks for these teams. We're tearing them off, no pause. We are going to be going straight on to our next map here in just a moment. That's going to be Havana. Let's talk about that a little bit. Let's talk about what we might expect to see on that map.
If there's something that I want to see, is I want to see those snipers coming through. Snipers, as always, being really good at taking control of space. And for any team, it would be very beneficial. I think for Chickadees, this is the point where you have to bring it. If you have the confidence on one of your DPS bringing out a Widowmaker for a little bit, bringing out a Hansel even, I think that is something that you're able to risk, because this team's... On the mirror matchup, it seems like Initial Drift is taking the advantage most of the times.
Certainly does, and it seems like I spoke a little bit too early, Dryad. We are actually going to be giving these teams a 5-minute break. Very good for the Bird Society, perhaps refresh themselves, regain their mental, go into the second half, a little bit of a better mindset. So stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming. The Will Invitational is brought to you by ELOL Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals.
And just like that, Dryad, we are back. No big deal. A slight break for these teams, and hopefully one that, if you're a fan, gives Bird Society enough of a time to regain some of their footing.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a break to talk to see what they can do differently, especially in the next map. That is going to be Havana. We already mentioned it, and yeah, there's a lot of good signals that we can see from the side of Chickadees that they can give us the indication that they have the opportunity to win a couple maps, to win those fights. But I think it's a matter of a few mistakes that happen here and there, and also how aggressive Initial Drift is playing. I don't think this is something that they were expecting, and they are caught off guard over and over again. We saw it with the Shatter on that first map. We saw a couple kills happening on that second very early on with the Lucio, the self-destruct. So is Initial Drift playing so aggressive that it seems like Chickadees, they're not really expecting those things to happen, and because of that, they start losing those fights from the beginning.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room here, Drad. Let's talk about that Initial Drift logo real quick. Let's talk about the, what is it? That
Looking
the
good.
MS Paint bus. I like it. I'm a fan. I'm a fan so far.
It's definitely better than my MS Paint art, so I think it's great.
Hey, as casters, we talk, we don't draw, we don't, sculpt. We're artistic with our words, so we'll keep doing that here as we look towards Havana. Is going to be Bird Society Chickadees once again on the defense to start.
Once again, yeah, coming on the defense, they might be trying to hold that spawn. That's a really good idea from this team, trying to delay that first push, and it also gives them the opportunity to defend right at the end of that first. So it's not all lost right away. Initial Drift in the meantime just checking, and I do see something interesting that is going to be from the side Initial Drift. We do see those picks coming through both on the Widowmaker.
Able to land an initial first headshot on to Zetsubo, but just being a diva, you're not going to get too much value for that. You can't expect the D-Mech right out of the gate. It would take at least 2 headshots if I'm not mistaken. With this, now Initial Drift looking to lead in, but Zetsubo able to take down that Reinhardt. A great start for this defense, who are doing their best to hold this attacking team at spawn.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do. Get a couple kills, guarantee that you're at least taking 30 seconds, maybe a minute from Initial Drift. So far working so well. I wonder if Initial Drift is going to try something different or just try to push all together. Seems like that's exactly what they're going to do with the Brawl.
Certainly, it does seem to be the case here. However, no Widowmaker to try to eke out a nice headshot right out of the gates. With this, however, the Maywalk going to be coming up from Maxwell, trying to divide the team in half. Does succeed in freezing Skirt for a minute, but that Immortality Field is there. And speaking of Baptiste abilities, we're now going to be seeing the Amplification Matrix, the High Noon being dropped by Boat, trying to find some sort of value. Can't quite navigate around the car. Soundbarrier now being dropped for Chickadees. They're investing a lot of ultimates into this just to hold up in a very forward position. Boat dangerously low, takes one single swing from Skirt, and Initial Drift still not able to break through.
Ooh, Chickadee is doing so much better this time around. They already wasted about a minute from Initial Drift, even more, and they're looking forward to keep this point just like that. With the Shatter and also the High Noon, really good abilities to at least delay that push for another 30 seconds.
It's going to be the High Noon now coming out from Tempt, trying to meet the aggression from the Amplification Matrix from Skyward. Not going to be a Blizzard out onto the field just yet. Maxwell does get it online. A couple kills going in favor of Initial Drift, so they probably won't need to drop that ultimate ability. Bird Society Chickadee finally getting pushed off this initial hold, but it's already been 2 minutes.
It's been 2 minutes. That is a really long stall that they were able to get. They were able to get those kills at the beginning, but Initial Drift, one thing that caught my attention is that for the last fight that we just saw, they didn't use those ultimates. They didn't use that Shatter. They didn't use that self-destruct. They would have guaranteed the kills immediately, but they wanted to save them for the end of that first point, and that is going to be the biggest win condition for them here versus that Chickadees. They already used those ultimates.
Boat on this high ground, so close to that High Noon. If they drop it, Zetsubo gonna have to turn that attention immediately towards them. Blizzard does go out from Chickadee. Gonna be the High Noon coming out. Boat just trying to find some sort of value, but shit, what are we talking about? Every time he gets the double with it at least, and now it looks like Initial Drift gonna be leaning in onto this, continuing this payload progress, but already a minute 15 left on the clock.
And one of the things that I noticed is that with the self-destruct, I've seen that Lucio getting taken down from Chickadees a couple times at least. That is going to be very important. Maybe that position, maybe that wall riding has to be a little bit more careful in order to stay alive for that ultimate. Use that sound barrier when you can and stay alive for your team. But as a Lucio, that is the best that you can do to keep your team alive.
We'll see if Bird Society Chickadees can perhaps change their tactics here a little bit. It's going to be the High Noon coming out. Initial Drift just trying to cordon themselves into the safety of a small room. Amplification Matrix coming out. Earthshatter going in big, though. All 6 from the side of Chickadee down and on the ground like they're walking the dinosaur, as now we see them push ahead, swinging heavy. Crimson going to be getting a huge amount of value off this pick.
Yeah, really good control that we saw from Initial Drift this time. They didn't want to waste a single second. They took versus side of Chickadees almost immediately, but at least for the side of the defense, this is the opportunity for them to get those ultimates. They have the self-destruct, they have the sound barrier to stay alive, and a lot of opportunities for them to hold the defense into second point, which would be really good for them to consume more time.
Certainly tend to agree. Amplification Matrix out once again from Initial Drift. Skirt throws in the Earth Shatter, doesn't really find too much. Crimson, however, brought to their knees by the counter pin. Gonna be both teams suffering their losses, but with the Blizzard going out from Initial Drift, they're looking good to secure this up. Maxwell, once again, just playing at arm's distance, focuses on the Chaotix, able to get the shot. And now, as we see them leaning ahead, they just have to deal with Zetsubo on this D.Va, who's still gonna buy a few seconds off the cart timer.
A couple seconds, but it doesn't really seem like it's going to affect them too much. Versus Chickadees, I'm not really sure they can recontest this time around. That might be an ideal situation, holding the last point. Going to be a little bit tough with the aggression that Initial Drift is bringing. Just like that, yeah, there it is. They're ready to recontest once more.
They were ready, but that
They
Maywall
won't.
coming up big blocks everybody. It's going to be the Blizzard, however, once they break through from Chaotix to really try to lock everybody down. Crimson throws in the Earth Shatter, but it has to keep shield up because of their low health pool. It's going to be the D.Va Bomb coming in. Ship only able to get one this time, but it's still value being provided to the Initial Drift side. As now these kills coming through. Bird Society Chickadee started off strong, but just couldn't carry through.
It's just about those kills. They're able to get 1 or 2, but then Initial Drift immediately start playing even more aggressive. They get 3, and that is the difference that they were waiting for. Initial Drift now coming forward. They don't want to take control. They actually want to take control of the space as much as possible. Versus that Chickadees, they do have control of the high ground, but it's going to be hard for them to get a couple kills this time around.
It's going to be the Amplification Matrix coming out. The flashbang coming in from Boat actually gets stopped in its tracks by Tempt. And now it looks like Bird Society Chickadee is going to be able to plant their feet on the ground, hold this cart for a little bit more time off.
Oh, that was really good. And I was saying that it was going to be hard for them to hold the defense, but they immediately got the kills. Temp has had some really good highlights on the McCree. They're just about keeping it consistent with the team in order to delay more time. Less than 2 minutes remaining for Initial Drift. And those ultimates, they're about to be ready, but so far, First Society Chickadees might be holding the point again.
Maybe the High Noon coming out from both sides. Maywall's coming up. Neither McCree wanting to drop that High Noon. Eventually, Boat not going to be finding anything for it. Throws it out any away, and with this, it's going to be the Chickadee team that has that sound barrier. They're going to be dropping it in, perhaps trying to get a little bit more aggressive here, but they have to be very careful. Maxwell throwing in that Blizzard, locking everybody down, but Maxwell taken down in kind themselves. Not going to stop Initial Drift from carrying ahead, though.
That was a very aggressive Blizzard, but we do see Initial Drift being able to capitalize out of a really good job from the scene. Finally, they start moving that payload again into that last part of the map. For Society Chickadees, they still have a really good positioning to hold the defense. They also have the spawn advantage very close into what could be 1 or maybe 2 fights that they will have.
And the important thing at this time is just going to be trying to burn off as much time as possible. The Earth Shatter goes in, manages to hit Tempt despite what was looking like a good block coming in from Skirt. Flashbang tries to come in from Boat, but Tempt too quick on the reactions there. Ship chasing it down Skirt, and now Tempt is trying to hold this mid-ground, but so far not a lot of ground coverage being exposed by Initial Drift. The D.Va Bomb going out forces Chickadee into some uncomfortable positions, even forcing the death out of the Baptiste. And with this Initial Drift taking their time, but able to win the fight.
Oh, Temp was absolutely popping off, but then got taken down right at the end. This is going to be what could be one last fight, 20 seconds. There's no opportunity for any team. You're either going to hold the defense as Chickadees, or you're going to win here as Initial Drift.
attempt, gonna be throwing in that high noon, buying a little bit of room and allowing Bird Society to get right onto Cart, not letting that movement go any further. Initial drift, gonna have to make contact here, but the Maywall comes in. We see Boat wrapping around, ready to get some sneaky damage onto Chaotic, and they do, taking them down, taking down that May. Mitigates a lot of map editing that can happen from the defense. Earth Shatter goes out, Sound Barrier goes down, but Initial Drift able to come in just a little bit stronger with the Earth Shatter. Now Initial Drift looking good to just secure these last couple of kills and make sure that that card can get delivered. But the Doomfist coming out takes down Boat. Might not be enough, but it might give them just a moment of reprieve. All of a sudden, the rush picks are coming out.
Yeah, versus Chickadee, they might try to touch, but it is not going to be easy. They are so close, and it should drift down that overtime, and they make it happen. We did see for the side of Chickadees, both of the supports got taken down in that last fight, and that was crucial for Initial Drift to take the advantage. It wasn't overtime, but we do know that this map is really hard to complete. And Chickadees, they have to be prepared. I'm assuming that for the side of Initial Drift, they're going to go for holding the spawn doors again. This is a really good approach for any team. So if Versus Chickadees is able to come out and win that fight right away, they're going to have a lot of time remaining for a few difficulties that might come to them.
Yeah, and it's really kind of symbolic of what the case is here on Havana in general, right? You normally have a very tough first point, a very tough very last point, and then everything between that's a little bit easier, and I think Initial Drift are going to be fighting those same difficulties.
Yeah, and it's all about the playstyle that really comes through and what part is going to be the most difficult for your team. But Initial Drift, they're looking forward to also holding this defense for a lot of time. And versus Chickadees, I want to see how they adapt.
We will be seeing Initial Drift going to be going in with the Ashe this time. No McCree. And initially, it's going to be a little bit favorable towards Chickadees if they're able to just maintain that line of sight away from the Ashe, which so far they're doing a good job at achieving. But now they have to try to contest this high ground that Boat has such easy access to. Boat continuing to throw in those shots, has that dynamite that can help build up the Bob just a little bit faster as well. No kills pulling in either favor. Dynamite goes out, manages to connect, and all of a sudden we might be seeing the 7th man come out onto the field.
Oh, there's the kills, and once again, Secure getting taken down at the beginning. It seems like Chickadees, they're going to have more difficulty. Once again, a few kills coming through, but Bob, that is going to guarantee that Initial Drift will be taking control of the defense a little bit longer. And that was all about that positioning. They decided to back up instead of playing aggressive because they wanted to stay alive. They made it work, and they're also still consuming the time from Chickadees.
Yeah, worth mentioning that that icicle timing coming in from Maxwell right as Chaotic comes out of that ice form right into the headshot from the icicle. Not able to regain that health as you just come out of the ice form. But now, as we look ahead, Bird Society has 3 ultimates, almost 4 to help them push in on this attack. It's going to be the High Noon coming out, taking down that Lucio. Chip actually able to eat that Blizzard coming in from Chaotic. A crucial eat there on that ability. Diva Bomb goes in, doesn't find anything from Chip. Seems like Havana might not be the Diva Bomb map that they prefer. As now Crimson goes to seek in the Earth Shatter, gets 5 without the Reinhardt there to contest it. And now Bird Society can be wiped and sent back to spawn.
And is looking like a very similar scenario in terms of time for the side of the attackers this time around versus Chickadees. They were able to move the payload a little bit more, but they needed one more fight to guarantee that first point, and it is not going to be easy. I want to see maybe the self-destruct coming through this time around for the side of Setsubo and see if they can get the kills this time around.
We're seeing now the Diva Bomb come in from Zetsu Bo. The pin tries to go in from Skirt, trying to catch Crimson and get their shield down. Crimson dangerously low, eventually taken down. Bob on the field causing just such a distraction, such mayhem there, making those multiple sidelines so much more painful to break through. And Initial Drift able to push back Bird Society for the time being.
I don't know how they make that. The number difference was going for this time. Chickadees, they had the advantage here, but Initial Drift, they were able to come back, and now they're still holding the point. The payload's still moving back.
All of this goes with saying Bird Society have had this constant spawn advantage, still haven't been able to push through with the force they needed. Tanks caught off, ends with Initial Drift, as we can now see them slowly backing up, waiting for that team regroup.
Yeah, one last opportunity for that first point. Initial Drift. Oh, 10 getting taken down. That is huge for this team.
Certainly is. Maxwell not going to be able to contest Cart with their team, but as long as the Diva's there, as long as the Lucio are there, they can keep the team up without too much bother. Maxwell throwing out that Blizzard, brought down eventually on their own accord. And with this initial drift, looked like they may have gotten a little bit too hasty there, but Neptune looking their best to try to bring it back, taking 2 kills in their own favor. The Blizzard goes online, but nobody's there to follow up.
They make it happen. Chaotic was able to get 2. It seems like Chickadees was able to have another opportunity, but then it was a Lucio. It was a couple kills from Initial Drift that once again guarantee the side of the defense that would be winning that fight. 20 seconds remaining, one last fight territory for Chickadees, not only to get that first checkpoint, but to have another opportunity on this map and this match. There's a lot at stake here, and they started with the High Noon.
Starting with the High Noon and with the Bob. High Noon not finding too much, but Chip will be finding 1 as now Maxwell once again wrapping around the back, making sure that things are just a little bit discombobulated for Bird Society as they've already lost all their members, save Setsubo has that self-destruct, but won't be long enough to remake.
One by one, it seems like they're taken down, and there's nothing that Bird Society Chickadees can do with that. Initial Drift taking us to a 3-0. Really good performance from this team.
Yeah, looking very strong from Initial Drift as we're going to be taking a little bit of a tune-in towards this play of the game. Crimson coming in with the Reinhardt, going for the big 6-man Earthshatter by my count, which isn't high, but high enough to count to 6 as now we look here, the Fire Strike's coming in, and Crimson just continues to swing heavy.
We saw a lot of really good shatters like that when Chickadees, they were not expecting it. They were hiding. We saw a couple on King's Row and it being effective. And it is all about that mental game when you get shattered when you're not expecting it. I mean, if I was a main tank, I really wouldn't know how to handle it as a Reinhardt that you don't get to protect your team. It almost just puts a lot of pressure. Chickadees, they were able to win a couple fights, but it was honestly just Initial Drift taking control over and over again with that aggression, with the Reinhardt, with the Diva as well that we've talked about. And I think everyone had some really good moments. Even the supports that Lucy that got 2 at the end.
Yeah, some excellent play coming through from Initial Drift, and we'll be seeing exactly that in the scoreline as they lead 3-0 over Bird Society, meaning that they will, of course, be moving on. And Dryad, we heard a little bit beforehand that, you know, this was kind of expected. Initial Drift, one of the more favored teams.
Yeah, and we definitely see it now. It seems like it was going to be a little bit closer, but to be fair, we did see Initial Drift taking control of almost every single fight. I think in Havana, they were struggling on that attacking side at the beginning, but they knew how to make those changes. And that is exactly what we want to see, especially as we get closer to the finals. We want to see those teams adapting and coming up with those solutions to problems where Initial Drift was able to get highlighted a little bit more.
And now, as we look ahead here, Dryad, I want to think back. I want to take a look back. Let's be a little bit reflective here. Let's think about,
Okay.
let's just put it out there. Who do you think was perhaps one of the best performing players you saw out on the field today?
Well, if I were to choose one of the players, especially from Initial Drift, I would give it to Ship on the Diva. I think it's amazing to see Divas playing aggressive, also supporting your team exactly when they need to. As a Diva, you have a lot of things to do. You have to be on the front line with your main tank, but you also have to be in the back line protecting your supports. And I think Ship did an amazing job. I would definitely highlight this player a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the stats, 56 eliminations on Havana alone. That's quite a bit. I mean, you know, tanks sometimes get those pretty high elimination counts because they do a lot of mass damage, not necessarily the most powerful, but either way, that Diva just putting down the damage, putting down the hurt, and dropping those huge bombs. Definitely tend to
Yeah.
agree with you on that one. If I am picking somebody a little bit different, if I'm picking somebody different in entirety from you, I would have to say that I would go to Maxwell. I think that May player definitely bringing up those May walls, going on those flanks that just created so many opportunities for their team.
Yeah, and when you asked me about who I would highlight a little bit more as a player, kind of the MVP, I was thinking between those two. I went for the
Mm-hmm.
Diva, but I think the May was also a really good choice. And I think the Blizzard just came in right on time. I don't know if it was just the confidence that you have as a player, and you know when to throw the Blizzard. Or this team just really has an insane communication that made the Blizzard always be effective.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it was looking good. You're not going to be disappointed if you're on the same team as either of these players. And I'm going to speak a little bit generally here, Dry, but I didn't have a bad time watching them at all.
Yeah, no, it was really fun to see these two teams, and really, even though we saw more control coming through from initial drift, I think Chickadees they were doing the right steps. They got a couple of kills, especially the DPS we saw attempt on the McCree popping off on a few scenarios that it seems like the team was going to take it back, and it was really good, but not quite enough compared to what we saw from initial drift. So it seems like it was a little bit closer, but very, very well deserved victory.
Yeah, and Bird Society, Chickadee, I look forward to seeing more of them perhaps in the future, seeing this team develop and grow. It's always something I, as a caster, am super excited about. However, in tonight's, or rather this afternoon's matchup, we're going to be seeing Initial Drift go up 3-0 over their opponents in Bird Society. And folks, with that, we are ready to end this matchup. But we're not quite done for today, not at all in the least. We will be seeing another game here in just about an hour. So make sure you stay tuned, show the team some love. You're not going to want to miss it. See you then.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by
Sun is coming up, over us it's coming. Crystal vision. Like a fever, burning up, yeah, we're on fire. True believer, we're walking on the wire. I can see it on the horizon, all our hopes. We can feel it, chasing the light is all we know. See in the forest, for the trees I'm keeping watch. All that is storming, waking up and turning on, keeping the light on, righting all the wrongs, keeping our sights on everything we want. We catch our breath in the middle of it all, chasing echoes. Sun is coming up, over us it's coming. Crystal vision. Like a fever, burning up, yeah, we're on fire. True believer, we're walking on the wire. I can see it on the horizon, all our hopes. We can feel it, chasing the light is all we know. Chasing the light is all we know. Can't stop and I won't let it go. Chasing the light is all we know. Can't stop and I won't let it go. Like a fever, burning up, yeah, we're on fire. True believer, we're walking on the wire. I can see it on the horizon, all our hopes. We can feel it, chasing the light is all we know. Like a fever. Through it all, titans watching, waiting. Once rivals, now we sit patient. At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. They'll speak our names forever. Gonna build an empire. Twin pillars, the east and the west, scorch our names in the dirt. They're calling us in. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. They'll speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Build an empire. And take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. This is what we've been waiting for. They don't know we've been keeping score. This is our destiny. Can you hear the calling? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Gonna build an empire. Gonna take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. An empire. An empire. and slow is what we know. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody, somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? That you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Please let me know. White noise on the telephone, fall asleep to TV shows. It's what we know, gets too comfortable. No space for the tangible, we get lost in the virtual. Are you less alone when you're logging on? If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody, somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? That you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where Lose myself in the rhythm. Find ourselves in our song. I lose my mind with you tonight. Feeling electrified. We are a new generation. We live with reckless abandon. Our hearts are wired fluorescent. We are a new generation. Lose myself in the rhythm. In this moment, we put down our problems. Find ourselves in our own song.
Stellar prizing again and again.
Yeah, Froggo Jono stepping it up the past couple of maps. It took a little bit, but really sowing their oats now. We're starting to see the aggression pay off. A little bit better ult usage as well. So I feel like Jono's really turned a new leaf as this series has progressed. We'll see if they can be the difference maker heading in here. Panzer is going to stick with that Winston as an off tank to accompany Brubber on the front line.
And you know, Lighthouse kind of slipped out of my noggin for a little bit. Brawl's definitely going to be very strong here as well, but once again, Panzer looking to just be that difference maker, like you were saying. And Dance just squaring up at each other. You know, nice little Obi-Wan mimic right here as Orbital Hydra's controlling the high ground.
I wouldn't mind seeing Death Sword go back onto the Zarya to try to counter this Winston. And just put a lot of just damage in the face. I mean, I suppose the D.Va can work as well. Well, Death Sword, I trust you. You've been outstanding all day long. Let's see what you got. Show me what you got. Right up front, Rubber going toe-to-toe with your little Panda. Panda's going to win that war handily with a little help from Slay's Maywall. Is forced to kind of shield up, back up for a second to avoid the manual freeze from Brad. But here come reinforcement. Panzer goes down, and despite Hydra's getting first control, Avidity are going to steal it right back.
We talked about Jono and the Lucio, but somebody kind of mentioned is Nineheart as well. You know, that has been very, very strong for this support line, Lucio, and keeping it up as well into Helios. That's a fat fire strike right to the face. Jono's going to have to back up from that one. And already early control did go to Oracle, but Swift switched in the tie game at the moment from both teams. An early back wall to keep them in check.
Yeah, it's also going to keep Panda from shattering up there. They were all lined up, and you could see Panda had that gleam in his eye, looking for that shatter. Nicely timed. Ant Matrix from Tanner. Rotation coming down as Hydrus is going to move down to the point. Nightheart, as you were talking about, light up the feed, and there's that shatter. Panda finds it, makes it happen, is able to get a couple kills before the blizzard of Brad hits the table, circles back around, gets the big pin onto Blubber, and that's going to be another hole for Avidity. They're 42% counting.
Leo Pandy's just a little nasty right now with it. He wants it all, and he is taking it. You saw that itchy trigger finger for a shatter? Well, look, he's got another one. Coming right up, and on top of that, just Avidity with ult on ult on ult going into this, only using that shatter because Nineheart got that boop early onto Tenor. So a little bit kind of split. That's where you got to worry about Lucio on an Ilios maps, is because one wrong move and right out of play.
And Brubber, I mean, that was one wrong move indeed. Rule number one on a Reinhardt, keep square with the opposing Reinhardt when they have shatter. Must not have been reading that one quick enough, and now Panda has managed to lap Brubber in the Earth Shatter race. Avidity just going to drop back down to point after a little bit of contention on that high ground. Shatter comes through, that one is blocked. It looks like Nineheart may actually get that. Counter Shatter is a little bit better, but Jono is able to get the sound barrier off and find, after finding that kill on the 9, NPC is going to punish. And the kills continue to go back and forth. Hydra's not having much room to work through, an Ant Matrix on the point, but Panda does get caught out. This could be Hydra's opportunity to steal it, and they've only got one. Overtime Wick is burning. They're going to freeze up Slay in the corner, but Nineheart wants to continue investing into this. They're going to go ahead and throw down that sound barrier. A couple things can come through, and I mean, might give time for reinforcements to show up. Nineheart, oh, you stayed alive so long, and just the last second goes down. Avidity, you can't stall any longer. You've already got 99.
And finally, Illegal Panda goes down. He's the last one on point, so that is going to be the swap. Oracle Hydra's looking for the complete reversal for Ilios Lighthouse right now, and so much invested into that fight as well. Very scrappy from both teams, considering it was overtime, and Avidity felt they had it. It's now looking into this next order of business, going for the high ground control right away. Brad, with this Mayalt, looking to split this team early.
And I worry Avidity just threw it away because it's exactly what she's talking about. Oh, but Deathstorm bringing it back! Eats up that Blizzard, pulls the old economy back into an even playing field. Not to mention getting that kill. Brubber's gonna fall as well. And Deathsword once again making the big plays for Avidity.
Beautiful retake, and Illegal Panda with a pin right onto point, giving NPC all of the space needed to just lay those shots with that revolver down range. And considering that this is gonna break down the Candlewick, the May wall as well to block the lane, this is gonna be Avidity taking the lead on Ilios with a very, very fast retake after losing in that overtime.
Deathsword with his aim. This was the fight winner right here. Avidity, like I was starting to say, I was worried they threw it away. But what wonderful tracking of not only Brad themselves, but of that ultimate, knowing that they were looking for that Blizzard. They were down on sound barrier. They were running into a Blizzard. Avidity had no business winning that fight. Hero plays from Deathsword.
And this has just been that player that we've been talking about all series long, and that's exactly why, because mid-fight, when you think Avidity doesn't have a chance, Deathsword brings it back.
And we've seen it time and time again today, and it's one of the reasons that they're still going strong. Coming out of the losers bracket, Avidity looking to be the dark horse of the Will English Invitational. Deathsword, a big part of it, as they're taken to the high ground right now with their eyes on some squishy targets. They do finally get the critical information and send Deathsword back to safe ground.
So Panzer's gonna have to close this gap eventually with this Winston, but dancing around cages. Deathsword keeping them in check, and full rotation for both spots, flipping this map on a dime.
A little bit of a do-si-do around well, right?
But Avidity caps it.
Yeah, they kind of get that one for free, don't they, Seymour? Like, it's just, there was no contest from Hydrus. I think they were too worried about how they were going to push in, and they're going to give up a lot of percentage in the meantime. And Avidity aren't going to get dislodged quickly. They're going to stick around even if they lose the fight. Ant Matrix down, trying to help Hydrus indeed win this fight. Fire Strike doesn't quite late. And Maywall is gonna section him off a little bit, but Deathsword comes back on, gets us going, but it gets demexed immediately. even up. Now they do lose Tenor, but Death Sword will not be getting back into that anytime soon. Jono coming up with 2 environmental kills on this Lucio.
Can we talk about how both teams managed to cap the point separately without taking an initial fight?
They're just, giving it away for free. It's a lot of respect here, Seymour. They're like, oh, you want the point now? Okay, we're willing to share.
And still, Avidity are fighting for it as well. Still investing ultimates. NPC drops the high noon, contested by the Blizzard. Venn diagram on point. And Illegal Panda throws the shoulder into Brubber to take him out of play. Big retake from Avidity immediately. You might be down 20 points, but very big recap.
Death Sword with the body block. Oh, yeah, Avidity invested Blizzard, Shatter, and Deadeye simultaneously to get that retake. Oh, that was just a funny little micro play. Tenor was trying to jump over the pit, and Death Sword met them in the air and battered them and knocked off their momentum and sent them down below. Oh, just one of those micro plays. It shows the awareness of Death Sword at every moment. They are right where they need to be and are now 81% to a self-destruct as Hydras are looking to try to come take this thing back with this big full rotation around.
Once again, long rotation, but Mapwall this time to take the immediate fight. Zafan blocked off with Ainu, but still gonna charge it up. And
yeah, but Avidity don't think too much, but look at that! That's both supports down with another Fire Strike through the Ant Matrix, another Wind Scar cutting Avidity in half.
And that's what we saw the difference maker of King's Row was, and exactly that combination. The back wall alongside the Fire Strike from Brubber, able to just be that difference maker once again. They flip the point, and this is as close as you can ask for. Avidity have to take another shot at it, and they do have Death Sword with that Diva Bomb. They have Shatter, they have their beat as well, and NPC coming up on a high noon, a lot in their arsenal to swap this.
Right now it's a little poking and prodding from the outside. Realistically, need to win 1, maybe 1.5 fights to close out this series. All right, Panda's had enough. He's gonna rotate around towards the cage. Force Panzer back, who is holding that Primal Rage. Double struck out from Death Sword. We're looking for the Shatter. No, blocked by the wall. The Shatter got through, so he's gonna drop the Blizzard as well. After the self-destruct gets one, NPC gets another. Hydra's in a dangerous spot, caught in this cage, and now getting surrounded by Avidity, who are gonna clean up, who do flip the point. Might be time for one last chance for Hydras.
One last chance, but you're gonna cap the point before Oracle Hydras hits the 99% marker. So if Oracle Hydras wins this last fight, Avidity might not be able to contest it to send it to overtime. So this is dangerous on both ends. Tenor forced to swap to the Moira so that they can get that fast build on the Coalescence to try to get that Duel of Fates to fix this fight. The overtime candle is primed, and Avidity with the back wall as well to keep Oracle Hydras in check.
Another Blizzard! Oh my goodness! That was their one shot! Brad held their one win condition that were relying so heavily on it. Death Sword says, no! I will gobble this thing up. We will push forward. We will get the kills. Now they do lose their Reinhardt. They do lose their Lucio, but Avidity, when they lose control of the point, Avidity 4 players strong. Death Sword's gonna get battered down, and despite Brad losing that late in the fight, Hydras are able to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, and we're in a 99-99 contest. Shatter's gonna get blocked, and Slay's gonna freeze up Rubber and send them back to spawn. Panzer has returned on this wrecking ball, and Jono's able to get the boop down onto MTC. Panzer going in the back. They're going to take out Slay. Jono comes up with another one. This aggressive Lucio now bolstered by the Moral, and gets a third! Off the side, goes 2 for 1, looking for a fourth. No way, you knock Panda in as well. Don't do it to him. Sound barrier is out, as Jono is single-handedly trying to take this thing out. Gets the boop onto Death Sword as well. Jono, you're a madman.
We are witnessing a breakdown from Avidity right now. I cannot believe my eyes. You lose the May ultimate to Death Sword once again, but Brubber, somehow, some way, he finds the opening. He swings his way to the flip, and then Jono, that Lucio that I was talking about at the start of the game, you have to keep your eyes peeled for this frog right now because he is so dangerous. Those boops are so lethal on Ilios. And now, leading the way to the last possible round for this matchup, it all ends here.
This is deja vu for Avidity. They were in this position yesterday. Round 3, map 5, win or go home. No changes. We're getting back to the McFlurry. There's nothing special here. Except for Jono on this. Lucio is extremely special. Death Sword on the other side. The two heroes of their team, the two playmakers from unusual positions. It's gonna be a battle for a bridge to start things off on Ruins.
Pause.
Pause for dramatic effect.
We don't want to end it just yet. We're prolonging.
I'm having too much fun, Seymour.
This is
I
too good to end
personally
here.
paused this game. Yes, exactly.
I'm
just having too much fun.
We got to talk about how these teams are right back to the basics. We're ending where we began. Diva Reinhardt may create the McFlurry composition with the Lucio Baptiste head-on mirror matchup for Ruins. And we're going to see no strays from the meta. It's just classic face-to-face, pound-for-pound punching. Yeah. And I mean, there are so many variables that can come in for these teams that we've been seeing. And it's really going to be the difference maker right now. Those Reinhardts, Rubber, and Illegal Panda on both sides are going to be the ones to turn the tides early.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this main tank battle for sure. The aggressive Frog of Jono going in is going to move Avidity off the point. That's going to give control to Hydrus. They drop back down into the U. And both teams just kind of back up to their respective corners. Rubber, it says, I'm not done with you yet. Goes charging in, but Tinder gets punished on that rotation. Can't catch up with the rest of the team. Death Sword there to pick him off. The Death Sword goes down in their own right. Hydra still have an advantage here out of just sheer sustain. The question is, do they choose to press it? All the while, it was Avidity with the advantage. It's Hydrus with control of the point. And they're going to move back down and make sure they maintain control, but they didn't have that sustain, and they are starting to lose reinforcements.
I feel like the respect is out the window from both of these teams. It's contest central madness on this point. And we did see Brad go for the jump contest on that May to drop the ice block on point so you can hold on to it a little bit longer. Gets them to 23%, but now Avidity in control. You got NPC coming up on a high noon, 2-for-1 with that bat ball, and the big play difference maker is Nineheart coming up on that sound barrier. It's going to be big. Sound barriers, the Lucios have been the difference makers again and again, and time again, this might lead the way.
And as aggressive and amazing as Jono is, Nineheart is leading right now in that. Shatter comes down, 5-1. Rubber's going to get immediately frozen and taken out. A very interesting amplification matrix. With the Reinhardt out of the battlefield, Hydras are just kind of slowing it down a notch. They're pumping the brakes a little bit, Seymour.
Hydras having a little bit of trouble breaking through this front line right now, and that Shatter was so big, but now the back wall to split this fight. Shatter from Rubber lands on the old team, forces the sound barrier though from Jono to the considerable amount of damage that you saw. Finally, Illegal Panda does go down, and the Diva Bomb to drop on the head of Nineheart. Big retake right now from Oracle Hydras. They're going to clean it up.
Yeah, but it cost them literally everything. And absolutely every ultimate in the book was thrown into that, aside from maybe Zaphet's Deadeye. An expensive retake for Oracle Hydras.
Exactly what they needed to stop the momentum of Avidity. Now they have to withstand the barrage that Avidity is about to bring to their doorstep.
And I'm looking at Slay with this Blizzard is going to be the big one. And unless Panzer can gobble this thing up, there's really nothing to defend against it. Deadeye's going to come out first, try to get some resources, open the door for Slay to throw down this big ultimate. The Mortality Field already out as well. They're all gone. Slay, the time is nigh. Even the defense matrix used. Self-destruct is forced out to get Death Sword back to mech. They can't, but still, Illegal Panda is able to find 2 kills on that front line. Blizzard comes in late and actually finds no value because, well, Illegal Panda had already killed everybody.
Yeah, and exactly that. Not as expensive of a retake from Avidity. You still have the Shatter, and you still have the Bat Ball from 2-for-1 and Illegal Panda. Now, we take a look at this replay right now, and it's exactly like you say. You draw out the May walls early, you draw out the Immortality early, and you were able to just get Illegal Panda right up close and personal for a nice double kill to clean up that fight. So beautiful from Avidity, textbook retake. And now, you're not going to have a lot for this if you're Oracle Hydras. This is last fight territory in your own respective ways, and both teams just not deciding on where they want to take this fight.
And Matrix down on the low ground, but the wall has separated Avidity. They throw one of their own, and Panda's gonna go in, throws on the shatter, but nothing to be found. He's getting a little bit aggressive back here. It looks like a little bit of disconnect. Panda has to fall back and try to regroup with his team. It gets caught out by the Blizzard of Brad, but Brubber and Bad are both very low. It's a +1 nullified, 3v3 on the point with overtime wick burning. Hydras have to win out this 3v3. They're gonna throw self-destruct to do it. The trades come in. Zapon for NBC, both for Freezer gone. 2v2 left on the point, but Panzer's in this tank. That's a lot of health for these two supports to try to work through. Illegal Panda showing up to try to help whittle down, and they will demech Panzer in the Diva, but Hydras have control of the point right now.
And you get the shadow from Brubber too when you come back. Brad on that Tracer cleans up 9 so no speed at that. Brubber a little bit too aggressive there, loses his life now. Coming up on 99 for Oracle Hydras. 99-99 right now for both teams. Slay on the Tracer as well. Tracer duel off screen. 1-for-1 trades as a pinstripe for both teams. Brad, no! He's off the map! And now it's gonna be Avidity's turn to take control of this. You have to get that last chance touch from Panzer on the Wrecking Ball. The Winston as well.
It's over.
Oh, this is it. This is the game. Avidity's gonna take the victory, and they are gonna move on as close as you can ask for from both sides, Bullskunk. And I mean, wow, did both teams really bring their all?
Oh, man, Avidity once again coming through in round 3 of map 5. This is going to be part of the quadruple boop. Jono put up such... Oh, yeah, this is the very beginning round. This is what I was thinking of. That's the double right there. Oh, Jono put up a heck of an effort. You can see 7 environmental kills. Supports on both sides. Really having an outstanding series. But Avidity inch it out in the end. And it was two supports. In that final fight, it came down to that chaotic brawl. They had the Ant Matrix there. They had the sound barrier out. And it was the big advantage they needed to make sure they close out that 99-99 fight. Avidity moving on to the semifinals.
And once again, pulling out with another Game 5 victory, just like their round 1. Ray Towns on the wire. They like keeping it close. They like keeping us on our toes. And keeping it up to tempo for both sides. Keeping it interesting in the Will English Invitational. Moving on to the semis, like you said. But definitely, I see it worrying. I mean, now if you are Avidity, you're moving forward into this tournament. You were going to be versing a lot more higher tier teams. As the competition just gets better and better as you move on. So you have to be a little bit worried that you're drawing these fights out so long. And I have to see them kind of pick up and clean up on some points significantly their hybrid as well as their 2CP in that sense. Because as you move on to the tournament, you won't get away with a lot of these chaotic fights.
No, you won't. And they're going to be facing the winner of Solstice Pyra versus Cryogenic going on right now. So the winner of that match will face Avidity in the semifinals. And as you push through this bracket, you're going to get tougher teams, and indeed, that chaos will definitely hamper you. It's got to get cleaner if you want to go all the way to the grand finals. But when we come back, we're going to head down to the other side of the bracket as we are awaiting the winners of Lo-Fi Aim versus Weird Squad, and then you have Initial Drift taking on BS Chickadees. So we're going to come back with the winner of that matchup. We're going to have more Will English Invitational continue through our day. Y'all don't go anywhere. When we return, it's time for semifinals.
Take me back to the nights we felt alive, picking up the pieces on a summer night. I didn't know that I would feel just like my heart's on fire whenever I'm missing all the things I wish we did. All I know is that I need somebody like you, 'cause I can't waste another night sitting here alone, hoping for your voice on the telephone. I know it's a supercut as you walk away, playing in my mind all the things I'd never close my eyes, and the sky's on fire. I can't waste another night sitting here alone. We can do it all again, and I'll never let you go. And I'll never let you go.
Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming.
Good evening, Overwatch fans, and welcome back to the Will English Invitational number 2. We are now down to the semi-finals, where we have 4 amazing teams getting ready to battle it out for the $1,000 in prize money. We have got a banger coming out right out of the gate. We have Solstice, Pyra, versus Avidity. Avidity, which, if you were watching over on the Landlords Gaming stream about 10 minutes ago, had a 5-map barn burner, taking it all the way to the last point, the Ilios Ruins 99-99, and it came down to the final play that made a difference. And whoo, man, that just means that we're going to get some great Overwatch action going on here. My name's Captain Jack, and I'll be your play-by-play for this match, joined by Megaphone Frankie, coming in on the analyst desk. Frankie,
hey, everybody.
It is a pleasure to work with you. I've heard some great things about you, and
great things, good.
We've got some good action coming up here. What do you think?
100% agreed, Captain. I gotta say, I'm eager to see this. It's all come down to the wire. 4 teams remain out of the 32 that started this weekend. So, earlier this week, even before this weekend. So, Avidity, as we know, they are coming red hot off of one heck of a match, defeating, I'm slipping up.
It was Oracle Hydra.
Oracle Hydra, that's right. So, yes, Avidity took them down. I gotta give shout-outs to 241's Batiste. That was some really sound play. It really helped Avidity to hold down the point so this way they could get that clutch last play. Now, and then, of course, coming red hot off of their match is Solstice Pyra, as we know, and they defeated Cryogenic. I know my boy Tangerine can't be too happy about that. God knows I'm not. But as I'm sure we know, Avidity just finished, it feels like a couple minutes ago, not even.
Yep.
10 minutes ago, but you get my point. The thing is, they're coming fresh off of it. The adrenaline is still fresh. They have momentum on their side. But Solstice Pyro was able to sit back, watch, observe, and speaking of observing, we're getting right into it. Let's hit it, baby.
That's right. Our first map of the evening is going to be taking us to Nepal, where we're going straight into the Sanctum, and already we see Solstice taking the high ground. Let's see if the wall will separate out, but will be unsuccessful. The breeze comes in. Popey does find NPC in the chaos and able to get that pick that might be enough damage done to go ahead and allow Solstice Pyra to start things off. The Immortality comes out, the Maywall goes down, they're able to escape as Slay ends up getting the trade on Koshro, and I think that is going to be it. Control going to start for Solstice Pyra.
Solstice Pyra definitely got the better end of that exchange. As you already said, the destruction of NPC very early on, that eliminated one of the biggest sources of damage for Avidity. Not a good way to start.
All right, well, let's see if they can turn it around. We already see Avidity on the objective. Dragon Strike coming out from NPC, trying to create some space, but Kofi able to use that side room to prevent taking as much damage from that Dragon Strike as possible. But oh no, the Blizzard coming out from Lambin, trying to clear this objective of all Avidity players, and looks like they will be successful and finally cap. It looks like they didn't get the initial cap there. Avidity moved in just too quick and prevented that. So now they're going to start their percentage clock.
So they're already at 17, 18% and climbing. Avidity is back on the point. The point is contested, but The percentage is still climbing. Ugh.
That is right. Deadeye now coming out from Aspect does find Nineheart amidst the chaos, and Lambent cleaning it up once again. The May is providing a lot of control on this objective for Soul.
Amazing. I gotta say, this is a bit of a quirk of Frankie Sisto. Anybody who's seen me commentate Overwatch before, you know that I say McCree's ult has amazing utility even as a deterrent. We saw it do more than that this time around, and it allowed Solstice Pyra to win that fight. McCree shows his ugly mug and everybody falls to pieces. Absolute textbook McCree play.
Oh, self-destruct by Fofi over the main wall. Ends up getting the grab onto NPC, and the follow-up on 2-for-1 might be just enough to shut this down where they stand. Nineheart does get the trade onto Aspect, but we're getting ready to head into the final fight for Avidity to be able to take this point back.
Boy, that escalated quickly. So we're already in final fight territory, as you said, brother.
Yeah,
Ooh,
this
that
really
was
kind of Dragon Strike zoning, very interesting aspect, but the Blizzard from Lambent gets fed in. Unfortunately, the Maywalls are separating out the rest of the team to be able to clean up on that aspect. Koshiro does find a legal panda amidst the Blizzard, and it looks like the cleanup is coming in pretty hot and heavy. The trade does come in, Avidity does bring it back into their favor, but now Solstice takes it back. Overtime ticking away as we see now a legal panda on that Hammond, just trying to hold on to this objective.
To no avail.
I think it's too little, too late. Solstice Pyra takes this map 100-6 as we head to the next one.
Man, let me tell you, that's momentum. That's momentum starting in here, and we, Solstice Pyra is coming in hot. And we all know how momentum-based Overwatch is. And we're going right into round 2 of Nepal, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, Avidity came off that barn burner in the previous game. Look, games like that exhaust you, man. It's just, I'd like to see Avidity hang on, but could Solstice Pyra's domination of that first round be a hint of things to come?
That's definitely a question we can be asking as we're heading into the village. We already see the Symmetras coming out for either side, very common on this objective as we go ahead and see Solstice already taking control. Immortality's traded out on either side as Freenok ends up getting theirs taken down. We see Deathsword this time around on the Winston preparing for that Symmetra play, but Aspect is just beaming down everything they can, but Amp Matrix coming in, NPC illegal panda lighting up the kill feed because of all that damage from the Amp Matrix. And even though Solstice has control now, that's going to be a quick swap.
That's a team kill. Ooh. All right, this is good. Avidity's got some fight in him. Good. Take this one to map 5 too, please. I would like that. Just give me some action.
All right, well, let's keep it going. Avidity has matched, and it's passing the percentage now as we don't see any swaps, but Ultimate's getting ready to come online. Deathsword trying to see if they can get those separated out by Slay, but looking to be a little unsuccessful. Gonna have to fall back to the objective for now. Solstice Pyra on that high ground, waiting to drop, and here it comes! Fire strikes through the Amp Matrix. Maywall stops it. Slay not allowing that damage to come through, and just to double up, NPC sends out the barrier as well. And it looks like Solstice Pyra is just going to go ahead and wait it out. They're just going to keep baiting. 40% and continuing to climb right now as Koshiro coming in with that beat from Joey, trying to get that damage in, but it's just gonna get frozen and beam down. The absolute crowd control coming out from Avidity with these double CC DPS is just too much for Solstice Pyra to handle.
I gotta be dead honest with you, Captain. Slay's Ice Wall could not have come at a better time. It bisected Solstice Pyra, and that was instrumental in Avidity hanging on to that control point. Now, even though Avidity had more ultimates at their fingertips in that moment. Solstice Pyra had the beat. They had Lucio's ultimate. That was, look, I don't want to say quality over quantity, but I would definitely say that that particular ultimate was a game changer.
That is true. It definitely could have been. Let's see if they can keep it going here. The Big E coming in from Bofi, takes down Slay's Blizzard, and Lambent throws in theirs as well to try to clean this up. NPC able to pop out the barrier just before death. And it looks like they will continue to hold this objective. Little Bofi holding on for dear life, separated out from by the May of Avidity, but it's gonna be too little, too late it seems. Aspect just trying to ban the hammer through every shield and May wall that there is, but I do not think it is gonna be enough. Overtime continuing to tick away as Illegal Panda has that shatter online, but aren't even gonna need it. 100 to 12 as Avidity ties up Nepal.
That was awesome. Dude, we saw a complete opposite shift of the momentum this time. Avidity dominantly taking round number 2 on map number 1. All right, so who's going to get the first points on the board? Well, you know what I mean, but first point on the board. Avidity coming in ultra hot, but Solstice Pyra, look, if Avidity was able to do it, I think Solstice Pyra would be able to as well. Now that the shoe's on the other foot, show me something good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let me hear you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, the doors are open, and both compositions are opting for the McCree May with the Diva. So they're looking to try to eat. They're looking to try to do some CC and do some damage. So let's see if they can make that happen. Avidity able to get to the objective first this time around. And Solstice Pyra pushing along the elephant side, gets the pin, but it's not going to be enough. Lambent gets the follow-up onto Illegal Panda, but the trade comes in onto Koshro with both main tanks out of the fight. That might be a game changer for either side, and now Aspect out of the fight as well. The D-Mech comes in, and it's just, it might be too little too late, but you can't tell which side it's for because the trades just continue to come in. NPC getting the follow-up onto Lambent, just holding this high ground advantage on the objective. Avidity takes control, but the fight may be far from... Nope, there they go. They're going to go ahead and pull back. They know when they're beat, and they're going to stop right now.
Yeah, losing Frenok and Aspect, that's enough. You fall back, man. Do not press your luck. Now, I need to say, I'm sure those of you watching at home saw Illegal Panda's stats pop up on the lower right corner of your screen during that fight. He's a very good tank, man, but I wanted to say, who's ever Reinhardt drops first, I think that team is going to lose the fight. So, we've seen how integral Reinhardt is to securing these points. Keep that shield up, protect everyone else, and just try and push against each other until somebody drops. Need a doctor.
Interesting aspect right there as we see both Ant Matrices use the Deadeye from NPC. Doesn't grab anything either, and Bofi is hungry, able to get the eat, take down the immortality field, but it's not enough. They still can't get into this objective despite all the damage they're doing. High Noon now coming out from Aspect, looking to see if they can get that pick. Joey does find Illegal Panda in the end, so with the Rhine down, that may be all over for them if they cannot take down Koshro. But since Avidity has control, they just have to stagger. They just have to keep it going. Ant Matrix, Diva Bomb, all coming out, and somehow Slay in that icicle is still living, is still keeping that point in Avidity's favor, and despite what is going on, it looks like they're going to actually retake the point.
I kind of lost track. Avidity's going to retake the point. I was about to say, all right.
Yeah.
Now, again, I have to say, Aspect's Deadeye at that moment, it got Illegal Panda. Best pick he could have gotten. And we saw NPC, again, using the ultimate as a deterrent. That stalled, if even just slightly, Solstice Pyra coming back to the point. Nobody wants to get picked off by the BAM.
That's right. Overtime ticking
Nice.
away, and the Bamf, aka MPC, right now on that McCree is clicking heads left, right, and center right now. Fofi getting demeched and deleted as Avidity coming up clutch here on Nepal. Get away 2-1.
I see what you did there, and I like it. So, yeah, that was one heck of a... let me tell you, that was teamwork. I'll say it was teamwork, but then again, that's Overwatch. It should go without saying. But, again, 2-4-1's Batiste, I am just... You cannot understate the value of a good support, and 2-for-1 is really pulling his weight for Avidity. You gotta respect it.
Yeah, that's something that that is sure to note on. One thing I do want to mention that we didn't get time to before because we jumped into the match so quickly. Avidity is actually coming into this from the losers bracket of the group stage.
Yeah. That was important. You're right.
So not only on top of the fact that they had a 5-map barn burner just before this, but they have literally taken the long road to get to this point right now. Whereas Solstice, it's been 3-0s all the time. This is, if I remember correctly, this is the first map that they have dropped at all. So to see these two going head to head, we just may be seeing a very different Avidity than we may have saw earlier in the tournament.
I'm ecstatic to hear that because, look, I just love seeing good back and forth. One thing I always say, nobody likes watching a one-sided match. So, more Overwatch is good Overwatch as far as I'm concerned. And we are going to jump right into map 2, which is Blizzard World, correct?
Yes, it is a place I absolutely love to be picked. Everyone's all about that King's Row, but I tell you, the absolute aesthetic of Blizzard World is absolutely beautiful. I mean, it just reminds me of all the theme parks that I can't go to for the last year, So I might be crying a little on the inside, folks, but it'll be okay.
That hurt, my man. That hurt.
It hurts.
That hurt.
But it's
I felt that one.
But let's look at these team compositions. It looks like we have got
Zarya
so we got the metal bubble. We got the metal bubble that Hammond Zarya with the brig. Wow, I don't know what Solstice Pyra is planning, but it's different, and I'm all for it.
I was about to say the same thing. I don't know what they're planning, but I like it. We see two drastically different compositions on these teams. Give it to me. Show me something good. Now, of course, Lambent running Echo, very commonly used hero, all right? The copy is, well, to say the least, it's a game changer. Can you imagine if you get a second Reinhardt or a second Diva or, God forbid, a second Mei? It's just...
Yeah.
It's... Oh, boy. So, man, it just seems like everybody's taking wild shots.
Yeah, the engagement has already started as Avidity literally took the long road to get to the objective, essentially coming from the defender's spawn, but it looks like no pick has come in just yet until I say that. Caster Curse it goes. 9-Art able to find free knock. Kotro gets the trade onto the Mei, but that Amp Matrix is really going to clean it up, and NPC is not acting, well, I would say actually is acting like a bot right now, because it's just click, click, boom, all around this objective as we see the counter charge coming in there. NPC cleans it up. And with 5 minutes on the clock, Avidity is going to take to the streets.
Right away, NPC with 4 eliminations, 2 of which were final blows. 46% weapon accuracy. I wish I could have a batting average like that.
I wish I could have accuracy in any game like that. Goodness gracious.
I didn't want to expose myself, but I agree.
Well,
I'm lucky if I get 20%. God!
I feel that, and you know what? That's why I always go in my plat brain to that Torbjorn, which surprisingly enough is coming out for Slay. Gonna be utilizing that on the high ground as Lambent opts for the duplicate. Rhine coming in with the charge. Koshiro and Fofi able to get some cleanup, and that shield is gonna protect them from the self-destruct of Death Sword. Lambent, again, game changer, picking that Rhine and able to hold the team together at that juncture.
Slay unfortunately was slayed. Slay was unfortunately slain. But I was not ready to see a Torbjorn, I'm not gonna lie. Since his retool some time ago, I have not used him much myself. But I'm fascinated by these differences in composition. It's not at all uncommon to see mirror matches at this level of Overwatch, but
Ooh, getting picked out there. Aspect trying to go for the flank, but it's going to be unsuccessful. And immediately Slay's turret going down over and over. The Deadeye comes out. Oh, but cannot get the pick onto Fofi like they were hoping for. The rotate continues to come around, but Graviton Surge utilized as well as the Transcendence trying to keep them up in this fight. And it's successful. It's a complete cleanup on this high ground once again for Solstice Pyra.
could they pick up Death Sword and turn this into a team kill? Doesn't seem like it, but either way, they got what they came for. So Solstice Pyra has to jump back and lick their wounds. Avidity is free to move forward. They have a little more than 2.5 minutes to get it to the second point. And right away, we're going into another fight.
That's unfortunate there. Illegal Panda using the Shatter to try to see if they can stop Koshro, but the minefield litters the objective right now, but Koshro is alone as Slay did swap over to that Reaper. He's going to be pumping out a lot more damage than we were seeing with that Torbjorn. 2:15 on the clock as we go ahead and see that High Noon is ready and raring to go in this backline. Aspect is looking, hunting, trying to get that pick with the Pulpa, but doesn't get it to land, doesn't get the stick. Neinart uses the beat in anticipation. The Deadeye comes out, doesn't find anything either, and here's Lambent once again on that duplicate ride, but gets taken out of it.
He tried to charge
in a hurry.
He tried to charge, but he got knocked over.
Yeah, just could not keep it together. That counter charge is always important when you got another Ryan on the field. And the fight is just continuing forward, but it looks like Avidity has been pushed into the side room. Self-destruct invested on the objective. Finds Fofi in the end, and the picks are starting to come in for Avidity. But as the spawn gets closer and closer to Pyra, it's going to be hard for them to push in this final minute.
Gotta be honest, it really seems like Slay is throwing stuff against the wall to see what sticks. We've seen him go to Torbjorn, we've seen him go to Reaper, but it seems to be working right now. Look, listen, Reaper, those shotguns, you might be a lousy shot, but those babies can hit anything, as long as you're right up in their face. So, and right now, NPC doing what NPC does. Okay, never mind. But, wait, we got eliminated by Slay? Oh, Lambent. Okay.
Obviously, you didn't get the memo of the upgrade that Slay just got, or Reaper just got recently. Sending those Akimbo shotguns into Akimbo pistols, because now it's a much more concentrated range of fire, as well as a longer distance. So Slay is, I wouldn't say is a medium range hero, but definitely is shredding it right now. Minute 45 on the clock as we see the rally invested, trying to see if they can provide that armor for them to push in on. That minefield is ready to go from Koshro, but Avidity is holding strong in this side room. Not for long, though. Koshro zooming through, gets the pick on Illegal Panda, and that's going to be all said and done for that fight.
That's definitely illegal, Captain. I'm not going to lie. That's ungentlemanly conduct.
I can definitely concur with that. Looking at the ultimates on the field right now, it's pretty even. Well, actually, it's not even kill. Now that I look at the ones coming online for Avidity, they're getting ready to pump out a 6-stack. And with a minute on the clock, that's exactly what they need to be doing. The payload's going to start moving its way forward, but they're shifted to the side. Koshro
dropping the beat.
They're able to get that pick. The Deadeye comes out, but the MO saves it. And Lambent trades the Deadeye of their own. That's going to be a cleanup. Slate trying to turn the tide only able to grab Lambit in the end. Now we only have 35 seconds for this final fight.
I gotta be honest, that's a shame, man. Because, like you said, they pretty much had all their ultimates. Avidity was holding all the cards. But Solstice Pyro was just one step ahead mentally. This is most unfortunate. This is do or die for Avidity.
Yeah, this is definitely that final fight that they need to take, but they're looking to take the high ground. All right, hope somebody's gonna touch that objective, but Illegal Panda sends the fire strike right into Aspect's face and clear the high ground and start making their way into the final resting point of this objective. But the shield's going down for Illegal Panda. They gotta back up just a little bit to get healed up. They got that shatter. It's gonna be a game changer. They gotta keep it going. The self-destruct goes back. Illegal Panda sends in the shatter, but the cleanup's just not there. NPC and Illegal do fine too, but so do Aspect and Coachro. The Deadeye from Lambent, able to grab the double kill, and with 102, almost 103 meters on that objective, just shy of 0.3, Avidity will be locked out.
This is definitely good for Solstice Pyra. That was, again, good McCree play by Lambent. That definitely was the game changer in that final fight. Illegal Panda was sitting on that shatter. I thought for sure that was going to be the game changer, but unfortunately he never got to use it. So, you know, dying with a full stick of butter is a capital offense, as I like to say. So, and that is most unfortunate when you got it, but you can't use it. So, yeah. But I always say, and you can tick this off your Frankie catchphrase bingo, the hallmark of a high-level player is adaptation, all right? So if Avidity can refocus, adapt to Solstice Pyra's strategy, what worked against them, well, maybe they can pull this out of their hat. But even if they don't, they got a little bit of breathing room. They're ahead 1-0.
That's true, and it looks like we've got a brawl-on-brawl getting ready to come in. The Rhine Zarya for Solstice versus the Rhine Diva for Avidity. The only real differences are Lambent and Slay once again on that Torb and on the Doomfist this time around, especially with Popey being able to utilize those bubbles for Lambent. That's going to create a lot of space if they're not careful already. The DMAC comes in onto Dust Sword as they try to hold everything together. 2-for-1 falling is definitely not a way to keep that going, as we see the Amp Matrix invested early. Lambent goes ahead and gives a 1-2 knockout to Slay as they grab the objective with 30 extra seconds than Avidity.
That is huge. That's a good way to start. Solstice Pyra, I mean, they definitely know what they're doing on this map. I respect it.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the lower practice maps for some of our teams, I would imagine.
I'm not
Although
surprised.
I would say a lot of people should practice every map, to be honest with you. You know, the love is on the row. I know it is. You know it is. And the Ant Matrix comes out. Will this Deadeye find something, though? Meteor Strike coming in probably for the escape and will be successful, able to get back to the safety of the team to get healed up right there. But that payload is slowly moving its way forward. It looks like Solstice thought they were going to grab that high ground early, but now are going to have to cower back onto this payload as Lambent goes down.
Oh, man. Forcing Solstice Pyra to stay behind the sign. That was brilliant. That was great placing. Again, deterrent, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, keeping Avidity behind the sign, and now that Graviton Surge coming out to hold them there is paying off. But we do see the picks coming in now for Avidity as they drop down. You can hold them in place all you want, but if you don't do the damage to take them out, they're going to be still sitting there. And it looks like they're going to retake this objective.
Wow. There we go. There we go. Slay him, Slay. Slay him.
All right, looking at the setup right now, we're not seeing a swap over from Lambent, so they're still holding on to this Doomfist, believing that it's the best route to go. Slay has that Molten Core online, combined with Death Sword's grab, could be an absolutely huge play as we see this battle of damage divas coming out in this next fight. Ooh, there it is right now. Graviton Surge with the Molten Core, and Nineheart going in for a boop kill because, you know,
Team kill.
Lucio do. Team kill rings loud and proud as they hold this objective together.
All right, so Avidity's still in the game. That was perfect. That was absolutely textbook. So now they can pull the payload back just slightly, but, you know, any little bit helps. So they gotta hold Solstice Pyra in order to get this map. They gotta hold them for another, just shy of 3 minutes. It's not a good start. Oh, it was the turret. Okay.
Yeah, they're just pushing them back just a little bit with that Am Matrix, but they're spread out. They're not together, and now Solstice Pyra has the ability to take advantage of that. That payload's gonna start moving its way forward. Once again, Aspect coming up on that Deadeye, but so is NPC, ready to unleash it there on the high ground if they're not careful. We see in the back line, Death Sword gets frozen out. The MO tries to keep them up, but might not be successful. High Noon from Aspect, trying to find someone, anyone, as does NPC. Ends up getting half damage on the 2-for-1, but the Shatter comes in. Is the
Clutch.
cleanup there? It is!
Clutch!
Avidity able to continue their hold of this objective as they take down the fraction.
Wow. Not gonna lie, Captain, I'm mildly impressed.
Well, you know what they say, you gotta give space to take space, right? They pull back to essentially waste the amplification matrix. The stagger wasn't great, that they went in opposite directions. Staying as a team probably would have been a better situation, but it might have just been how they dropped down. And, you know, Solstice Pyra got a pick or two, but it wasn't enough to keep them moving that card in. But wait, what is this? Invested as the Ant Matrix comes out on the high ground, trying to hold it
Honestly,
together. Graviton Surge,
good move.
invested from Death Sword, but the High Noon isn't gonna find what it's looking for. 0.01 meters on this objective, folks. This hold is literally as cheek clenching as it can be right now. Aspect does get that pick onto 2-for-1, but the spawn door is quite literally in their backyard.
This is 4th and inches right here, man. 4th and inches in the second quarter. So now they're pulling it back, albeit slightly. Like I said, every
You hear that?
I did not.
Koshro, fat finger in that Shatter. They're gonna want that back.
No!
Yep.
Oh, that's crucial.
That hurts, and the Blizzard now invested on the high ground. Avidity just speeds out of it. They know that they have that escape route. The payload's gonna start moving forward just a little bit, but the hold is holding strong right now. Aspect coming around. Oh, but gets stunned out by NPC. No Deadeye, no Blizzard, no Shatter online, and Slay has the Blizzard of their own to try to lock this down. Overtime now ticking away as Aspect tries to hold, but NPC has got their number. Fopi as well. Deadeye getting sped around. Double kill coming through the Am Matrix, and that's all she wrote, folks. Solstice Pyra will get taken down here on Blizzard World as Avidity continues their climb 2-0.
Oh my god. So you were saying how Solstice Pyra has not dropped the map yet.
I
And
don't
now they've
believe so.
You don't believe so? Like, and dude, they just dropped 2 in a row. Their back is now up against the wall. Loser leaves town. So I am, because loser goes home, right?
Yep.
All right, I
No
knew I
second
wasn't crazy.
chances this time around, and I gotta say, the thing that is interesting to me in this aspect is tournaments like these are all about longevity.
Yes.
How much can you continue to put in over and over and over again? Solstice, Pyra, and Avidity started at the same place today, but it's very obvious that Avidity has the staying power, has that fortitude to be able to continue playing after all these matches that have been coming down the pike. And Solstice, Pyra, I hate to say it, but it seems like they're kind of tuckered out.
And that's crazy because you would think that Avidity would be tuckered out. And I gotta say, because it's funny you say that, because another one of my sayings is that, you know, these tournaments, especially these double elimination affairs, they are not sprints. They are marathons. You got to pace yourself. You can't give it all right away. And when you're in a map 5 barn burner like Avidity was, you figure when you come out of that, you got to be exhausted. I know my brain would be warped. I guess that's why I'm not playing in the tournament. But Solstice Pyra had some time to sit, some time to recuperate. But, you know, when you come hot off of a 3-0 win, you know, you break your momentum with a break. That could be be hazardous to your win-loss record as well.
Yep, that will be rough. We're going to go ahead and send it to a quick break, though, so that we can let the teams kind of get their heads around. We'll be back with more action here at the Will English Invitational in a few moments.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org.
I've had my heart broken in two, but something's different next to you. It's like my soul is set on fire, but oh, I'm starting to feel tired. 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. 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 Take my hand and say for sure, I can't keep on this road alone. And all this time I thought I knew, but all this time away inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know.
The Will Invitational is brought to you by ELOL Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals.
All right, welcome back, folks. We have got a... You know what? I thought that this was going to be a closer match, and I'm going to be honest.
Your words, not mine.
I'm a little disappointed. Just a little bit. This is supposed to be a semi-finals match. These teams have fought long and hard over 4 days to get here. Avidity, like we've continued harping on over and over again, just came off of a 5-map barn burner that was based off of one play they made to get to the semifinals, and now it seems like Stomp City. And I don't know how to feel about that, Frankie. I don't know how to feel about that.
Look, there's a reason why we play 3 out of 5. It's not over. It is never over until, someone's up with 3 points on the board.
That's right.
We just had our little halftime break, all right? So now we are going to go on to Route 66, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now here's the thing. I firmly believe, all right, that Solstice Pirate used this as an opportunity to step back, catch their breath, and refocus and replan a new strategy. Well, who knows? I could be lying, but we'll see. Again, we don't want to bury anybody here, but this is a semifinals match. Come on, people, give me a show. I don't want to jump off the mic yet.
That's right. I feel the beep beep in the distance. Can the reverse sweep come out? We will see here very shortly. We see the double bubble coming out from either side with Lambin and Slay again on opposite roles. The Ash to take down the Echo. That hit scan to take down the Sky Princess. And right now, the dive is moving in onto Big Earls, trying to see if they can get Solstice off that high ground, but it's going to be unsuccessful for now. But that payload's going to start pushing in front of this gas station as the trades and damage continue to come in. It looks like maybe Avidity might be able to finally get that push back, but nevertheless, nobody from Solstice Pyra has dropped down to touch the cart yet, and I say this every time I'm casting. If you're going to stay up there and defend, it does you no good if you don't touch. First pick coming in onto 2-for-1 on that Ana this time around, so it's a 5v6 fight as the payload continues to move its way forward, but it looks like Avidity might get stalled here for a moment.
Yeah, they might stall him for a moment, but is that going to be enough? I mean, oh, okay, yeah, it is going to be enough. Okay, never mind.
Yep, that cleanup is coming in a clutch right there, and they're going to get reset up on top of Big Earls once again.
I hear they make good pancakes. So
don't try the coffee. Tastes like dirt.
Ugh. Well, it's a good thing I'm not a coffee guy, but with that said, again, Fofi, Zarya, only 3 eliminations, but almost as much damage blocked as damage done. Hallmark of a good tank. Well, ideally you want to have more damage blocked, but
only so much you can do as a Zarya, but now we're seeing some rage coming out from Koshro. Gets the nano, able to earn up that primal rage, but not a pick to be had. An illegal Panda apparently just wanted to take a nap mid-fight right there. Slay does come in with the duplicate Zarya. Are we getting ready to see double grabs coming out right here? I think we may. Nope, not yet. Not able to earn it up fast enough. That's one of the harder ultimates to earn up with Echo right there. But they will grab the second one and head into the streets.
Not for nothing, man. They didn't need it. They didn't need it. They didn't need the second Graviton Surge. Because, Lambent was the sole survivor of that fight, still hanging on to Bob. Obviously he should probably hold on to that for a little longer before Bob does something. You know, so this way you can synergize with the ultimates of other teams. Right now, Koshro was sitting pretty in that bubble, daring Illegal Panda to come in there with him. Fortunately, Illegal Panda knew it was a good idea to stay out.
That's right. Now the trade dives come in as Illegal Panda does find Lambent on the high ground. That is going to allow, well, it was going to allow Slay until Freenox decided to take over the hit scan role and take them out as well. So now it's a 5v5 fight. It is literally matched up, roll for roll, character for character. And Koshro able to get that first pick. The follow-up coming in from Solstice Pyra is going to go ahead and send Avidity right on back to spawn as these monkeys go bananas.
I hate myself for laughing at that, but well done. Well done. Well done.
I mean, if anybody knows me from Tranquility, I am the dad joke extraordinaire. They're not all bangers, but you know, you get a little chuckle out of them.
Hey, listen, I'll take the sensible chuckle. And right now, I imagine Avidity is not having a sensible chuckle as they witness the payload eking back a little bit. Right now, they're committing the Graviton.
That Graviton Surge coming in there, grabs 3, takes down 2, but Slay does get the trade on Koshro. Now remember, that spawn is going to be further away for Koshro and isn't as easy to re-engage with if you know the pathing for a Winston. Definitely going to be easier for Legal Panda to get back in. It looks like they're going to get that payload moving once again. Maybe.
Right? No, right there. Lambent's taking some pot shots, just trying to get some ultimate charge. He's got it.
Deadeye is online right there as they stun out Illegal Panda, but Slay literally slaying the giant beast of Koshro, able to take them out, and now Slay is like, you want to monkey around? I can monkey around. Coming in with a primal rage. Ends up taking down Freenox, following up onto Lambent as well. And that's going to be a clear of the objective. With a minute on the clock, Avidity is setting up for a good final fight.
Look at this. Let me tell you, as we know, with Winston, with Primal Rage, you want to just hassle your enemy, get them off the objective, scatter them. But, man, did he get a lot of bang for his buck that time.
That's
4
right.
deaths altogether.
Slay heading into the sky, but is almost getting taken down, trying to get some healing back. But 2 for 1 gets that follow-up onto Lambent to try to lock this down. And that is going to be a payload capture. 2 minutes on this clock as they make their way into the warehouse.
Look at this, man. 14 eliminations for Slay. Look, not for nothing. Slay's doing his job. Very good stuff. But it's just like, switching to May. I don't know about that. The Echo was, well, no. This is a much more
we're
closed
inside.
space. Yeah, you're right.
Princesses can't get as much distance as we would like in this area. Plus, now you have the Hanzo as well. So you got the grab dragon combo that, based on the way NPC's been playing, it's probably going to be coming up here within about 30 seconds.
NPC has got one heck of an aiming eye. So, look at this. Lambent's still finding his mark more often than he doesn't. And even if he doesn't kill, you know it's wearing him down.
That's true, but Illegal Panda switching over to that Ryan doesn't get the same kind of protection that you would hope for, and Death Sword trying to use that grab to save them in time, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to have to earn that up rather quickly because NPC is ready to unleash the dragon.
Oh boy. And you know what that means. Let me tell you, if Death Sword is able to do the Zarya things that we've... Wow, okay, well, I guess does he get it? No, nothing.
Oh! NPC!
Wow!
With the shutdown, takes down the Deadeye mid-shot as the Graviton was holding a majority of their team hostage. Team kill rings out as the tanks push forward to lock down this point.
It's it. Here comes the rally. They're both popping it off. Oh boy. Final fight.
Here it comes. Overtime getting ready to start ticking away. Now remember, this is Escort, so as long as they get it in there, that's all that matters at the end of the day. They'll get that extra time if they're not able to hold Solstice Pyra back. Aspect coming around the side, looking for a good place to get that bomb up. But Lambent finds Slate amidst the Graviton surge, but Death Sword is swinging around that laser like it is a birthday party. NPC again shutting down that Deadeye, just not going to allow that McCree to get that pod shot. When the trades continue to come in, the spawn advantage is on the side of Solstice Pyra and Aspect, as a little going away gift gives Illegal Panda a pulse bomb as they try to tackle back.
I thought for sure Avidity was going to get that last point, but that makes things, even if mildly easier, for Solstice Pyra. They might be able to get back into this game. Stuck, and all right, it was too late, but still. Let's go in. What is going to happen? Slay sticking with May. Definitely wants to utilize that ice wall. I can't say I disagree with it. Lambent running Hanzo this time. All right. So I wonder. That was definitely a good. Let me tell you, it. Like I said, every little bit counts. So if you stop them, it's. You stopped them, you know? They didn't get that third point, so...
Well, you gotta think, though, this is their tournament lives on the line right now. Even though they stopped them, a fuller hold can be achieved. They got really far to be able to get to that second objective, and as always, on Escort, it's hard to get that third point. And right now, it's up to Solstice Pyra if they want to win, if they want to taste that sweet victory they've been seeing all day. They've got to find a way to turn this around, but right now Avidity is saying, no, you really, really, really shouldn't come out here.
It's science. So, I really like Frenok and Joey's Pharmacy comp there. It's, ooh.
Almost close to getting taken down right there. The Immortality Field gets invested in the fight as we see Deathsword just trying to get charged up. Barrage coming out of that tree. Taking right on back to spawn. And Lambent just cleans it up. Slay being the second to last to fall next to Nineheart. And that is going to be it. Big Earl is going to be controlled by Solstice Pyra as the payload moves forward.
Lambent is on a tear. What a pick by Lambent right there. I really respect that. Again, the Pharmacy setup, man. Now, I believe every one of those kills in the previous fight was by Lambent.
If not killed, there's a lot of damage done as we're seeing it here once again. There's just a primal raging out from Kostro as Lambent continues to hold strong there in the sky. 2 minutes on the clock, so Avidity shaves some time off, but they might be able to get back for a final fight. And NPC giving up the Deadeye for the Ash.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Hope that works out for him. All right, so we got Ash trying to find her mark, trying to get Farah. No such luck.
There we go. Yep. Grabs him in the end, but we see the Anti-Nate does grab Slay amidst the Graviton Surge. Now Fofi getting charged up, getting ready to see if they can take this point back, but an Aspect does find NPC amidst the chaos, being that backline flanker that they are. Lambent is back in the sky, gets the double kill on the supports, and that's all she wrote. The shatter comes out, but there is no one left to clean that up, and the barrage locks it down, heading into objective 2 with 3.5 minutes remaining.
Lambent switching to Echo now. When he was on such a tear with that Farah, do you think... No, all right, he's switching to McCree. How do you feel about that, brother? Do you think that's a good idea?
I mean, it's just like you were saying, on such a tear, but NPC did get the better of them in that one fight. So maybe it's just better to be safe than sorry. Koshiro ends up getting the nano, but gets slapped out and antied to be pushed back. Nineheart with the flail.
Get away from me.
Ends up sending him back one more time, so that nano gets 0 value.
What a shame.
I got wasting a lot of time though. That payload's moving forward.
Got her. No. Wow. Let me tell you, Death Sword's Zarya has not been as much of a factor as Fofi's Zarya in this game, and just I gotta respect the McCree play. Switching McCree was a good move by Lambent, and now.
Wow! Click, click, boom. Doesn't even have to go click, click just once. Payload has made its way into objective 2, and right now, it seems like Avidity is on the back foot.
To say the least, my man, they just, for lack of better words, they fell apart on that last fight, man. I respect them. Go ahead. Yeah, I respect them getting back into the spawn point, recharge their health, recuperate, they can't get hit. Oh, that's a shame.
That's a good way to bring it back, though. The trade onto Slay and Fofi does give them a little bit of an advantage. Now we see the Deadeye coming out. Honestly, I don't know how you can tell whether you got a headshot in that chaos of electricity going on around you. Primal Rage does come out for Legal Panda, and he's stunned out of it as now the Primal comes out. Death Sword trying to hold it all together, does find Fofi. Slay in the backline, able to grab that pick as well. And although Koshiro is just juggling people against this wall, the monkey will be fallen by the mace.
Reject humanity, return to monkey. That way, let me tell you, that definitely holds true here. So, let me tell you, Solstice Pyra is looking good right now. I don't want to say they have this just about tied up, but, excuse me. No, yeah, definitely not, but we are in final fight territory. Let's go, give me something. Don't C9 this, get on the payload.
That's right, they have 2 minutes to hold this. Already only 4 meters remain. It comes down to the micro plays here. If for 1 minute Avidity blinks, it is gone. It is over for this map. And Solstice lives for another day, or another map rather, and there it is. There's the blink. Fofi with that grab is able to get the triple kill with the help of the team. They're gonna clean up the stragglers, and Solstice Pyra puts the first point on the board.
Sign of the cross. Yeah, Solstice Pyra, I gotta say, they did pretty good there. So they're on the board. So we are 2-1, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, God, we have a match. Okay. All right, Avidity, you can put them down now. Just don't, don't make it a squash match. But that was, all right. So we get a map number 4, ladies and gentlemen. The best is yet to come.
This is interesting, right? Because if you're looking at the compositions that both of these teams are running, it seems like Solstice has finally understood that the mirror match, it's not going to work. No matter what they try to do, they try to mirror it as best as they can, and it just doesn't work out for them. We see Avidity continuing to find holes in their logic, and now we're seeing Avidity on the back foot. There's not a lot of adaptation to the composition that's coming out from Solstice Pyra. It's quick, it's fast, and it's deadly. That's the way Double Bubble with that Tracer is supposed to be. And it's going to be up to Avidity to be able to turn that around, because now, being on the back foot, they have to find a way to make it into this next match, which we are heading to Assault, which everyone hates Assault, all right? So I will be the first to tell you that this map, it could end in a tie, because they tend to, all right? And the way these two teams are playing, especially with Solstice getting a fire lit under their buns right now, it's showing that it could be quite a matchup when we head into this next match.
It would be nice, but as you said, assault maps tend to go to tie. So we have Hanamura, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I knew I wasn't crazy. All right. So Hanamura, I don't know too much about this map. Tell me.
Well, the best thing that you could run on a map like this, for the defense, ideally you want a brawl composition. You want to be able to lock down that choke as much as possible. But it's going to be hard with Solstice Pyra if they're running this double bubble kind of aspect. And, I mean, this is just a meme at this point, folks. I mean, come on. Hog ball torture? Really? You're really gonna run that? I'm not saying that they wouldn't, but it'd be really rough to get through that choke. They're gonna try to match the brawl with the Symmetra teleporter, but they gotta get through that choke first, and something tells me Slay isn't gonna allow that to happen quickly.
I think you might be onto something here, brother. Yeah, Slay doesn't make a habit out of dropping something. Whoa!
Look at that cheeky boof coming out from Nineheart saying, I know what you're doing. Everybody does it here on Hanamura. Teleport to first point. Immortality already down, so I'm going to boop you out of position. And Illegal Panda does find Freenok in the midst of the chaos. 2-for-1, able to grab a 2-for-1 there onto Koshro, and really putting it into Avidity's favor, despite the fact that a few members of Solstice Pyra continue to survive. They're going to get cleaned up here rather quickly.
All right. Show me something. Show me something. Solstice Pyra's red now. Okay. All right.
Yeah, got to remember they can swap in this one. So Solstice is on the attack, trying to find their way into the objective. Gonna go for it. That. Wait, what?
I'm just as confused
wait,
as you
what?
are.
So
I am
they
just
put
as
up the
confused as you
TP and then debate them. That is amazing. They debated using the teleporter to create space, and now we see the self-destruct coming out for Death Sword for the Remac. Already 2 ticks as NPC on that high ground looking to click heads, but gonna be unsuccessful. Joey does send Slay to the Tinnitus shop with that big old boot kill. And with about 2 minutes on the clock, as soon as they clean up the stragglers, that's objective alpha, and they're going to start making their way into Point Bravo.
Right. So, Solstice Pyra looking good. 5 minutes, man. This is going to be rough. This is going to be rough. But I think Avidity might be able to make something happen.
Right? 5 minutes and also 5 ultimates online right now. Freenok only had to use the Amp Matrix, and it looks like Aspect is just going to teleport onto that high ground to try to see if they can take control. NPC getting caught in position but not able to escape. Does end up getting the T-Mac. Well, actually just going to use the bomb to be able to remix quickly and get back into the fight. Good use of that, but the Blizzard freezing up all these tanks. Slay, though, is the only one doing damage on the point and are not going to be able to hold out for long. NPC swapping over to that Doom, but gets deleted. How does it feel, Doomfist, to go ahead and get taken out like that? 4 minutes will remain on this clock. Whoa! Just barely able to touch. Didn't want to make it a clear 4 minutes. 3 minutes 58. As Avidity, they got some work to do going into this attack phase.
Yeah, definitely. 3 minutes 58 seconds. That's quite a bit of time to spare. I'll say that. So let's go in again. Will Avidity be able to even the odds here? But it was interesting how the two teams went in with basically a mirror composition. Very similar compositions. You know, only one character of a difference. They're destroying those arcade cabinets. I'm personally offended by that. Gotta be honest with you. It definitely irks me. But in all seriousness, Solstice Pyra seems to have found their footing. Can Avidity adapt and get back into this game? Because if they don't, this could get real ugly really fast, and they can find all that momentum they racked up in the beginning of this matchup. It could evaporate in front of their eyes. I'd hate to see that happen.
That was odd. Not exactly for certain what NPC was trying to use the teleporter for, but it ends up using it to get on the high ground. Now the Maywall coming out from Lambent, trying to take advantage, does find NPC, and 2-for-1. That hammer will just clean up this objective. Illegal Panda to fall next, and now they're just staggering out the mini diva. That's just mean. That's just mean there, folks. Gonna freeze him out. Gonna go ahead and even the charge. Oh, didn't get the charge kill. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. That's a minute off the clock though.
And let me tell you, that ice wall was absolutely perfect, and that's why you see May as often as you do, man. That separated the team, that allowed Solstice Pyre to dictate the terms of approach, and well, it just went from there, as you saw. Trying to do it again. Ooh.
Maywall comes up, but doesn't separate them out the way they want. Shatter coming in from Koshro. Does get taken down by Death Sword in the end, but it might not be enough for them to be able to hold on. No, there they come.
Wow.
The pick coming back in. Aspect pretty much uncontested there. Able to get headshot after headshot, and the team cleans it up for another 40 seconds off that clock.
Solstice Pyra. Okay. All right. Let's go for it. Yep. Clear off that choke point. Tried to go for the Maywall
there
again.
We go.
Didn't.
Ooh, that's unfortunate, though.
Yeah.
They ended up leaving behind Slay there at the end. Blizzard, though, does get thrown in from Lambent as they try to clean this up. Boki finds 2-for-1 in the midst of the chaos, and Slay trying to push back with the help of NTC and that barrier. But remember, hammers don't care about gold barriers, and we'll go ahead and take down NPC. Now the Blizzard comes in from Slay, looking to get that cleanup. And Kofi, icicle to the face. That is not nice right there. The Amp Matrix comes up, but the Maywall separates it, not being able to pump in the damage that one hoped for. Time is continuing to tick away right now. Solstice Pyra continues to hold, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Avidity will end up taking this objective. There may be a recontest if we're not careful. Nah, it's not.
All right. Let's get into it. 4 minutes, 5 seconds. All right. So, obviously, they won't have as much time as Solstice Pyra did. Should they get this second objective? I mean, it's possible. It's possible they get the objective, but Solstice Pyra is back, and well, this could spell disaster for Avidity. They're grouping together, staying close as they move in.
Interesting rotation coming in there. We're looking to take the low ground initially, but now we're opting for the high ground to try to grant Aspect some leeway, and it looks like Aspect is going to go ahead and swap over to that Echo to see if they can try to contest on that high ground. Here comes Lambent with the Blizzard once again, trading out with the self-destruct, gets nothing. But Maywall, though, slays in the backline, and the Blizzard comes out for them as well. Foki just barely able to get back into the mech as Aspect coming out on that Echo melts everybody down. And that's going to be the end of that fight for now.
Let me tell you, Lambent's May is really putting in some mad work in this match. I got to give respect where respect's due. Nice picking off of the Diva.
What a bully! Ooh, Kofi though, going for the reset right there. They do have the spawn advantage, but if Avidity can move in fast enough, they might be able to take advantage of the fact that Kofi's still coming back from spawn. Doesn't look like they will though, unfortunately.
They're all staying a little bit. They just barely avoided that.
Oh, Shatter comes in, ends up grabbing pretty much the whole team as Avidity uses that Amp Matrix to try to pushed off Solstice Pyra, but they are done. They're done kidding around. You know what? They said first 2 rounds, or first 2 maps, they were just for show. They were just so that we could rest and you could put everything you had into the fight. And now it's our turn. We're going to turn it around, and at the end of the day, this is our match.
And turning it around, they are, man. We got, what, another 2 fights tops before, this round is over? So,
Possibly.
Avidity needs to make something happen right now. Yeah, they do still have a little bit of breathing room, but they cannot get complacent.
Ooh. Blizzard comes in, but able to get eaten by Death Sword. Exactly what they need. Tackle now coming in as well from Koshiro, able to take down Illegal Panda in the end. And the duplicate Diva for Aspect will continue to hold strong for now. The bomb's online, but honestly, don't even need it because the point is cleared. But all those ultimates invested and only a minute remaining might put Avidity into a good position.
God knows they need it. So now, taking a little bit of pot shots, throw that dynamite, trying to initiate the fight. Both sides. Go ahead.
That's not going to be a good way to start things off, especially with that Blizzard. Slay getting taken down early. We're heading into final fight territory.
Where's it going? All right. Careful on the approach. Defense matrix used to try and, make sure there's no damage.
Yeah, trying to keep that shield up as much as they can. 10 seconds. Yes! Yes! I love this play! Sending the Bob on point, but oh no! Bob actually gets booped. I don't even know.
That's a shame.
Tackled back. Blizzard now coming in from Slay, but the beat gets invested by Joey to try to keep the fight alive. Lambent able to get a pick of their own, but will meet death in the end. And right now, they are just getting cleaned off this objective. Overtime continuing to tick away. Shatter comes out. Lambent at half health, able to get taken down, but no! Illegal Panda, the only one near the objective, gets booped off the objective. Can't get back to it because Reinhardt doesn't have climb yet. Work on it, Blizzard. And we got it tied up. We're headed to a map 5.
Let me tell you, this is a completely different game than what we saw in those first 2 maps, Captain. This is, we gotta fight. I'm a happy man. We gotta fight.
And the aspect is exactly as we were saying, right? The idea that Solstice, they've gotten these 3-0s over and over again, and maybe the first couple maps, they were just kind of sitting back. They were like, we got the time. Like, we know we got time to be able to take this. As long as they don't get 3 maps, then we good. And we just play it out, kind of lackadaisical, kind of rest, get our strength up, because we know that no matter what, we're going to face Lo-Fi or Initial Drift in the finals. And that's going to be a fight that no matter what team you are, you're going to need all your energy to be able to do so. So both of them are dueling it out over on the Landlord stream if you want to check that out. Right now, the score is tied. It's tied 1-1 right now. Yep.
Ooh.
So,
wow.
So the winner of that match will come over to this stream to be in the finals after we finish here, and the loser will stay there to face off for 3rd place. So, but right now, these 2 teams are looking to, I don't know if they're playing off of each other on purpose or not. Is Avidity struggling because the energy is down, or is Solstice Pyra, they had their break, they're good to go now, and now they just want to, cut the dragon off at the head and move on to the finals. I'm not for certain, but we'll be back in just a few moments.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org.
Whew. Oh, Frankie.
Oh,
I gotta tell you, Frankie. It's so hot. It's so hot in this barn, man, because this
dude,
is
seriously
an absolute burner, man.
It's-
Holy goodness. This is 2 barn burners in a row for Avidity right now. They're taking it again to map 5 against Solstice Pyra, but right now, Avidity is on the back foot. All right?
Yes,
And
very much.
you gotta wonder, is this Avidity's plan? They're like, okay, we're rested up. We'll let you have your 2 maps, or was that Solstice Pyra's plan, and now they're going to put them out of their misery?
I got to be blunt. For Avidity's sake, I most certainly hope so. But I don't know, man. Letting things go to a game, to a map number 5, letting things go to the wire. I don't know, man. That could work just as much for your opponent as it could for you, because
that's true.
At this level, I don't think teams are going to tire out when they're this close to the chip.
Yeah, one would hope, but they've been playing since about 1 o'clock Central. So needless to say, they've been pumping out a lot of Overwatch gameplay over the last couple hours. So maybe this is a strat. We will see now as we head on in to map 5. We're at the
Lijiang Tower
Gardens. Here we go. Let's get this on the road as the fight is already ensuing. NPC in that side room trying to see if they can get a pot shot on the back line. Lambent is coming in on the Sombra this time around with the full dive of Solstice Pyra, trying to clean it up, and Lambent does find a legal Panda in the end. Slay looking to slay with those shotguns, and unfortunately we'll just get a pulse bomb right.
Go again. Now we got the cleanup. That's definitely a good one for Solstice Pyra.
Ooh, nice little boop there at the end too. They've already taken control of the objective, and come on, Slay. Slay, really? Really, Slay? Really, Slay?
Whether through confidence or desperation, I cannot say. But, I like seeing Torbjorn for the simple fact that I don't see him terribly often. Right now, though, I'd say Solstice Pyra is holding the cards.
Well, lessons coming out, as well as the Deadeye doesn't find much of anything on either side as Joey invests the sound barrier, trying to keep their team alive, and Koshro is angry. The Primal Rage comes out, and the turret finally goes down along with the rest of Avidity as they continue their percentage climb.
An uncontested percentage climb, might I add. So this is definitely good for Solstice Pyra right now. Avidity has lost 2 fights in a row decisively. Losing a third one will firmly put them on their back leg. Like, it'll be hard to come back from that. I don't know. But right now, Solstice Pyra's got to focus on holding the point. They got a lot of ultimates ready or almost ready. Well, but then again, Avidity's got the beat. They've got the grabs. Yep, they're committing. They're in.
MD only grabs one, and the hack does grab a legal Panda in the end, but Slay and MPC are the only ones that light up the kill feeds with the 4v6 in their power, and now they are looking to clean it up. They are tired of Solstice Pyra taking over the objective. They want to move to the bye as well, and they will take control and start their percentage climb.
And not a moment too soon. They were able to win that fight, and they have a second chance at life. So this is definitely a good thing, but they're coming up from 0. So they gotta hold this for at least another 2 fights.
That's true. The Molten Core is online, and we'll see how that works out here. As Aspect already having to use the recall due to Slay's Torbjorn. Now the Sound Barrier invested. Molten Core trying to melt them out as they try to engage onto the enemy, but it's not going to be enough to hold them back. They won't stay on the other side of the Molten Core, and they get melted as Aspect does find 2 for 1 in the end, and now it's just a room full of monkeys bashing against one another. As we see now, Illegal Panda moving their way into the objective. They're trying to keep Solstice Pyra off it, but it may just be too little, too late. The percentage is continuing to climb, but now Solstice Pyra have it back in their control.
Stuck recalling, making sure can't do the damage. Eliminate the mech. Oh,
nice boop. Coming in there for Joey. Ends up sending both 2 for 1 and Illegal Panda back. Won't be able to touch the point, and that's going to be 1 point for Solstice Pyra as we head on to Night Market.
My man, we could be on the verge of a 3-verse sweep. I can smell it. You can smell it. The Rock can smell it. I don't know. I don't know. I can definitely see Avidity coming in clutch and winning this one just as dominantly as Solstice Pyra did that previous round. But the momentum has completely shifted. This is a completely different Solstice Pyra than what we saw in the first 2 maps.
All right. Well, Night Market always lending it. What?
Right away. Oh my God!
What was
just
that?
happened?
What was that? How? How did Koshro get a 3-man fire strike? It's not even Amp! Well, Solstice Pyra takes point. And that's not it.
Captain, I have no idea what just happened.
I'm as stunned as you are there, Frankie. I've watched a lot of Overwatch in my time, and that's a new one. That's a new one for the books to start off so quickly. Koshro gets nothing but shield inside that bubble with that shatter. They're finding their way in 20% and climbing as NPC trying to melt anyone and everyone in their way. Finds Joey in the backline, and that's going to be the cleanup at the 28% mark.
Going with the sim was a great idea. Solstice Pyra definitively lost that fight. NPC is almost sitting on his ultimate. So I would say this favors Avidity right now. They got to keep this percentage climbing. Nothing drops.
All right, well, Slay is on that Echo and is trying to work their way around this objective, seeing if they can find a pick or 2 before the enemy team pushes in. Barrier coming out right now. They're trying to provide the damage all they can, but can it be enough? As we see the sound barrier invested from Nineheart, and the cleanup comes in clutch. Primal Rage and Barrier for Aspect and Fofi get wasted out as Avidity continues to climb.
Personality duplication complete.
Personality duplication complete at perfect timing, might I add. So, Avidity is holding the cards in this round. Solstice Pyra is going to make another push.
Let's see if they can turn this thing around. Sound barrier invested by Joey. Oh! Koshro getting sent off the side by an angry. You love to see it. Aspect's going to follow suit as well on the other side. They're going to continue to hold this objective. The percentage continuing to climb as they try to stabilize on here, but Lambit on that Doomfist is a power hitter right there. Illegal Panda ends up turning around at the most inopportune time, gets the shatter right to the back, and that is going to be a cleanup for Solstice Pyra as they retake control.
This is getting down to the wire here, Cat. Avidity, even though they got that clutch kill on Koshro, that's a shame that they lost the point. They gotta make it happen. They gotta make it happen now. They can't let Solstice Pyra get any stronger of a foothold. Nineheart almost has the beat Slay almost has duplication. That might be all they need. They gotta play their cards right.
And Matrix being invested now as we hit the 50% mark. Solstice trying to hold strong as Slay ends up retreating back to the safety of the team. With that immortality down, Aspect has to zone, has to be able to invest in the Deadeye! It finds it, the Shatter finds just about everyone, but Aspect gets the he lives. That is going to be a cleanup once again. Team Kill rings out loud and proud as we head into final fight territory.
It's a shame because I saw Nineheart invest that beat right away to prevent Death Sword from falling. And look at this, Aspect. 10 eliminations, 7 of which were final blows. This is bad for Avidity. They need this, they need it now. Nothing drops. Will they be able to do it?
Ooh, the Am Matrix comes in. Illegal Panda does find Lambit on that Junkrat, and there comes the tackle.
Oh, he misses!
Whoa, I thought that was going to be a direct, but no, it's not. Overtime ticks away as Joey does find Slay in the back line as they try to clean this up. Illegal Panda trying to hold strong, but the only one there is him and a 2-for-1 who gets picked off as well. Overtime ticks away, and Solstice Pyra walks away 3-2 here on Lijiang Tower.
And that is match, ladies and gentlemen. We have one of the combatants of our finals set now. So, unfortunately, Solstice Pyra clutches it out. 3 verse sweep. A charge was what did it. Right away, man. That's right away. That set the tone. It's very difficult to come back from something like that. The psychological impact of a play like that is immense. When you lose, as they said in Pokemon Stadium, taken down on the word go. That's very early to lose 3 people, and it just fell apart after that. That's a shame, but it is what it is. Avidity goes home. Solstice Pyra moves forward.
That is true. Solstice Pyra going to go ahead and lock in that first slot into the finals. But don't worry, Avidity. You still have a chance to be able to get at least a couple of bucks in your back pocket, because you're going to be heading over to the 3rd place match over on the Landlords Gaming stream. But before we do that, let's go ahead and throw it to a quick player of the match. I know for myself, the person that I had my eyes on a lot was Fofi. That off-tank diff was coming out during that second half in a wild storm of Zarya and D.Va damage. Just look at the numbers, even just on Lijiang Tower alone, of the cleanup that was coming. Damage done equaling damage blocked, and just an absolute dominant force of keeping their team alive.
I can't disagree, man. It's just, as D.Va as well. And look, 20 eliminations just on Lijiang Tower. It's just that last map, brother. It's just, look, obviously every role has their part to play, and no role is more integral than the other. But let me tell you, I was so focused on the DPS, but it was Fofi doing what he was doing that allowed the DPS to do what they do best.
Yeah, so that's really what it comes down to, and especially for Zarya, that's like that's always the issue with the Brawl versus the Rush comp, right? Is that if you want to be deadly, you run the Zarya, because you can get that energy up and you can melt everything in your way like a 3rd DPS.
And boy, did he.
Yeah, that's literally what we saw happen there. The D.Va was not strong enough to withstand all of that. So we're going to go ahead and send it to a break, folks, because the other match is still going on. It's still going on over at twitch.tv/landlordsgaming. So go check that out. We'll be right back here as soon as that match is done for your grand finals.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming.
All right, folks, welcome back. We have, 4 days. We have been at this over and over and over again, and it all comes down to this: the grand finals matchup between Solstice Pyra and Lo-Fi Aim. But first, we're going to take some time to talk with a face that you've probably seen a lot during the last couple of days. I mean, honestly, you've seen it probably every time you've opened the stream because it's literally plastered everywhere. It is Will English the Fourth. Will, this has been an incredible tournament. We have essentially doubled the amount of the the original Will English Invitational. 31 teams in the North American division. We now have a European division that had 7 teams that participated. And it seems like a lot of attention is coming out around this tournament from those high skill level teams that are looking to be a part of something exciting and fun. How do you feel about how the tournament has gone thus far?
Well, to answer that question honestly, like even after the first invitational, I always felt that I can do better, and I'm going to be hard on myself. And you guys have probably been listening to me bitch and moan the entire weekend. And I'm sorry, yes, I did. I violated my own rules, but the idea is that I'm hard on myself. I always wanted to do better, and I it's not a success in my head, but at the same time, I understand that like I also it's not about me, right? Like it's bigger than me. And so you asked me like kind of like how did it go, what the experience has been like, it won't hit me probably until tomorrow, but the idea is that like for the good we are doing and the result that we have and for everything that's happened over this weekend, and I don't even have time in this entire broadcast to tell you all the things that have happened that are just outside of it. There are a lot of like secondary things and secondary effects and secondary stories that just like the tournament itself is kind of like, again, a vessel towards those things. I mean, we had we had the EU division, which I didn't even know was a thing. I didn't even know like people needed that kind of thing. I had Shoes Money Crew playing in the tournament. It's just stuff like that where I was like, man, and then coming from the first invitational as well, again, the last thing I'll also say is like I think to myself is like, all right, cool. When I put together the second one, I set a goal for 32 teams, and I said, if I fail, then I know where the ceiling is, right? Then I know exactly where that brick wall is, and that's where I should respect that, right? Like I know that I'm at the edge of my limit. But then when I had more than 32 teams, and we actually had like almost 38 teams plus going into the room, and then we whittled down to 32 as teams were moving away. But man. I just imagine like I don't know what that brick wall is. I don't know what I don't know what the ceiling is, and so the kind of the old days, just shoot for the moon and maybe you might reach the stars. It's kind of that like that's unfolding in front of me. And so I have to respect it. So I know that's probably not the feel good answer people are looking for, but just like for me, that's how I approach it, and that's just my personality. That's just who I am. But for everybody else, though, as far as I can tell, everybody that's been that has touched this event has had a good time, has had a great experience, and they've been extremely flexible and patient and supportive, even from people that I didn't expect, even from corners and information that I didn't expect. So again, I won't go too much in a longer sentence here, but that's I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that really breaks it down right there. And I think it's important to note that this tournament was really difficult to put together. I mean, there are a lot of tournaments that have been going on the last couple of weeks, and trying to find a day that really date that worked out for everyone, that we didn't have conflicts with higher powers that be, was hard to begin with, and then just a lot of stuff in the back end. So yeah, it hasn't been pretty, but we hope that you've been having a good time.
And to that note, Will English and Captain Jack, I mean, like you said, it hasn't been easy, and I want you to look back on this invitational and the previous one that you had. I want to know what is the why. What's the why behind all of this? What was the motivation to say, hey, I want to stand up not just a tournament within the Overwatch community, within the T3 community, but an exemplary one, and not only to have a good one to start out with, but then have a almost exponential growth into the second one. So yeah, walk me through kind of the origin story and kind of a quick and dirty why you want to do this and what that motivation came from.
Well, to Captain Jack's point earlier, one thing I've noticed in this entire journey, and this is a journey, it has no destination, it's a journey, is that, I kind of just noticed that, like, people don't, like, this tournament was hard. like like again, I'm gonna give it to you, raw people, because I'm already emotional and I already cried once on stream, so this is probably gonna happen again. But it's hard, but I think the community deserves it, and I think the community deserves some leaders and some people that are willing to step up and do the hard work and do the hard stuff. Because look at the result. Look at what we've accomplished so far. Just by embracing that and just going, you know what, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be rocky. We're good, whatever. But if we stick together, if we work together, if we collaborate, then I think people will respond in kind. And again, the number of teams that saw us struggle, and yet we're like, no, we're good. We're flexible. And the number of times when arguments arose and just like, hey, just talk it out, let's work it out. As to the why, like I tried to sugarcoat the first story, but like for the Invitational one, all I wanted to do was to replicate. I did the Friends and Family tournament. I kind of wanted to create that opportunity for myself, and very selfishly, I wanted to create that opportunity for myself. I had never produced an Overwatch show. Well, I had, but I haven't produced it on my own. I hadn't done it for my own purposes, and so I was like, why not me? Why not us? And and I said, if I get 8 teams, I'll be happy. And then I got 16, and so this time around, I just said, again, I wanted to know what that limit was. And I said, you know what, I can do bigger. Like we had 24 teams at the end of the day sign up for the first Invitational. So I figured, hey, if I get to 32, I'm halfway there, or 3/4 of the way there. And on top of everything else, like I'm looking at other tournaments. I'm looking at the Fran Overwatch Community Cup. And then as I was informed, because I'm thinking to myself, I'm not doing that well because I only have 30 some odd teams. I found out the Open Division had 87 teams, and the Friends Overwatch Community Cup only had 60 some odd teams. So I'm just like, wait, huh? Oh, I actually did accomplish that. So I kind of had to understand kind of what the scale of it is. But the last thing I'll say about kind of the why, the why was selfish the first time around, but the why for the Invitational 2, to be bluntly honest with you, is selfless, because it is doing it, like, this is bigger than me. And what I've tried to tell everyone is that, like, don't look at the tournament. The tournament itself is a vehicle, it's a vessel, it is providing opportunities, it is mending fences, it is showcasing some of the best talent we have in the world. People are showing the level of respect that I wanted to show for the entire thing, and I can't ask for anything else about that. So when I come in and when I'm doing the hard work, I keep that in the back of my brain, that, like, you know what, it's bigger than me, it is bigger than everyone here, it is doing so much for so many people, and I feel extremely privileged to be able to even provide that, just to even do that. And people see it, and just like when people see my vision and people see kind of why I'm trying to do this and what I'm trying to do about it, they align quickly and they will fight to the ends of the earth. And again, you two are proof of that. You two are proof of, hey, I wanted to do something, a bigger prize pool. Both of you contributed to that. Captain Jack came in clutch, setting up setting up the back end and being a rock star in town where other people have stepped up, and they don't know me. They owe me nothing, but they decided that like this is bigger than them, and they see it, they recognize it, and they're willing to work with me. And that's all I can ask for. And so, moving forward, I'm going to keep that mission, and I will protect it to the ends of the earth. Like, I don't want that to go away. You don't get that many opportunities in life. You don't have that many friends that I can call friends and family and people that I have loyalty for life. You don't get that often. And so I got something special here, and I want it to continue. I don't want it to die. So now I'm going to fight for it, and I think it's worth it. I think it's fucking worth it. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. You hear the passion, though. I mean, that's what I love. It's the selflessness, it's the passion, and this is the people you want behind the scenes organizing the stuff in this community, right? Because the Overwatch community has been through a lot in the past couple of years, especially the T2 and T3 world. So I think having someone that's as passionate as Will behind the scenes is only a boon for the future. So on a little bit lighter of a note, we've had now between these two tournaments, hundreds of hours of Overwatch played, some incredible moments. So I'm asking you, Will, maybe you don't have one off the top of your head. Do you have any favorite memories, any favorite games that you've seen and watched so far? And the second part of this question is, who do you have taking this grand finals match between Loki and Solstice? I have to ask. You're the tournament leader.
Come on. Why are you asking me this now? Okay, well, I'll answer the first question. There are so many favorite moments that I have, but to be honest with you, and this person did not have to do this, but when I was able to get on the broadcast, and I was a kid in the freaking candy store, so okay, I'm back. I got some emotional control now, so I avoided saying the F-bomb on my own stream. That I've chastised other casters for it, so like I apologize. But I think I can bend the rules just a little bit. But when Bull Skunk was on the broadcast, I can reveal this now that we were supposed to have Bull Skunk and Chef Billy, and when I found out that was even a possibility, I'm just like, holy crap! How did I get here? This was, I've watched these two. I felt like. I felt like I was nowhere near their level or nowhere even worth the time of day. I spoken to other casters, like they needed certain things, they needed certain guarantees and stuff like that. I mean, Rich Rad is somebody that I admire and I follow and I've worked with in the past, and like I wanted to get him on, but like he told me respectfully he doesn't have the time, and that's okay. No, he didn't say that to me, but I'm just trying to exemplify, like, I didn't think I was at that level and I didn't think I was worth that amount of time. But these two people not only showed up, but I was a kid in a candy store. I got to ask questions to Bull Skunk that I never thought I'd have the opportunity to ask. And so like I got something out of the event. I got something that I've always wanted. And so I literally stopped the presses. I had this whole entire plan. I'm like, Shep, like Bull Skunk, like I've always wanted to ask these kind of questions, like just somebody that's in the know and somebody that understands that. And so, and he didn't have to do that. And then on top of everything else, he came back on Sunday. He didn't have to do that. He did not have to do that, and he worked on the other two streams. He worked with Tropic Theory, Saint Drill. I had kind of a backwards goal to be more inclusive in this event. And it's no offense to what happened at the Invitational one. We definitely had female teams and players, but just I wanted to create an environment where those folks would be welcome into the event because again it's bigger than me, and I think that's important. And so we had Tropic Theory, we had Waffles, and Tropic Theory was casting with Bull Skunk, and I'm just like, that is amazing, that is beautiful. That's and just like most of the members that I've met, in kind of the upper echelons of this community, they are nice, they are personable. Chef, and I'm sorry, I know you're asking for one moment, but I have multiple moments, so you have to forgive
That's
me.
only better.
But
I mean,
but,
it's your show. You can say as many moments as you want.
I mean, Ocean from the EU has never known me for a day in my life, and we are now best friends in the world. The whole entire EU division, folks, they were happy as pigs in a blanket to just be in the room, and I'm like. All I'm doing is pressing the keys over here, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I'm doing. And Ocean was like, he worked 16 hours. He came in 12 hours the next day. He was just like, just a mountain of energy. And that's all he wanted to do. All Ocean wanted to do was to cast Overwatch. And I said, you know what? No problem. I said, you have a friend in me in the States. And if EU doesn't have any tournaments, well, God bless. I will change that because I can and I will. So yeah, I mean, just all those people and all the people that I have mentioned, they don't know me, they don't owe me a thing. They could think that I'm the biggest jerk in the United States of America, and I'm wearing the shirt, and I get that, and that pun was intentional. But they came here. They wanted to work with me, and all they wanted to do was do this game and help service this community. And I'm in awe of their service, and I don't deserve it. I mean, like I could just be blunt by myself. I don't deserve it, but I appreciate it and I have to respect it. And so, like I said, so you have it. You have a friend, you have an ally, and it only gets better from here. Everyone has said to me, "Well, it can only get better from here." And I'm like, you know what? Absolutely. And I think we can. Like I said, I don't know where that ceiling is, and that's what scares me. Like that's what keeps me up at night. I don't know where that brick wall is. And then when it hits, maybe I might adjust. Maybe that might be the end of the game for me. I don't know. But like, I'm willing to find out. And I think, like I said, I think it's worth it. I think the journey is worth it. So there you go.
And I think that's why you've got a lot behind you there, Will, is that, just like Beak said, the tier 2, tier 3 scene hasn't gotten a lot of love in the last couple of years. So any chance that we see something blossoming that looks promising, that is looking to create the environment of Overwatch that we want to see as players, I think is something that we should go out of our way to support. Speaking of, what would you say is the best way that folks at home or that were part of the teams participating can support the Will English Invitational moving forward?
Just doing exactly what they're doing. come to play, come to compete. Like the respect, the level of respect that every single team has shown this event this weekend blows my mind. It's way beyond my expectations. I tried not to subvert myself, but I was just the only thing I could say yesterday on the EU cast was like, look, I'm just a kid from Chicago trying to do some Overwatch tournaments. That's about it. I tried to make it simplistic, but I understand it's not that simple, right? But every team came to play. I I can share a little bit of a story that on Thursday when I was trying to set some matches up, I was informed. I was informed that no, these are our practice times and these are our things. We're doing warm-ups. We got X, Y, and Z. And I had to respect it. I'm like, you know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. I didn't respect the time that you put together. And people were showing me schedules about everything else. And I'm just like, whoa. I didn't think it was that serious, but apparently it is. And so now I have to approach it differently. I have to respect that. But either way, I mean, if you're watching the broadcast, like I said, we can't do these every single month. We can't do these every single week. I think it dilutes the value. I always want the Invitational to be special. So when we do this again, you understand it's a one, not a one-time thing, but it's a special. It's a reserved time. You take it seriously, you can compete. But if you're watching, follow the channel, follow like do all the social media stuff. I'll shill for a second that if you have an Amazon Prime subscription, whatever, and I've not asked this at all because I don't want your money, but if you want to support the channel, do so. Like, so that's going to be me. I'm going to make the investment in. You don't want to know the amount, but I'm always going to invest. And outside of that, like I said, I'm hard on myself. I understand the feedback, but I welcome feedback. I am open to feedback. I don't want, if anybody's hearing my voice, right, don't ever think that you can't come to me. And multiple people have, and I appreciate the fact that multiple people have brought information to me like, hey, Will, I just want you to know about this thing that's going on, and I do my best to help, because I think, like I said, I think that's worth it, and I appreciate that because we always want to do better. We always want to protect our community. We want our community to be a safe, inclusive, diverse place to be, and if I can't do that for whatever reason, then that's not worth it. Then I have failed in my original mission, and then I would walk myself out the door because then I have failed. But outside of that, what you're all doing, what everyone is doing now, and what everybody has shared with me, all the social media tweets, all the result graphics that I've seen. I got a Shoes Money Crew result graphic that says we played in the Invitational. I'm like, what more can I ask for from that? Like, Shoes Money Crew is a contenders level team and came into play in my tournament. What more can I ask for? And so, but thank you. Like I said, to everyone listening, thank you so much. Like I said, you mean the world to me, and I hope that I am doing the community and everyone here a service for this. Like I said, and the last thing I'll leave with is, like, this is not about me. Like, no matter what anybody says to me, yes, my name's on the tournament, yes, it's on my channel, but like, if you know me and you've met me and you hear the passion in my voice, it is not about me. It is bigger than me. This is bigger than me. It is doing so much for so many people, and I want that to continue. That's all I want. That's all I ask for. So, and whatever y'all are doing, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
And I do just want to remind teams that might be listening right now, please make sure to go to the announcements section. We posted a feedback form that you can fill out. Captains, you can do it with your teams and do it as a collective unit, or you can do it individually. Like Will said, every piece of feedback will help us make this bigger and better for next time around. We've got a lot of kinks to work out, but I assure you that many of us behind the scenes are ready and raring to put our noses to the grindstone and bring you a much better product next time around.
Absolutely. Here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. I have been through heck. I have been through brimstone. I've like I said, I've cried on broadcast. I have broken down in tears numerous occasions, and I'm fighting them back right now. But I'm not going anywhere. Like I said that after the last Invitational. I am not going anywhere. I am here to stay. I'm going to stay here until they kick me out of the building. Until somebody what begins with B and ends with D tells me that I can't do this anymore, and I go, you know what? You're right. I can't do this anymore. Good luck. And then I'm going to go do something else. I don't know what that someone else is going to be. For right now, you see my face. I'm not going anywhere. You have to force me to leave. So once again, thank you so much. And on top of that, like again, I'm sorry to answer your last question, Beak. I'm sorry that like I have not lost my place, but no, I lost my place, but I haven't lost my pick. I will also reveal on stream that, you know, my knuckleheaded friends at Initial Drift, aka Attack Mode, I wanted the story to be that they made it back into the grand finals and they won the entire tournament and they got their rightful place or whatever. As a matter of fact, it's kind of an inside joke. They're like, why don't you just do Initial Drift versus the world? I'm like, isn't that what the first Invitational was? You know, isn't that what the first event was? It was just you know, I could have just let Attack Mode in Hour Zero play like a best of 7 for 4 days, and that would have been the entire tournament. But I said no. I said, look, I'll give people a shot, get a shot at the throne, right? And so they fell one game short, and now I'm like, I have no story, I have no narrative, I have no storyline. And so if I had to pick out of the last two teams left between Lo-Fi Aim and Solstice Pyra, I'm going to go the other direction. I want Solstice Pyra to win it all. I think that would be a story for a number of reasons. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, as much as people give me crap about the random draw and everything that happened towards the end, here's what happened. Both teams came out of winner's side on the D squad or whatever, and Lo-Fi Aim had a bye. So guess what? They met in the finals. There you go. So if that's gonna be the narrative, I'll change my tune. But outside of that, like I said, Solstice Pyra, you heard it from me first. I want you to win it all. I want you to win it all, and do it in the most dramatic fashion possible, and give us the result we're looking for. So that's it. And if Lo-Fi Aim beats it, well, I'll give him a pat in the back, and I'll just do a tweet later, whatever. But Initial Drift, you were supposed to win. This was your tournament to win Initial Drift. What happened? All right. I'm sorry to give you guys crap, but I love you. I love y'all Initial Drift, but come on. Like, what happened, bro? What happened? I want to know. I demand a recount. If I could objectively go back to that match and just say, no, you got to play that again, because I think something was up in there. That's my only opinion. That is not the fact on the field. But whatever.
All right. Well, Will, thank you so much for spending time with us. But unfortunately, like you mentioned earlier, we got to kick you out of here because we got some Overwatch to play. So let's go ahead and get this show on the road. It is Lo-Fi Aim versus Solstice Pyra, and is going to be an absolute burner of a match, folks. Both of the matches that have come on this stream recently have been absolutely fire matches to watch. And I don't know, Beak. Will seems very convinced. I'm not so convinced. I really don't know how this is going to turn out, because both of these teams are incredibly strong. You got Solstice Pyra coming in, obviously have shown their mettle, have been essentially 3-0 until the semifinals, and then Lo-Fi Aim, currently known or previously known as Defense Mode, who worked with Attack Mode, which was why that match was so surprising, because they're literally at neck and neck with one another, was able to make it in here, and you know, they got the talent to back it up. So I don't know, Beak. Where does everybody stand right now? Where are you standing?
You know what? I'm honestly right there with you, Captain. I mean, I know that Will has a very strong opinion. He's rooting for the Solstice here to try and upend all the different narratives that he had coming into this
Just
finals.
throw it all out the window at this point.
But yeah, I mean, but both of these teams, like you just said, are really, really strong. You know, Lo-Fi Aim has, like you said, just been, you know, that we actually casted their first game in their group stage yesterday, and they were fairly dominant in that first 2-0 victory. And just going into this upper bracket, they've been pretty much going through the ringer here up until that last game, which was another map 5. But then Solstice had their own map 5 issues that they had to go through, right? So both of these teams are coming in with a lot of Overwatch under their belt just this weekend, right? So, you know, that might be a factor coming into that last couple of maps about, you know, how much conditioning you have from a mental and physical perspective. But they're coming in the same situation that you have to throw out the window. So honestly, it could be anyone's game. I think just from, you know, in terms of experience, I think Lo-Fi Aim, as formerly Defense Mode, does have a little bit of an edge. But once you get into this game, and we're going to get into this control mode in this first map, honestly, that goes out the window, right? And this is whoever is executing better is going to be the one that is going to take this first step into becoming a grand finals in this invitational too.
That's true. And I do want to let you all know that things are a lot different this time around in the grand finals. You might have already noticed that on the other stream at Landlords Gaming, because they're running under the same rules. For grand finals and third place matches, it's a coin flip to start things off, and the team gets to pick where we start. They get to pick which map we're going to do in the same order, I believe. Control, hybrid, escort, assault, control. But they get to pick where they're going. They get to put their best foot forward to start things off. And I'm not for certain where we're headed next. But then after that, it's going to be the losers of each match that will determine which one will go next. So really, I mean, if all the ones that we pre-planned maps on already have not already been those map 5 barn burners, then I can't tell you what else I could expect here because I mean, obviously these teams are going to pick the best map for them. It's going to keep going back and forth, and we're going to end up. I feel like we're going to end up at map 5 again, and it's going to come down to a couple of plays that's really going to turn it for one side or the other.
And that's what I love about this type of Overwatch is the sense that once if you lose a map, you get to pick that map, right? You pick the next map, and you have obviously a certain map strategies and strengths and weaknesses that you come at with as a team, especially at this level. So, I mean, we've talked about this before, me and you, Jack, on high level Overwatch matches like this, is that once you lose your own map, that's when you're really in trouble. But theoretically, you shouldn't be losing your own map because you're picking it, you have your own strats, and you know exactly how you want to play them on the given map. So that's why I think the potential for this map 5 is even more so, you know, in the high level and high stakes here in this grand finals and between these two teams that are very, very strong.
That's true, and we're just waiting it out. And it seems that maybe Lo-Fi Aim and Solstice Pyro were a little beat after their match. I thought we've stalled long enough to go ahead and give them a little bit of a break, but it looks like they are still figuring stuff out and trying to get rested up. So I know that you all are chomping at the bit. I know I am too, but we're gonna send it to a short break. And when these teams are ready to rock and roll, we are gonna bring you a absolutely fire finals match. Don't go anywhere.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org.
All right, folks, we're back. We're ready. We're fired up, and we are gonna hit the bricks right now, starting off on Lijiang Tower here in a few moments. Now, Beak, as we kind of talked about during our little intermission break that we had right there, both these teams are coming hot off of these maps. Decisive 2-0 victories over their previous opponent. How do you think, based on what we saw previously, that will impact how they start this series?
Actually, I mean, in my opinion, when I heard that the news was Lijiang Tower, I thought this was the best possible scenario for us and for the viewers to be able to finally get kind of a measuring stick game for both of these teams. Because, like, to your point, both of these teams were pretty dominant in their map 5 control on Lijiang Tower, so it only makes sense they want to try and go back to that, get things off on a good step here in the first map of this grand finals. But I mean, I really do think that Lo-Fi Aim has a little bit more of an advantage here, just because I think they were a little bit cleaner in their execution on that map 5. But I mean, again, once the game gets started, all bets are off. We'll see what happens. But I mean, that's another thing. We saw some quirky stuff here on Lijiang throughout the day today. I'm pretty sure I saw some Torb, which I don't know if that ended up working. I don't think it did.
No.
But it still was worth seeing, right? It was worth the price of admission.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, there's certain things you can get away with on Lijiang Tower that you can't always get away with other control maps. So that's what I think why everyone loves Lijiang Tower. There's a lot of variety to these 3 different control points as we go into this first map.
Yeah, Lijiang, as most control maps do, they lend to a lot of different possibilities, right? We could be seeing a lot of the double bubble, which we've been seeing in the most recent matches. If you've been paying attention, there's been a lot of double bubble coming out. There's been a lot of there's been a lot of brawl. There's been a lot of the Ryan Diva composition that for some reason I can't think of the coin name for right now, but Rush, that's it. I was rushing myself. That's where I was. But nevertheless, these compositions can only be as good as the people that are playing them, folks. And, essentially we do have the best of the best here. That's the goal, right? And so I'm really interested to see what compositions we see come out. And if this is going to be a battle of the mirror match, where both compositions are exactly the same and it's down to the mechanical skill to decide who is going to be the victor, or is it going to be the game of countering the counters, that teams are going to be coming out with very different compositions and they're going to be switching characters over and over and over and over and over again until one of them comes out on top. It looks like we're heading on in, so let's get this show on the road. We're in the finals, folks, and we are going to be starting off on the Lijiang Garden.
Yeah, and one thing I love about Lijiang, and just your point about compositions, that there's almost seemingly like mini metas on a per control point basis. So we're heading out to Lijiang Garden here in just a second, and that is when you'll probably see some of that double bubble variety. You'll probably see some Pharah. We're already kind of flirting around with that, with Lo-Fi picking that Pharah pick. So we'll see here what that actually come out with on the, once the control point unlocks. But then if you go to Control Center, you're going to have a lot of that spam damage. You'll see the Sim, you'll see the Junkrat, and then all bets are off when you go to Night Market. But here we go, Grand Finals time.
All right, using the Sim TP to be able to get into point. Lo-Fi Aim starting off very strong right now, but Solstice Pyra coming in with the traditional dive to be able to utilize that speed as well. Don't need no Sim TP if you're already really speedy, and already the first pick comes in for Lo-Fi Aim, even getting the D-Mech as well on Solstice's Diva, and that's going to be a lockdown of this objective for now for Lo-Fi Aim.
And I think the biggest thing about Lo-Fi Aim, the way it's to be successful here, is just take control of this courtyard, right? Don't give anything in terms of space to the main tank of Solstice, especially on that Winston. And already just getting another pick onto their flex support, all their healing output is done. And we talked about this in our game yesterday, the big keys to victory for Solstice in this composition, the double bubble, or not the double bubble, just in this Winston comp, is just to farm the EMP and farm Coalescence to be able to have that sustained, to be able to continue into this fight, especially on this rush comp, which has sustain in its own right. So you see Lost already nearing that data. I don't even know if they're going to be aware of that in that back pocket.
That's true. We're getting ready to see Aspect coming in with the Pulse Bomb. Deadeye coming out, but not going to grab anything but the D-Mech, but that could be enough. But already we see Solstice Pyra leaping in, the beat invested from their team. As we see Lo-Fi Aim trying to survive, but it is not going to be enough for them to hold this objective, making their way up to the 50% mark. They will go ahead and grab this objective using the EMP, but now the beat comes in. Lo-Fi is just going for a quick regroup right now, but still the shred is coming in, and they are still continuing to hold strong on this objective. Solstice Pyra is going to go ahead and push back Lo-Fi Aim for a little bit longer as they grow that percentage.
And what's so important about that is that Lo-Fi Aim, and even though he gets a giant EMP, four members of Lo-Fi, and they actually don't get Magic 8 Ball, and they invest the beat into that, and still in a losing fight. Now they do get the point capture throughout halfway into that fight, so at least Lo-Fi has 50% working on this point capture, but now they have already 75% to that next EMP. Just the longer these fights take, the more advantage it is for Solstice because of that cleave damage and because how you can farm these EMPs.
All right, heading into the fight right now. Lost has the Deadeye online, ready to pop, and there it goes. It is high noon, and the Eve coming in from Greg. The Diva Bomb going in the back line now. Kofi does find Lost in the end. Aspect speeding around like a chicken with their head caught up, and whoa, Liz, back in all the way up there. What are you doing up there, trying to escape and create the rollouts that I know nothing about as a player?
No.
We will see the swap back over. So close. It could have been a nice percentage, but at 70%, we will see Lo-Fi Aim retake control.
And disastrous there for Solstice is that they invest the Coalescence. They were trying to re-engage, but Frennic dies right as they press that Q. So you hear the initiation by Frennic. Doesn't get enough out of value, but Lambent is ready for this EMP. And let's see if they can capitalize on this. Diva's scouting for him.
All right, EMP, here it comes. Shattered out of the EMP. Not going to be able to provide the value that they were hoping for, and Lo-Fi Aim takes the lead. That's a quick set of picks, and they're going to continue holding this point.
Ew! Just ew! Bulby, what was that? Their reaction time wasn't even looking the direction of Lambent. This is approaching last fight territory, and that was automatically one fight, honestly, for Solstice, because even with Magic 8 Ball, it didn't have to use the beat because the EMP didn't come out, right? All they have really to do is Aspect can pop off with one Pulse Bomb, but what else can we do?
That's true. Khazro Ore going down as Lost grabs the double kill on the supports of Solstice Pyra. They're looking to lock down this objective quick, fast, and in a hurry. The D-Mech comes out, and Fofi falls. Overtime ticks away, and that's going to be it as Lo-Fi Aim take the Garden.
Well, if that first map is any indication, we're in for quite the grand finals, Jack. I mean, just, again, two different types of compositions going in to the Garden, and both of them having pretty decent success. I mean, you can see why both of these teams want to run that comp. But, I mean, just the end result is just the execution is that the one fight that Solstice needed to win was that one with Lambent having the EMP, was going to get at least 3 or 4 with that EMP hiding behind them, even with Greg being able to scout them out early. But that's kind of the big key, like getting the EMP execution and the turnaround shatter, just knocking them out. That is the win condition you need to have. And now they are heading over to Night Market, and you'll see this is one of the few maps, again, with the composition specific teams. You have Orion and Monkey, because there's no way you're going to be getting any the cleave damage is 150% here.
That's right. Hybrid dive coming in strong here at the Night Market as we see both teams literally ending up on the point at the same time, but Lo-Fi Aim has the upper hand. I'm not for certain what it was, but they ended up getting the triple as Fofi does find Greg in the end. Regardless, it is a 3v6 fight, and that is going to shut this down right now as Lo-Fi Aim take control.
They really just, that always the first fight of these night markets with the sim TPs just feels like the old style medieval duels where they just run at each other with spears and just who kills each other first. I mean, I know there's plenty of more nuance to it, but it just seems like everyone just goes mashes in their heads together and see what happens and who comes out on top.
Absolutely. I mean, even in the last match that we saw on this channel, there was a fire strike that went through and took down 3 immediately. The chaos on this point is absolutely massive, but Lambent and Blitz trading with those Doom fists, indeed inflicting doom on the players that they are taking out right there. And Lo-Fi Aim will continue to hold as they hit the 40% mark.
And you see some of the adjustments here that they've made, is that especially from Solstice, is that aspect is on the Echo, right, with a little more space, air dominance, and Fofi has that Primal Rage ready to go, and you see Greg has actually swapped over to that Diva, right, so a little bit more standard composition here as their Biz is already trying to dive into this courtyard.
Oh! Shatter comes in looking to see if they can take down more than just Fofi, but you know what? That might be just enough. The Meteor Strike comes in, trying to see if they can take down the shields of the Beat, and it will be successful for one, but not for everyone, as Greg and Blizz essentially being Doomfist of their own with those punch kills.
Oh my god, and not only Biz gets like at least 3 or 4 for the final blows there. He tries to do this thing again. This is where you hide up here, you get the maximum amount of seismic slam damage. Look at this, maximum 25.
Oh my goodness.
Just a little off on the timing still, but they still have plenty of ults to be able to hold this, win this next fight with the Symbol.
All right, the Symmetra Wall coming out, trying to prevent damage, but apparently doesn't work with that Sonic Blast. Joey and Blitz trading kills right there as we head into final fight territory. Solstice Pyra has to take this back, because if they don't, this is game over for match 1. Lo-Fi Aim is still holding control, but it seems they are just leaking in at this point. Solstice Pyra seeming exhausted right now as Lo-Fi Aim seems to easily hold this point 100-0 and takes the first match of our evening.
Yeah, really all Lo-Fi Aim there at the end. And we had questions coming in the Lijiang Tower. Both of the teams were dominant in their last game, map 5 of their last semi-final, and saying who's going to actually come out on top between the two teams that were dominant. And now we have our answer. Lo-Fi was definitely the better of the two, but especially on this night market, it just seemed like they knew exactly what they wanted to do and how they wanted to execute it. Whereas, Solstice, they were doing a little bit of composition swapping almost after every fight, and you saw Fofi swap over to the Zarya towards the latter end, and they only had like 20% ult charge, but really just Biz was all over the place in that last map on Night Market, getting final elimination. You saw him trying to use his ultimate there to try and get that high ground, to get the seismic slam to the maximum effect, just having kind of the free range to do whatever he wanted. This was his jungle gym, and he took full advantage of that.
Yeah, that's just absolutely insane. The things that you don't even realize that you can do. Honestly, I feel watching Blizz on that Doomfist is almost reminding me of seeing Danid in freaking Contenders right now.
Oh, yeah.
Just literally just completely unmatched. Cannot get past this man, no matter no way, no how that you can make happen. So note, like we talked about before, the next map is going to be chosen by the losers of the previous map. So Solstice Pyra has a chance to be able to turn this around as we head to hybrid, but interesting choice based on the fact that we've had a dive character that's been pretty dominant using those high ground advantages.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything more dominant than like an uncontrolled Doomfist? Like an unmitigated Doomfist on the enemy team is something you have to get control of like almost immediately, or else it's going to be a really short night for you. So Solstice, trying to turn things around as they go to Numbani here, and I want to see how they approach this, because I think you still do play some rush composition here, especially at point A. You can hold the high ground, of course, but I do expect some of the both of these teams are probably going to roll out with some sort of monkey dive. I'm sure we're going to see Biz on the Doomfist again. That was very effective. Maybe some combos, some sort of hit scan, maybe a tracer or whatnot. We'll see here as Lo-Fi is going to be on this defense, whereas Solstice is going to be taking this attack on the first point. So, I mean, it's going to be all eyes are on Solstice now. Who are they actually going to be? This is their map, right? So we talked about this right beforehand the match. They have to win this map, right? Because then they're down 2-0. They've lost their own map choice. And then they don't want to be in that hole, right? Especially in this grand finals that has a lot of money on the line. So, this is their opportunity to try and get things back in time.
That's true. Remember, folks, both of these teams are going to be walking away with cash, but there's a big difference between first and second place. So if you want to walk away with good money in the bank, you want to be making sure that you grab this match for sure. So let's see if Solstice can go ahead and turn this around. We already see the flank coming out right now as we see a McCree being chosen to, I guess, try to zone out there on the high ground. And right now, Lo-Fi is kind of holding strong right now. They have both high grounds completely locked down, and it seems like Solstice is just figuring out the best time to strike. They're poking in, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough for them to be able to hold down. And there we go, Blizz able to help out, getting that first pick with Greg, and it looks like that's going to go ahead and push Solstice back. Ore wasting a minute off the clock.
Yeah, I mean, Cosro died pretty early on in their first attack to an Anon grenade, so they just had to wait a little bit longer. But what's more interesting is the composition that Lo-Fi Aim is coming out on this defense.
Yeah.
The Winston Sigma. Don't see this too often. I think we saw a little bit of it in the latter part of the Overwatch League in Korea, just because of how much Sigma was being played. But I mean, Sigma's still an incredibly good character at point depending, and obviously has been pretty effective so far in this attack, or in this defense.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going already. Cosro able to take Bulby off of that high ground with the rest of Solstice, and now they're just going to head on to point, but Cosro getting caught out right there, almost getting taken down as Lost is able to make it back into the fight right here, doling out damage and helping Bulby out with a couple of helium.
And the good part about this composition that they have on this defense is that, yeah, you have the Ana to be able to enable your Winston with the, oh my god, he dies the 1v1 to Frennic. That's not good. There's no res on the online, so they might have a bit of a window here. But they still have the Gravitic Flux. Greg has built this Gravitic Flux really, really fast. They have Primal to be able to hold this as well. So I wouldn't say it's the end of the world for Lo-Fi, but Solstice having an opportunity maybe.
Let's see, a tink in the armor. Will it count? Here we go. As we see the Gravitic Flux coming out. Doesn't look to get any finalizing damage onto Solstice. But now we're seeing the rally invested, the Primal invested by Joey and Cosro. And Lost throwing in the Bob for good measure. Because why not? Everybody presses Q up, presses Q. That's what we'll do. And it looks like that Bob, that and that Meteor Strike coming in is going to go ahead and lock down this objective once again for Lo-Fi.
And I really wonder, I mean, I like the composition that Solstice is coming out with the double bubble, but it seems like the Zarya is struggling a little bit here. They're on the low ground. They're not getting the high charge they need and be able to be that threat of taking the space away from someone like Greg, who's already just situated on the high ground, being able to put all that burst damage in from his set distance, right? So they have this Brigitte ult Lo-Fi does on this defense in case this goes wonky. So, I mean, I like Lo-Fi's chances here, but this has to be it. I don't know if Solstice will Aspect hold this or build that pulse bomb fast enough for Lo-Fi to hold on to that grab to do a pulse grab combo.
Well, let's see if they can make it happen. Aspect trying to work their way up. Ore up to 70% if they can continue to hold. The recall comes in as Cosro helps them take down Magic Mayfall. And will that be the space that they need to take? Bob invested again by Lost, and the Sleep Dart comes in. Make sure that that Bob is not even useful right there. They're going to go ahead and completely lock it down regardless, though, with only 15 seconds on the clock.
No.
Solstice got to make a move, and they got to make it now.
Oh. No, this is disastrous for Solstice. He gets slept in the background. Aspect dies, so he won't be able to be back. Fofi dies early, too. I mean, this is not good. Who can actually even touch?
I don't think anyone can. Unfortunately, overtime does tick away as Blizz ends up getting free knock, and that's going to be it. Gravitic Flux ends it all right there with only 44.6% on Objective Alpha.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, but look at all the missed opportunities that Solstice had to not even really get a good final fight in to get that point. Right, you had Joey coming up on that Brigitte ult. You had Fofi using the grab towards the end, which was kind of in the garbage time, but they never got the grab pulse combo that I think they were looking for. And that's just one of those things where if you're going to run the double combination here with this composition on this point A, you need to be able to have that combination hit some type of effectiveness, right? And if it's not, then the different threats from Lo-Fi in terms of the different areas on this point, which I think is unique in Numbani, especially with like the Sigma being able to hold these different spaces. You have the long range DPS from Lost on the Ashe being able to poke down, especially hold space with that Bob as well. So you let them build out their ultimates, that's only disastrous for you. And I think that comp would have worked a lot better in points 2 and 3, but they never got there.
All right. right, Blizz waiting it out, but almost getting those sticky mines right into the knee. That's a new one for me as a player right there. That would be a hard way to go down. But already we see Khosrow going low. Greg in on the Hammond does get taken down by Lambent, but the trade is in spades right now. Geo, Blizz, Magic Maple lighting up the kill feed. And I hate to say it, folks, but this is dead, done, and dusted. Lo-Fi Aim really drawing the line in the sand and saying, Solstice, you better not cross it, because we're taking home the gold.
Yeah, I think Lo-Fi heard Will English's prophetic guess here right early in the interview and took that to heart, because it has been all Lo-Fi ever since that first point of control on Lijiang Tower. We see Bulby getting enabled with that nano and just cleaning up the squishies here, and Fofi alike on the tank. I mean, it was all Lo-Fi there, especially just having the control of all the different high grounds. I don't even know that Solstice had an idea of where to take that attack. They had the win conditions, just didn't have the synchronization of people being alive. They got staggered a bit towards the end, not have a full final fight. And just, it's kind of death by 1,000 cuts, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you make these a couple mini mistakes. I know Solstice is a good team and they can definitely come back from this. But being down 2-0 in this grand finals is definitely not where they wanted to find themselves.
No, not at all. And that's the thing, right? Is that this was Solstice's map to choose too. And so it makes it's so weird to see them so discombobulated when they were the ones that said, we want to play here. Mm-hmm. So I'm not exactly for certain on what happened during that match, but we've already taken up a whole lot of time, so we're going to go ahead and keep on rolling and see what Solstice Pyra picks next, because right now they're getting ready to be put on the Pyra, burnt up to a crisp, sent down into the second place spot, and Lo-Fi Aim walking away with the gold.
Yeah, and just looking back at Numbani, I mean, I like the idea that Solstice had with that composition on their attack. Mm-hmm. And like I said, I think it would have been way better if you get that point A and you're using that momentum into point B and C. And actually, I think considering the composition that Lo-Fi Aim was playing with the Monkey and the Sigma, I actually think that the composition of the double bubble was actually going to suit them going into points 2 and 3, because the Sigma doesn't have, I mean, has the high ground on Streets phase a little bit, but I think just point A suits himself way better in terms of being able to poke out some of those chokes coming from, whether coming from the Street phase, coming from that top left choke. So I understand where they're coming from and just fell into the execution. But as we head into what will be Route 66 is Solstice's next map, I expect more of the same in terms of the double bubble coming from Solstice. But we'll see if they actually want to commit to that, right? Because it obviously didn't work in that first map, in that first point, in Numbani.
That's true. Maybe they're looking to get a little bit more brawly here, but it looks like they might stick with it. So everybody, get your cowboy boots. It's time to get your kicks. We're heading on to Route 66. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road. We already see the dive moving in to that high ground advantage. Khosrow trying to see if they can pick out Lo-Fi Aim, but they are bunkered inside of that broken train. The payload's starting to move its way forward just a little bit, but Lo-Fi have it on lock. They are using that train as cover to be able to keep going, and right now, Lambent in the sky is just doling down damage. We saw this before in their previous match. The Pharah just seems to be unmatched out here, and if you don't deal with her quick, she'll run you right on over.
This is exactly what Solstice needs to do right now. I mean, this is what Lo-Fi was aiming to do, is just try and stay their ground for as long as possible at that choke. But the great thing that Solstice did was just try and take all the different threats from multiple different areas. You can, as Lo-Fi, push onto all those people at once, especially with the men in the sky, raining all that damage down. So this is exactly what Solstice needs to do to get this going and get a good start on this map.
All right, Ore on top of Big Earls, and Greg ends up going down. Blizz with the follow-up as well. And it looks like Lo-Fi Aim have got their traction once again. Solstice Pyra able to get that first little bit, but now they're going to get locked down in the spawn.
I'm a little bit confused why Biz decided to yeet that the blizzard there. That seemed that it could be somewhat important. But I guess if he's that confident in his abilities to build out another one, as Lost is already using the Deadeye and gets Fofi early as Aspect gets rezzed up. But Yeah, interesting to say the least, Jack.
Yeah, that definitely not something that you would anticipate right there. But hey, I mean, it did its job, right? It was supposed to take up space to push
Area
Solstice
denial.
Pyra back, and you know, you didn't kill anybody, but you at least made sure that that payload was stuck. And now we're already 2 minutes down as we see the dive coming in from Cosmo. Gets frozen up and is coming out with that primal rage. This monkey is angry as they go ahead and lock it down. This objective once again. You see Freenock and Fofi working together, able to get those picks, cleaning up those primal rage kills, and Lambent in the sky just raining down hellfire.
And Greg eating the pulse bomb from Aspect still just not enough, as the rest of Solstice is pretty much overcoming Lo-Fi them, and they actually have a really good position here. Lambent has the the Fair ult ready to go here, as well as the Grav, so we might see a Grav combination with this barrage.
I'm feeling it. Here it comes. The barrage comes out, but eat. Holy goodness. Greg is hungry right now as Cosmo ends up preventing Volby from getting that shatter off as well. The shield is in the right place, but nevertheless, Lo-Fi aim continue to hold strong as they clean up their objective with a minute left.
And this is why D.Va is such a strong character, really no matter the meta, right? Because you can have one ability that's on a cooldown and negate multiple different ults, right? He ate the pulse bomb in the fight before, then he knew that the grab was coming. Even if they do get grabbed, ate pretty much all of that barrage and didn't get any eliminations from it.
That's right, and whoa, did not see that one coming. The bomb coming right into the frozen monkey popsicles, anyone. But the picks are coming in for Solstice as the res comes in for Joey. Lambent is so tired of Blizz, ends up taking them out of this fight as well with the follow-up onto Volby and getting some help onto Geo. This place is gonna get cleaned up faster than the Rips right now as they go ahead and lock down Objective Alpha with really hairs on the clock. They'll go back up to 230, but whoo-wee, they got to make this time not fly this time.
I'm a bit surprised though on Lo-Fi though. Magic Mayfall investing the beat just to be able to contest for, I don't know, maybe 5 more seconds. You know, I'm sure they'd like to have that back here. Coming in this next fight, Biz has the Blizzard ready to go. Let's see if they can do a little bit more than the last time, just kind of eating it out near the spawn doors as Lambent has this high noon ready to go, and they're going to try and take attack on him right now.
All right, trying to see if they can zone out Lambent, but going to be unsuccessful thanks to the help of Cosmo taking their attention away. The Blizzard comes in from Blizz, and it's going to go ahead and push this payload back. The Deadeye does find Geo in the sky, but Lost is trading it. Peacekeeper shot for Peacekeeper shot right now as they take down each other's tanks and healers. They're going to try to keep pushing this payload forward, but with Volby holding up that big... Oh, no! Blizz ends up, unfortunately, raising Lambent, blocking the shatter, and essentially allowing Solstice Pyra to keep moving forward.
And I think even with the shatter getting blocked with the Biz wall, I think Lambent actually canceled it anyway with the flashbang on top of the wall.
Oh, goodness.
So, you know, either way, Bolby, you know, tough luck. Try again next time, as the beat does get next another one by Magic Mayfall. And it seems like they're going to try and call their way back here, Lo-Fi.
That is true. We got the pulse bomb online as Greg finds Lambent in the side room and has that self-destruct ready and raring to pop. Pair that with a Blizzard and an Amp Matrix. That is a destructive piece of equipment right there as we go ahead and see them use it essentially for the remake. It seems the Fofi's like, nah, not gonna allow that one to happen. The Blizzard comes out. Lambent finds Blizz in the midst of the frozen wasteland. And that payload's gonna keep moving forward.
And now they have, in this next final fight before point B is complete, they have this Graviton ready to go. Didn't have to invest in that last fight. Fofi getting really, really high charge and getting 2 eliminations in that fight. But Biz swapping over to the Tracer as the rest of Lo-Fi just is cleaning up Solstice. We only have 20 seconds left in this final fight. And with this grab, I mean, does Aspect build out this Pulse Bomb fast enough? I don't think so. So it's a matter of where is this grab going to go to get the maximum amount of value, because Magic Mayfall doesn't have any support element to use, but they do have that Immortality field.
All right, let's see if they can make it work. Deadeye v Deadeye. A Graviton Surge in, ready and raring to go. And Geo! Whoa! Just finds Aspect and Lambent says, okay, you know what? I'm tired of you picking on my DPS. I'm tired of you picking on my tanks. I'm gonna take care of it myself if that's what I have to do. And because of those picks, the follow-up is just clean. Lo-Fi aim stall out the objective at 79 meters.
I mean, there's a reason why people say that Baptiste is just better soldier these days, but that can heal. Right? I mean, Geo especially, we talked about them. I gave them the player of the map, or player of the match in their first round, and that we casted yesterday. And that's excellent. I mean, they were clearly popping off throughout that time and getting one of the important kills, the opening kill, the most important critical fight of the attack for Solstice, being able to stop them in the tracks in the streets phase. And just didn't even get the opportunity. Once again, the same story as Nubani, doesn't even get the opportunity to really get that fight win, right? Because they're already getting picked off coming in on the entry, right? The really good job by Lo-Fi to be able to scout where all these different players are coming from, where the threats are going to be coming from Solstice, knowing where those ultimates are, who's the danger here, have to keep him Aspect in check, especially because they don't know if he had Pulse Bomb or not, right? So that was a really big kill for them going into that defense, right? So this is a pretty clear win condition here for Lo-Fi to try and take this one.
What is this? What are we seeing? What is this?
I didn't want to say anything, but I don't know.
Rhineball, Zen Mercy, Bara, and Tracer. I mean,
experimental
some of
mode
it
or something?
makes sense, but some of it doesn't. I mean, it just, you know what? If it works, it works. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, Solstice Pyra gotta shut it down. This is their last chance, last opportunity. Mom, Spaghetti, and all are on the line right now for them to lock down this objective, and it's already almost point one.
Yeah, I don't think Solstice even really knows how to attack this, and especially they got 2 early picks onto Solstice there. Now, things are coming back. They are answering in their own right? Solstice getting some of these picks to be able to reset this fight just a bit. But yeah, I'm still really curious at the thought process around the Ryan ball, because let's be honest, they didn't really have any synchronization ability at all. So we'll see if there's any different adjustment here, but I mean, the barrage is almost online for Lost. We have the Nano already online for Frennek. You have to wonder who that's going to go on. It's going to be on the Winston, or it's going to be on Fofi here that's high charged. Or maybe it's going to be the McCree to try and take out the high ground, or the threat in the air of Lost, so we will see.
All right, well, the Nano goes on to Cosro as they go ahead and try to leap back in. They're going to look for Geo on the high ground, but unfortunately, they had wasted it. They ended up jumping back, and it must have been miscommunicated that they weren't jumping back in, and that's not going to be good for them, but they do shave down that time bank a little bit more.
Oh my God.
But Lost is not lost. They are right on time. They're right where they need to be, because the healers are down for Solstice Pyra. The High Noon comes out trying to grab something, anything to keep this fight going. But at the end of the day, Blizz just sits by, gives him a hello, how's your father, and takes him right on out of the fight. But Solstice Pyra's on that objective. They're not letting it go just yet, and they're going to continue to shave down that time bank.
And good for Solstice to be able to hold this for as long as they have. But you have to consider, I mean, Lo-Fi has both tank ultimates, and if they don't win this fight here, then they definitely will need to switch this, because they're definitely going to have to go back to the spawn doors. The bombs are going to come out, but that's not a big threat, because there's not really anyone going in. So
I think it was more so just to be able to get the Mercy room to breathe, to be able to get that Ryan back in the fight. I mean, it maybe isn't the best play, but it at least works. So, and it looks like it's going to keep working right now, because Lost is able to find Lambent there on the flank, trying to prevent that Mercy from resing anyone else. But now the Monkey is charged. That Tesla cannon pumping out damage like you wouldn't believe with that Nano. And they will chase back Lo-Fi aim once again for a final fight.
And this is what I was just saying. It's a little bit, I mean, Lo-Fi has to be careful, right? They don't have a ton of stuff in the bank, but more so that Solstice has the Primal Rage ready to go. Now, they do have both DPS results. Can they get picks with that? That's going to be, to be seen. But, I mean, they've kind of been playing with their food, so to speak, with that weird composition. We're finally swapping over to the Ryan Rush composition with the D.Va. But is it going to be enough? Do they have the time?
That's right. Do they have the time to make it work is the question.
No.
Oh, Greenock looking to see if it was already over. I know I have felt that so many times before. You think the Deadeye is gone, but it is not, and they pull the trigger at the last second. Pulse Bomb ends up finding Aspect. That squirrely Tracer on the other side getting taken down, and the cleanup is clutch. 2.5 minutes get added to the time bank as Lo-Fi Aim heads into point 2.
I think a little bit closer than Lo-Fi Aim was expecting, as now it seems like they're playing Tank Roulette, as they're going to rotate into the Hog, and then we're going to see Greg swap over eventually to the Orisa. This is actually pretty interesting. You don't see too much Ryan Orisa on Streets phase of Route 66, but I mean, doesn't really. Solstice doesn't care because they're just going to press Q right now.
That's right, they pressed the Q, but unfortunately that shield was up and absorbed as much as they could. Now they're trying to deal with an angry monkey and will end up being successful, but that Pulse Bomb finds Lost amidst all that monkeying around. The payload's still moving forward, though, pretty furiously, I might add, as the rally comes out, looking to grab anyone, somebody to shut this down, but it doesn't matter who they focus on. There's just not enough damage to go around. They can't take down anyone, and Lo-Fi Aim is looking to speed their way right into the championship.
And it seems like we see Biz didn't play a ton of the Tracer in the first 2 maps, but you see Biz has swapped over to, I think it's really just try and check Aspect as much as possible. You see getting the final elimination on them. They have the Pulse Bomb ready to go. This could be final fight of the Whale English Invitational 2.
That is
Geo, another
true
first
right
pick.
now. First pick already coming
2.
in. Geo again.
3.
The playmaker triple kill coming in. 3 knock. Able to grab one as well, but it's not soon enough. Too little, too late. Lo-Fi Aim had their sights locked, and Will, I hate to tell you this, but you caster cursed it, buddy. It was 3-0, a definitive victory for Lo-Fi Aim.
And how much can we say about Geo? We see the play of the game here, just the last, when it counts,
Jeez.
just getting these multiple eliminations in the most important part of the game with money on the line. And that is your play of the game. That could be your play of the match right there. I mean, and not only that, we go back to their defense, getting the important pick on Aspect to be in that fight. And it just seemed like Geo and the support line of Lo-Fi Aim had the number from Solstice in their DPS the entire time.
That's absolutely true. And so, as you said, we need to throw it to a player of the match right now. So I'm going to let you have it to start off, Beak. I mean, who was shining in this match? I know we've said a lot about Geo, but man, that list of names that were popping off in this match is pretty long.
Yeah, I mean, I know we saw Geo pop up in the kill feed a lot in terms of that last couple of minutes, last couple of fights there on Route 66, but I think I'll actually have to give it to Bolby. Again, I think just the main tank of Lo-Fi Aim is just what kind of anchored themselves. That's what you do as the main tank pretty well, especially all things considered against multiple different compositions. They played some of the Winston, played some of the Rhine, and throughout all of that was just as stable as possible. So throughout their 3 maps, a victory here in the grand finals, I'll have to give it to Bolby.
Yeah, I think that I'm going to have to, I usually try to avoid the DPS, but I don't think I can this time. I got to give it to Lost, because despite the name, they were clicking heads left, right, and center on that McCree. They didn't seem lost at all. It was like they were zoned in, focused fire, had a scope on the end of that freaking Peacekeeper. I mean, look at this, just on Route 66 alone, which didn't end up going to 3 points on either side. 23 eliminations, almost 50% weapon accuracy. Good gods. Just the skill that was coming out from this man was just absolutely entertaining. So I've got to give it to Lost. So go ahead, blow up that chat. Let us know who you feel deserves your MVP for the night. And we're going to go ahead and bring it right on back around to where we started this grand finals with our good old man, Mr. Will English the fourth. Come on back in, Will. And I really kind of want to see your face after this. So Will, what do you think? What do you think, man?
Don't become a fortune teller, Will. That's all I'm going to say.
We got to teach you the importance of caster curse, man. We got to teach you that importance. This is a good lesson in that.
What can I say? What more can I say? I said I was going the other way, and I was dead wrong. So, hey, Congrats! Like, look, I have to give credit where credit is due. Congratulations to Lo-Fi Aim for. I see. No, I'm not even gonna do this. I'm not even gonna give you the title. Just like whatever, dude. Take your money and go do something else. Go play some other tournament. No, but in all seriousness, in all candor and seriousness. Congratulations to Lo-Fi Abe for bringing the Will English Invitational 2 champions, and we had to have a crowd a new champion, and I guess it's going to be defense mode. So I mean, like unfortunately, one of the teams had to go, and I guess defense mode carried the water to finish this out. So I guess get a narrative in a backwards way thus far, but I have to give credit where credit is due. This was an amazing play. It's been an amazing weekend. They had to play 6 matches against some very tough opponents and stuff like that, including their own sister team Attack Mode, which I'm sure it was a very difficult thing to do. So, like I said, I have to give them props for doing so. So, congratulations going right on your win. And no slouch at all to Celestis Pyra. I know they played their hearts out during this entire weekend. It was 4 days of competition, and we finally got to the end of it. They played their hearts out. I wouldn't feel bad about your performance at all. It's just like the result says one thing, but I'm sure that everyone's going to take this experience and gear up for the next one because there's going to be a next one, but it's we don't know when. So anyway, I'll ask the question formally again. Yeah.
And like we said before, we're going to be seeing Lo-Fi Aim walking away first place prize with 700 smackaroonies. But Solstice Pyra not walking away empty-handed. They fought hard, and they're going to be walking away with 200 as well. Well, let's do the math. 700, 200, that's 900. Where's the 100 to make up the 1,000? That's going on over at Landlords Gaming right now. They are looking to, well, actually... As I say that,
right,
we will see initial drift right on in to the 3rd place slot, taking a note from their sister team Lo-Fi Aim, also taking a 3-0 over Avidity. And I gotta tell you folks, like Will said, it has been a very long week and weekend of Overwatch action. So I really hope that you're hitting that follow, you're punching that bell, because we don't know when the next one's gonna be, but there's always great content on this channel. So I hope that you do everything that you can to support it, even hitting that sub button if you can. $4.99 or Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime sub will, like, all the money that is collected from that goes right back into events for the community. So anything that you can do to help is greatly appreciated. This has been an amazing weekend. I know Will's exhausted. I know I'm exhausted. Beak, anything else you want to go ahead and say before Will takes us right on out of here?
No, I'll make my piece quick here. I just want to thank Will for having all of us on. Thank you for doing the tournament as a whole. I think everyone was able to have a great time in the end, get some good money, get some good exposure, honestly, especially for some of these players that are trying to make their names, trying to get in better teams and play better and get this experience. And I think everyone in the back end, the production and casters and all alike did an incredible job. They're getting experience alike as well. So I think just overall an incredible time. So just can't thank Will enough for kind of being like you said, the vessel of all of this experience for everyone. And I hope everyone comes back raring to go for Invitational number 3.
Absolutely. And the only thing I will say is that, I wish I could give you guys a date for, or even a window of time, for the next Invitational. But unfortunately, we have the Overwatch League, which part of the sub-stories.
Unfortunately, we have the Overwatch
Unfortunately, we have this big tournament of the best Overwatch players ever going on.
And we tried. This was the last weekend. So the last weekend we could do this event before the Overwatch League starts next week. So we're going to let the professionals do their jobs and show us what they got in the tournament structure. So, I'll be very candid. There are some bye weeks. Maybe we can put together something smaller. We can't do something this large within that time frame because the risk is that then it gets canceled by, again, our friends at B&D, and we don't want that to happen. We don't want to change schedules on people. It was kind of chaotic for us to begin with. And so the best case scenario is like, hey, when we make the announcement, all I will say is you will know, and it will be planned out, and we will definitely take all of your feedback, all your questions and answers. So outside of that, again, thank you all so much. Like I said, this is truly an honor and a pleasure. I am privileged to be able to put this together with you all. Hey, Captain Jack, and you have been a rock star. You have stepped up. Unibeth, all you're behind the scenes. Jack Redgear has made me a meme effectively. I can't do this broadcast without the hat and the headphones on. I wanted to unlock that kid, to make sure that he did the design for this thing, and I saw his potential that I wanted to do. So thank you, Red Gear, for executing on the vision, and just all the teams, everyone that's involved in this thing. Thank you. This means the world to me, and I legitimately, God damn it, see, it's come to an end. I don't want it to end, but it's going to end. So thank you. This means the world to me, and we'll be back. We'll be back. I don't know when. I wish I could tell you, but I don't know when. So thank you all so much. And you guys need to cut the broadcast out. We'll be a crying mess in 15 seconds. So thank you so much.
Alrighty. Thank you so much. That's Beak. That's the man, Will. My name's Captain Jack. And we'll see you all next time.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Elohel Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals.